9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stay here, wait for, don't move and wait for instructions, my. How many times am I going to fall for this? You know, I'm starting to get the feeling that they're trying to kill me. Oh, hey everybody. So for those who don't know, I was in that nuclear explosion, and I didn't volunteer. And just for the record, I didn't volunteer. They tricked me into being there. I didn't realize what was going on until it was too late. Just hope I don't get radiation poison. Just hope I didn't contract radiation poisoning. For their sakes. But anyway, today's August 29th, which marks a special day today. Don't know what day that is? Well then here. Let me show you. Hey everybody. Nothing dear. I had to get out of that place. I'm going to hiding. And I think so, you saw and I think I understood why. I spoke out against my country, against nuclear, against trying to speak for my country and trying to convince them to stop nuclear testing, and instead of trying to kill me, they instead use me as a guinea pig for future nuclear tests. For the record, I didn't volunteer for this. They tricked me constantly. And as for the video you just saw, that's right. Today marks the International Day Against Nuclear Testing. You'll see video. You're gonna see constant videos of all types, from the journey to the most powerful nuclear explosions ever recorded to those that went wrong, countries' tests, failures, how they tested, where they tested in space, space, underground, sea, etc. Countries that have them. Mysteries. And what problems? What problems? Aftermaths. Organizations. Why the future of our world? Why it should end? And then etc. Well, first off, we're gonna first start off with the nuclear journey. So let's get right down to it and enjoy the video. Oh yeah, for the record, I did have to change my appearance. Mainly I had to shave. Cause now I'm on the run. And for the when I said my dear, it's just a joke. I like to do if I live with my wife. Nah, my mother. I just sometimes like to tease her and call it that, which she doesn't find funny, but you get the idea. But anyway, enjoy the video. Okay, first up is chapter two of the nuclear journey. And the first video up is a time-lapse map of every nuclear explosion since 1945 by Isaho.
Skip navigation. Isao Hashimoto.
What the computer said. Alrighty, so let's do this thing. (1945). That's one. Wait a second. I forgot to switch the volume settings. So let's continue. That's one by the US. Two. That's where Nagasaki is? 3. Okay, we got 3 by the US. Now then. June. Oh, there we go. 2 more by the US. That was 1947. That was 1948. Oop, we got 3. Now we got a total of 8 by the US. Now it's 1949. Oop, new player. We got 1 by the Soviet Union. Now it's 1950. Whoa, got a bunch there. Now we got. Woo! Woo! We really detonated a lot in 19.
Holy cow, we both detonated a lot. 1951. It should... New player. Look at that. 34 by the US, 3 by the Soviet Union. Holy cow! Is that where Kazakhstan is right there? Is this where Kazakhstan is? Right here, over here? Whoa! Hey, we still got the most detonations. Really a lot. Hundred, 101, 103, 100. Whoa! Really a lot in 1957. Woo! A lot in 1958. Holy cow. $300. It's 1959. We got 300. We got a new player now. France. There. 2. 3. Now it's 1961. 4. Looks like the Soviet US and taking. Oh, we got a massive kick. It's like a. Holy cow! It's not. It hasn't stopped yet. Ooh. Got a new player, China. People's Republic of China. Got 1. Dang, it's not stuck. You're just lucky not all this all this nuclear explosions are not causing giant mutations or something like a like seeing my Roland Emmerich's Godzilla or the TV series. Oh. Down here, is that where French Polynesia is? Sometimes I wish they actually did these detonations in a pocket dimension. Man, I just don't feel comfortable with all those tests in Nevada. Lucky I wasn't born in that time. Already 1,000 by 1970. Jeez. Got a new player, India. I don't know how they got their nuclear weapon. Almost like a song you can dance to in a way. speaking of which, if you see, I haven't seen Godzilla, and I'm talking about the Roland Emmerich's one, you should probably see it, even if others say it's not good. I kind of find it entertaining. 1979. The Cold War is almost coming to an end. It's 1980. So far, India has only detonated one. Wonder how much dough goes to 2000. What year? '87. I know if I try to keep track, I would just go. It'd be like 1988. Wow. 1989. '90. So by 1990, 2,000 nukes have been detonated. Wait a minute, what was that last one? That was a... Yep. Now the Soviet Union's gone. Now it's just Russia. Should have had this. They should have had that symbol up there change. Should have the Soviet Union flag change from. Should have had that flag change from Soviet Union to Russia. 2036 so far. 45 by France. I mean United Kingdom. 204 by France. 715 by the Soviet Union, now known as Russia. 1,032 by the United States. One by India, and 42 by China, and still counting. Oop, we got a few increased by France. It's like France and China are the only ones detonating now. Oh, nope, new player and a bad one. Pakistan. 1998. That's when they get their nuclear. I don't know who got their. Done? (2053) 4 by India. 45 by China, the People's Republic of China. 210 by France. From 1945 to 1998. 45 by the United Kingdom. 715 by the Soviet Union, now known as Russia again. Holy crap! How much of the territory did they just, sheesh. Sheesh. And 1,032 by the United States. Almost. Look at that. Woo! I wonder how many of those places are still radioactive. It's gonna make hard to go into those areas. Look at all that. Look at the score. 2 by Pakistan. I forgot 2 by Pakistan. 2005. So the total is 2,053 nukes detonated from 1945 to 1998. Not including North Korea. This film was made based. This film was made based mostly on the data of nuclear explosions from 1945 to 1998 by Niels Olav Bergqvist and Ranghild firm compolished by the Swedish Defense Research Establishment (FOI) and the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) in 2000. Asao Hashimoto, 2003. Protest strike back. I'll have to look at those two later on. But first, let's finish this. Let's continue. Next, the atomic journeys from the Nevada test site. This is all courtesy of AtomCentral.com. Check out that website when you get the chance. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada.
In Las Vegas, it's just another bright and gaudy night. But the skies are clear, the wind is down, and tomorrow, only 80 miles away, is D-Day.
D-Day? But it's not World War II. Oh, Nevada test site.
Traveling 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas on U.S. Highway 95, we arrive at the Nevada test site.
I wonder how long. I bet that place will be uninhabited for a while. Very long while.
Established in 1951, the Nevada test site stands above all other nuclear sites as the most bombed location on Earth.
The test site was picked in 1951 out of 3 other sites here. Reason that the scientists came here is that they were looking for a place to do on-continent nuclear weapons tests. At the time, they were doing all the nuclear weapons tests on the Pacific. It was very expensive. President Truman wanted to see if they could find a location in the United States to do the smaller, lower-yield nuclear tests on continent. And they ended up with the Nevada test site. At the time, it was called the Nevada Proving Grounds. When we bring people through Mercury, which is the base camp of operations for all the activities out here at the Nevada test site, they come through a small pass. The first thing that visitors see when they come to the test site is the Frenchman Dry Lake bed.
I'm blind! Just kidding. Whoa. And people actually got to sit and watch this? Or was it just military personnel?
That's where the first atmospheric tests were conducted out here on the test site. The first test was conducted on January 27, 1951. 14 total tests were conducted out there on Frenchman Flat. And what people see when they go out to Frenchman Flat is the historic structures that remain from those atmospheric days. There's the hotel, motel walls. What the scientists were doing with those is they built the faces of those out of different types of materials, brick, mortar, concrete block. And they wanted to see what the pressures from the blast would do to those walls, what would stand up, what wouldn't stand up.
Concrete's a good defense mechanism.
You also see an old railroad bridge that is sitting out there. It's pretty remarkable because it's one of the things that really gives you a good idea what the heat and blast effects. You've got these very thick I-beams that have been bent almost like spaghetti. There's some concrete domes. What we know about the principles of hardening of concrete were developed out there on Frenchman Flat at the test site. The scientists used different types of mixtures of concrete, of mortar, mixed with rebar, different sizes of rebar, so they could understand how to harden concrete. One of the more unusual things that's also out there on Frenchman Flat is the old bank vault. The standards that U.S. bank vaults are built today are built based on the tests that they did out there at the site. And you can see where the sides have been peeled away from the blast, but the contents that were inside that vault at the time of the blast survived all of that. So what they were looking at is construction of items, how they would withstand the heat and blast. They weren't looking at the effects of the radiation, but how things would hold up to the heat and blast. And so a lot of modern day standards that we have for structures that we have now, bank vaults, for a multitude of things, have come about as a result of the atmospheric testing that took place there on Frenchman Flat during the atmospheric testing days.
Guess that's the only plus side. Guess that's the plus side of doing all that in Nevada.
What if I told you
Dang,
just need
these
one
ads.
trade once a week to take control of your financial...
Woo! Oh! Whoa. Holy cow. US 20, Yukon Flat. Yucca Flat. Japan, yes. Japantown, Yukon Flat, Area 4.
IceCap was to be the last underground nuclear test that was going to be conducted here on the test site before the moratorium was signed in 1992. But events of the world caught up with us here, and that test was never conducted. As a result, the divider test in September of 1992 ended up being the last underground test that was conducted. So what you have at IceCap is the tower, and inside that tower is the canister that would have held the nuclear device. An 1,800-foot hole is there, all the cables are on the ground, and some of the support trailers are still sitting there. Those support trailers is where all the information would have come up the cables and would have been recorded. And as well as a part of redundancy, those signals would have been sent here to the control point and recorded in the control point. This is the control point at the Nevada test site. The control point is where everything happens on the day of an experiment. All the scientists, the technician, the security people, anybody that's associated with the experiment are here in the control point. This is where all the information comes into to tell the scientist if the experiment has been successful. In essence, it becomes the nerve center for the test site on the day of an experiment.
goes. Whoa. It almost looks like a volcano's about to erupt underneath there. Oh, there it is. Oh! Almost like a volcano erupted. Don't you think? There's not a pyroclastic cloud from that. It was formed from that.
Sedan Crater was done in 1962, July of 1962. It was part of the Plowshare program. What they were trying to see is if you could take a very large device, in this case it was 104 kilotons, and use it to dig a canal, a lake, if you could blast away mountains to make a pass for a highway system. They wanted to see if you could use a nuclear device to dig with. The answer to the question is yes, but this nation never did it because of the residual radiation that's left behind. But what you've got with Sedan Crater is a big hole in the ground that's 1,800 feet across and about 300 feet deep. And it shows you the force that you can have from a 104 kiloton nuclear device.
Yeah, someone else did that, but didn't think things all the way through. We'll discuss that later on. Banjo. Did they actually go into the crater? That must be crazy to do that, considering the radiation and all.
The Apple II houses, that was a test that was done in 1955. It was a civil defense effects test. The civil defense agency of the time that was here in the United States wanted to see how modern Americana would withhold or withstand a nuclear attack on the United States. If you remember, a lot of people may have read the history and seen, and for those that were alive during the time, the mentality was duck and cover, a red under every bed. And so it was on the top of everybody's mind about safety from nuclear weapons. So what the Civil Defense Agency of the time did was create American homes, wood structures, brick structures, two-story homes with basements. And they outfitted these homes with everything that you would find in a modern 1955 home. They put mannequins inside, they put food, they put cars, they put radios that were working. Everything in the house was fully operational that you would find of the time.
Looking for the best music?
Ah!
Then you should check out
Ruin the mood. Ruin
Ladies
the
and
moment. Let's get that moment back. Oh! Whoa.
Then after the test, they came in to see what the effects were on that American home. So that gave the scientist an idea of the effect that was going to happen. The closer you were to the ground zero from the blast, you could see certain type of damage, and then the farther out you would see what the damage effects would be. So this allowed them to do the type of modeling that they did back in 1955 so that they, as a civil defense agency, could prepare some type of plans that the American citizens could use.
I still wonder how the cameras survived and all. Or if they're... That's something I want to know. Is that a house that's still standing or something? Is that the only house remaining? Apple II structures, Yukon Flat, Area 1.
Testing out here has been done in a variety of ways. They would fly the airplanes out of a Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque and drop the devices out of an airplane. They suspended devices from balloons. They put them on top of wooden towers. They put them on top of steel towers. They shot one out of a cannon. That was through the 1950s. Then with the Limited Test Ban Treaty, we went to underground testing, and tests were done anywhere from 600 feet to 2,000 feet underground.
Woo! Look at all those craters. Are they made by nuclear explosions?
In all, the United States has done 1,054 nuclear weapons tests, and of that, 928 of those were done here at the Nevada test sites.
Dang. There comes the shockwave.
To come out here, it's as simple as just providing us with some very basic information. We'll bring you out here in a bus, and we'll tour you the 200 miles that you'll drive in a day, seeing the sights of this piece of property that's larger than the state of Rhode Island.
Dang.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeff Bishop.
Larger than the state of Rhode Island.
Dang. Nuclear weapons effects, atomic bomb with troop exercises, atomic journeys, welcome to ground zero. Those could be good videos, but we're not talking about them. You'll have to look at them at your own time. So let's continue on.
There's a medical tech company called HeartFlow.
Yeah.
If you invested $1,000 in that one, you could have turned it into one.
That was the end of chapter 2. Now we're starting chapter 3. And we're gonna cover the most powerful nuclear explosions ever recorded on film. So let's take a look at those. So let's take a look at them. And just to be clear, they're not all from the United States. They're from around the world, I believe, anyway.
Hello, Serious Survivor here, and today we're going to look at the most powerful nuclear explosions that have taken place on the face of the Earth. These tests were conducted by the United States and by Russia, and I've broken the video down into two sections. The first section would detail the explosions by the United States, and the second section will detail the explosions by the Soviet Union. And looking at the massive yields of these explosions, it's not surprising that the levels of radioactivity have increased worldwide at an alarming rate since these tests have taken place. But the video is for informational purposes, and let's check out these explosions. First, we'll start with the United States.
What he said. The world's first thermonuclear weapon.
On November 1st, 1952, the United States detonated the world's first thermonuclear weapon, and this weapon was designated Ivy Mike. With an explosive yield of approximately 10.4 megatons, this device was tested in the Pacific Ocean. This device was powerful enough that the blast was actually detected over 5,000 miles away. But due to this type of Pacific, this device was powerful. This device was tested in the Pacific Ocean. This device was powerful enough that the blast was actually detected over 5,000 miles away. But due to this type of testing in the Pacific, this resulted in a tremendous amount of radioactive fallout on the native islands around that area, causing extensive and long-term damage. Castle Romeo. This was the first test of the TX-17 nuclear weapon. This was also a weaponized dry fusion bomb which exceeded initial expectations. This was the first nuclear test ever conducted on a barge, which became necessary as the natural reefs in the general area were being destroyed by the nuclear testing. Exceeding the initial expectations, it produced a blast of 11 megatons, which made it the third largest nuclear test by the United States. On May 5th, 1954, codenamed Castle Yankee was detonated at Bikini Atoll once again. This device used partially enriched lithium fuel for the fusion stage and produced an explosive yield of 13 megatons. Codenamed Castle Bravo, the United States' first test of a cold dry fusion hydrogen bomb took place on March 1st, 1954. Detonated at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands with a yield of 15 megatons of TNT. Castle Bravo remains the most powerful nuclear device ever tested by the United States. The explosion was far greater than the expected yield of 4 megatons of TNT up to 8 megatons, and the environmental conditions when the test was conducted produced a great amount of radioactive fallout in the immediate area, causing extensive and long-lasting damage. Next, let's look at some of the Soviet Union's most powerful blasts.
I appreciate the voters for Trump.
I hate Trump.
Including the most powerful blast, including the most powerful nuclear weapon ever detonated on the face of the Earth.
Soviet nuclear
Test number 123 took place in the Soviet Union near the Western Arctic, and it took place on October 3rd, 1961. This yielded a massive 12.5 megaton explosion. Test number 147, conducted by the Soviet Union, was an airdrop test that was detonated at approximately 11,800 feet above sea level, and this test yielded a massive 21.1 megatons. On September 21st and September 22nd of 1962, there were two back-to-back tests, test number 173 and 174, and these were both airburst tests at approximately 13,000 feet above sea level, yielding 19.1 megatons and 20 megatons respectively.
Test 219.
The second largest test ever conducted took place on Christmas Eve 1962 by the Soviet Union. It was a thermonuclear fusion bomb, but it was delivered via ICBM or intercontinental ballistic missile with an explosive yield of 24.2 megatons with a massive blast radius of approximately 6 miles or greater. This was test number 219, and it was one of the last conducted by the Soviet Union.
the most powerful nuclear weapon ever created by mankind.
The Tsar Bomba was detonated at 11:32 Moscow time on October 30, 1961, over the Soviet Union nuclear testing range north of the Arctic Circle in the Arctic Ocean. The bomb was dropped from an altitude of approximately 10.5 kilometers or 6.5 miles, and it was designed to detonate at a height of 4 kilometers over the land surface. The bomb weighed 27 metric tons, and it was so large that the plane that flew it had to have its bomb bay doors and fuselage fuel tanks removed. The bomb was then attached to an 800-kilogram parachute, and this gave the release and observer planes time to fly only about 45 kilometers away from ground zero when the detonation occurs, and this gave them a 50% chance of survival. When the detonation did occur, the planes dropped over 1 kilometer in the air because of the shock wave, but they were all able to land and recover safely. This was by far the largest nuclear test that has ever taken place on the face of the Earth. Although the Soviet Union originally designed this bomb to be a 3-stage fusion device, it was reduced to a 1-stage, with the 2 second stages being a lead core as opposed to a uranium core. So this dropped the overall yield from 100 megatons to approximately 51 megatons.
It was designed to detonate at a height of 4 kilometers, 13,000 feet. National Bay nuclear testing range north of the Arctic Circle. Well, I'm waiting. There we go. I can't imagine how the US reacted to that. Or the Soviet Union when they saw how powerful it was.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out our list.
Well, that's it for some of the world's largest nuclear explosions. There were many other tests conducted by many other countries. This was some of the largest that we've seen, though, and we know about. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. Check out the channel for many more videos. And for now, Serious Survivor, out.
There's still 2 minutes left in the video, so why end it this early? Yeah, next time shorten the video. Next time, Serious Survivor, shorten the video so you don't have this long of an ending. Alright, now we're gonna see 5. Dark 5 is gonna present 5 declassified nuclear explosions caught on film. 5 Operation Teapot Turk test. Operation Teapot was a series of 14 nuclear tests conducted at the Nevada test site in the first half of 1955. All of the test devices were built of a light, compact, spherical fission designed with a low to moderate explosion yield. Turk, named after a San Francisco street, was the largest of the series and tested a 43 kiloton XW-270 warhead named Linda. Linda was detonated on top of a 490-foot, 150-meter tower to study the directional airburst blast effect on the ground below. One of the goals of TPOT was to establish tactics for the use of small-scale tactical nukes of conventional battlefields. Optimizing airbursts, fireballs for minimum radiological fallout with maximum shockwave damage to opposition ground forces. A nuclear airburst above a target's hypocenter allows the blast shockwave to bounce off the ground and into itself, forming a Mach stem that beats of the edge of the wave and generates several times more pressure than the original front. Number 4, Operational Hardtack 1, Nutmeg and Mantle Test. Operation Hardtack 1 was a series of 35 nuclear tests conducted at the Pacific Proving Grounds in the middle of 1958. 2 of the tests, Wahoo and Umbrella, took place underwater, while the remainder were above surface and codenamed after trees. Nutmeg was among 26 surface shots that were barge mounted to compensate for the lack of land at the Pacific test site. Barge tests left no radioactive surface. Barge tests left no radioactive surface zero areas and allowed for the reuse of blast zones and measurement instruments. Supporting a rapid testing sequence designed to dull Pacific complaints about the nuclear fallout and impending trees. What? The Nutmeg test at Bikini Atoll demonstrated a 2-stage experimental prototype of the 25 kiloton W-47 thermonuclear warhead. Radar indicated that the cloud reached a height of 2,000 to 20,000 feet, 6.1 kilometers, and the blast remnants drifted 60 miles, 111 kilometers away.
What if I told you you just need one trade once a week to take control of your financial future?
Later came the Maple tests of the 213 kiloton dirty device, also positioned aboard a barge near Bikini Atoll. The 2-stage weapon was predicted to produce 89% fission with a highly radioactive cloud of nuclear contamination. Radar indicated that the blast cloud split in two at heights of 1,500 to 15,200 feet, 4.6 kilometers, and 47,000 feet, 12.2 kilometers. A bright flash from the Maple explosion was said to have been observed by a naval tanker 130 miles, 241 kilometers away. Number 3, Operation Plum Bob, Diablo and Rainier tests. Operation Plum Bomb was a series of 29 nuclear tests conducted at the Nevada test site in the middle of 1957. It is among the most controversial of the U.S. nuclear test series, having included nearly 18,000 humans in its experiments. Diablo was 17 kiloton, 2-stage thermonuclear device originally intended to measure radiological effects on troops. The initial detonation of Diablo failed, however, and it was rescheduled as a traditional 490-foot, 150-meter tower shot. Troop testing was instead shifted to Hood, a 74 kiloton balloon shot that was observed at close range by over 2,000 Marines. The men were ordered to simulate a ground assault at the site and forced to visit Ground Zero just 6 hours after the blast. Also part of Plum Bomb was Rainier. The first fully contained underground nuclear test was no exposure to the atmosphere, with no exposure. Rainier utilized a 1.7 kiloton W-25 nuclear warhead and generated a small earthquake that was detected around the world. The experiment took place at a depth of 899 feet, 275 meters, and was designed to test rock fractures and containment techniques. Spurring later research into the potential geoengineering and mining applications of underground nuclear explosions. Above ground, the only observable effects were a minor landslide and a dust storm generated by the invisible shockwave. Number 2, Operation Dominic. Plamico and Housatonic tests. Operation Dominic was a series of 31 nuclear tests conducted at several Pacific Ocean sites throughout 1962. Dominic came as something of a shock and awe response to the surprise resumption of Soviet tests after a 3-year moratorium. The majority of blasts were atmospheric, and most of the nuclear devices were dropped at high altitudes from B-52 bombers. Plamico was the third largest test in the series, utilizing a high equivalency fusion burn designed in a weapons experiment. The 3.9 megaton device was dropped over Christmas Island via parachute and detonated at an altitude of 14,340 feet, 4,370 meters. I think that's right, meters.
Hey everyone, this is Jeff Bishop. Man, I love trading stock options. I'm so glad that you have come to visit Bullseye.
Housatonic followed later as the largest test of the series, with an explosion yield of 8.3 megatons from Rebel 2 device. The test took place over Johnston Island and was detonated at 12,100 feet, 307 meters following delivery via parachute. It was notable for its extreme accuracy to within 100 feet, 300 meters, and was the final airdropped nuclear weapon tested by the U.S. In total, Operation Dominic yielded 38.1 megatons and was the U.S.'s largest ever nuclear weapons test series. The overwhelming visual power of the tests and public concern about the atmospheric fallout helped lead to the Limited Test Ban Treaty. Number 1. Operation Upshot Knothole, Ruth and Ray test. Operation Upshot Knothole was a series of 11 nuclear test shots conducted at the Nevada test site in the middle of 1953. The program combined both experimental weapons testing and tactical trials for troops in atomic combat simulations. Ruth was the first test of a uranium hydride fission device that was originally conceived during the Manhattan Project. It was, however, fizzled and produced only 200 tons compared to the predicted explosive yield of 1.5 to 3 kilotons. The design was ineffective, but it was hoped that it could still produce low yields with small amounts of fissile material. Ray was a follow-up test to improve on the uranium hydride idea, but it also could only muster a weak 200-ton blast. Rumors suggest that Ray was mounted on a 100-foot, 30-meter tower after Ruth failed to destroy its 300-foot, 100-meter mount, leaving behind a stump that embarrassed scientists who feared the failure would weaken interception of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. It was standard procedure to declassify the test area, something that was normally accomplished by vaporizing the site. As such, the raid test was supposedly still deemed a success, as it at least didn't leave behind the same evidence as Ruth.
Hey everyone, this is Jeff Bishop. Man, I love trading stock options. I'm so glad that you have come to visit Bullseye Trades. I just love this service so much. It's fun, it's exciting, it happens week after week. I'm doing the homework on the weekend, and I'm finding the single best trading idea that I have for the week ahead. Man, who doesn't love that? That just gets...
Thank you, Dark 5. Now, if you want to subscribe for more, or click to watch these two.
Even if
that was the end of chapter 3. Now we're gonna go on to chapter 4. Nuclear detonations that went wrong. So let's get started with this video. Five detonations that went wrong. The top 5 countdown.
Even if they are the most dangerous weapons ever created, nuclear weapons still don't scare some people. So here are 5 nuclear detonations that went wrong. Number 5. Starfish Prime. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States on the 9th of July, 1962. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead was launched from the Johnston Island in the Pacific Ocean. 9 seconds after 11 p.m. Honolulu time, the Starfish Prime test was successfully detonated at an altitude of 400 kilometers. It caused an electromagnetic pulse which was far larger than expected, so much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale. The pulse caused electrical damage in Hawaii about 1,445 kilometers away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 streetlights, setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave link. The damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from the Hawaii Islands. The flash created by the explosion could be seen from over 1,500 kilometers away. This is a photo of the explosion as seen through the clouds from Honolulu, Hawaii. It is thought that the explosion produced an yield equivalent to 1.4 megatons of TNT. Here you can see the footage.
Dang.
Number 4. Standing under a nuke. On the 19th of July 1957, 6 men, including the cameraman, stood at ground zero of a nuclear test at the Nevada test site. The explosion occurred over 3,000 meters above the ground and was equivalent to 2 kilotons of TNT. The 5 volunteers and the cameraman, who wasn't a volunteer, stood under the explosion without any safety gear, though the cameraman asked for protection but didn't get any. The purpose of the test was to show US citizens that they had nothing to fear about nukes. The bomb exploded, creating a bright light and powerful sound wave that scared the 6 men. Everything was thought to be fine until they all got cancer, though most of them lived their lives until their 80s. It is kind of disappointing that none of them got any superpowers and turned into Hulks.
We felt a heat pulse, a very bright light, a fireball. It is red. The sky looks black about it. It is boiling above us there. It is rapid. Losing its color. There is the ground wave. It is over, folks. It will happen. The mountains are vibrating.
Number 3. Lake Shagan. In 1965, the Soviets had the brilliant idea to create a lake by using a nuke. The nuclear test occurred at the Semipalatinsk test site in Kazakhstan. Shagan's yield was equivalent to 140 kilotons of TNT and meant to produce a large conical crater suitable for a lake. The resultant lake has a diameter of 408 meters and is 100 meters deep. Afterwards, the Soviets dug a channel between the river and the crater and let gravity do its thing. Unfortunately, they forgot an elementary thing: radiation. Actually, even nowadays, Lake Shagan is still radioactive. I'm presuming that that's where they get their fish for sci-fi movies. Number 2. Storax Sedan. Sedan was a shallow underground nuclear test conducted at the Nevada test site on the 6th of July 1962 as part of Operation Plowshare. It was a program to investigate the use of nuclear weapons for mining, cratering, and other civilian purposes. The explosive device was lowered into a shaft drilled into the desert alluvium 194 meters deep. The fusion-fission blast had a yield equivalent to 104 kilotons of TNT and lifted a dome of earth 90 meters above the desert floor before it vented at 3 seconds after detonation. The explosion displaced more than 11 million tons of soil. The Sedan shot resulted in an enormous radioactive cloud that separated into 2 plumes rising to 3 kilometers and 4.9 kilometers. The cloud flew as far as 1,000 kilometers away, spreading radioactive dust over Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, and South Dakota. This one explosion accounts for 7% of the entire nuclear fallout that has ever hit the United States. The Sedan crater is the largest man-made crater in the United States, and it is listed in the National Register of Historic Places.
Sedan was detonated at 10 a.m., July 6, 1962. This is a view taken from the top of a 1,500-foot tower, located 6 miles from ground zero.
Number 1. The nuke that almost exploded over North Carolina. In 1961, a B-52 bomber went into a tailspin and crashed over North Carolina while carrying 2 nukes with the power of 3 to 4 megatons, each 260 times as powerful as the one that was dropped on Hiroshima. The pilots threw them away before crashing into a farmland, though one of the nukes was armed. When the bomb was dropped, 3 of the 4 arming mechanisms activated, causing it to execute many of the steps needed to arm itself, such as charging the firing capacitors and, luckily, deploying a 100-foot diameter parachute which allowed the bomb to hit the ground with little damage. Here you can see one of the nuclear weapons at Goldsboro, largely intact, with its parachute still attached. The bomb was large enough to have a 100% kill zone of 23 kilometers.
So it exploded. Is that footage?
Enjoying our videos? Make sure to click on the subscribe button in the top right corner. Share this video with your friends and help us grow. Check out our Facebook and Twitter pages by clicking on these logos.
Remember Lake Shaken? Number 3, Lake Shaken? Well, we're gonna go over that right now, after this ad.
At first glance, this is an inconspicuous lake in Kazakhstan, but it didn't form under natural circumstances. It's called the nuclear lake, and it owes its appearance to the energy of the atom. There is a long-running argument about whether it's dangerous to swim in it.
Radiation here is 20 times as high as it can be according to safety regulations.
Most of the surface of Lake Baskunchak in Russia's south is as hard as ice. So much so that even trains can ride across it.
As you've seen, the machine moves on rails. It weighs about 180 tons.
The Kamchatka Peninsula in the Russian Far East is known for its distinctive flora and fauna. But you can also find some strange bodies of water. Lake Dalnia was born from a volcanic eruption. There's also a lake of sulfuric acid here. There are quite a few such lakes across Russia and the CIS countries. To this day, people still haven't unraveled their many mysteries.
Unique lakes. We're only going to be observing the one that made by Nuke.
These shots were taken on January the 15th, 1965. On that day, the first Soviet underground nuclear explosion for peaceful purposes was carried out in what was then the Kazakh Republic. The aim was to create a reservoir.
It's about to be set off. The countdown to detonation has begun. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
They should probably... You know, they should have used a bomb that can make that big of a black hole.
The power of the 140 kiloton nuclear charge was 9 times stronger than the bomb that was detonated at Hiroshima. The blast tore a hole in the landscape. After it had settled, the crater left behind was 430 meters in diameter and 100 meters deep. In April 1965, a special channel was made to flood the crater with water. Scientists hoped that spring floodwater would fill the giant basins. They also hoped the craters would provide enough water for irrigation and cattle breeding, because they didn't expect much evaporation from the relatively small surface area. In the 1960s, the Soviet Union carried out 124 nuclear explosions under the Atom for Peace program. Most had the aim of facilitating the mining of minerals. 45 years on, scientists at Kazakhstan's Institute of Radiation Safety and Ecology still regularly monitor radiation levels in the nuclear lake. Today, a group under the direction of Yuri Stilchuk is heading there. Yuri moved to Kazakhstan from Ukraine in the early 1990s. He knows these parts better than anyone else.
We have now entered the Balapan test site. Here, underground nuclear explosions were carried out in bore wells.
Chagan lies in the midst of a vast plain. Reservoirs are few and far between here. It's one of the largest lakes in eastern Kazakhstan. The landscape is breathtaking, but at the same time, unnerving. It's still unknown whether the area is fraught with health risks. But Yuri Stilchuk isn't too worried. He wears a simple breathing mask and army tarpaulin boots. His workmate, Vadim Zakharov, is here for the first time. He's a radiation supervisor. Today, Vadim's task is to test the soil to see if it was contaminated by the explosion.
Here in this place, background radiation, that is to say gamma radiation, is comparable to radiation aboard an airplane. If someone stays here for 10 to 15 hours, they will get a dose matching the one that people get during an air flight.
In 1991, Yuri was an army serviceman at a nearby military test range. He often came here to bathe. Even then, he was not afraid of the radiation.
What's the radiation here?
It's 2.3 microsievert per hour.
So it's like at the top?
Yes.
The offshore water is warm. You can even bathe here, especially at lunchtime when it is particularly hot here. It tastes salty, but I've got no other concerns about it.
Scientists say the level of radionuclide contamination in the lake poses no health threat. Even though the water's chemical properties and salty taste make it unsuitable for drinking, life can still be found. Weeds and tiny fish thrive on the lakebed.
We have just seen young fishes offshore. Chances are the fish population will get back to what it used to be. Certainly during a warm summer.
Locals expect an influx of tourists if fish return to the nuclear lake. For the time being, though, travelers prefer to steer clear of Chagan. By contrast, people from all over the world flock to Lake Baskenchak, which is located 400 kilometers from the city of Astrakhan in Russia's south. Baskenchak is a unique reservoir. There's about as much salt here as in the Dead Sea, 300 grams per liter.
Okay, I think that might be it. So, okay, I think that's it. So, remote. So that's the end of chapter 4. Now we're going to chapter 5, and we're going to take a closer look at the nuclear weapons program of the Russian Federation, formerly the Soviet Union, whatever you like to call it. So let's get to it.
It was in 1939 that Winston Churchill famously defined Russia as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. The Soviet Union's atom bomb project could certainly be considered a riddle, a mystery, and an enigma. Such was its secrecy at the time.
Dark Docks.
Progress abroad. Russia had been conducting independent research into radioactive elements as early as 1910, long before it even became the Soviet Union, or USSR. By the 1930s, Russian scientists had made remarkable efforts towards the advancement of physics research, even with setbacks such as the 1917 October Revolution and the bloody Civil War of 1922. Scientists tend to be a sharing community. That's why Russian physicist Georgy Flerov became suspicious in 1942 that the Allied powers were secretly developing an atomic superweapon when his literature search showed that no one in the West was writing on nuclear fission. And so he wrote an urgent letter to Joseph Stalin, pleading with him to start a Soviet atomic program. Notable, too, is a report dated February 28, 1945, and written for Lavrian Tiberia, Stalin's right-hand man and the head of the NKVD, the country's dreaded secret police. The report was titled Progress of the Atomic Bomb Abroad, and stated that it was expected the United States would produce an atomic bomb by July of that year. Los Arzamas. However, Stalin was only finally galvanized in the immediate aftermath of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that ended the Pacific War in August 1945. Immediately after those atomic bombings in Japan, the Soviet Politburo took control of the country's nuclear bomb project by establishing a special committee to oversee the development of nuclear weapons. That same year, the Arzamas 16 site near Moscow was established under Yakov Zeldovich and Yuli Hariton, who performed calculations on nuclear combustion theory alongside Isaac Pomeranchuk. The city, once known as Arzamas 16, was before and is now again called Sarov. It was the Soviet equivalent of America's Los Alamos site in New Mexico. Apparently, the Soviet bomb scientists even liked to call the place Los Arzamas. Work on the program was carried out quickly, resulting in the first nuclear reactor near Moscow in October 1946. Reactor F1 was a research reactor operated by the Kurchatov Institute in Moscow, Russia, that reached criticality on December 25, 1946. It became the first nuclear reactor in Europe to achieve a self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. It remains a functional operating nuclear reactor and is the oldest functioning reactor in the world. Closed cities. Reactor A was a military production reactor in Chelyabinsk, running on natural uranium fuel, with graphite as the moderator. It was up and running by June 1948, and provided plutonium for the first Soviet atomic bomb. It remains one of the most extensive nuclear facilities in Russia to this day.
Hey, question for you. Do you need help starting or growing your YouTube channel right now? If not, then just skip this video. But if
Uranium. That was the main problem for the Soviets. The United States and the United Kingdom had worked feverishly to secure a monopoly on all known world supplies of uranium ore, primarily those in the Congo, South Africa, and Canada. Soviet scientists even despaired that they could never produce an atom bomb, such was the critical importance of uranium. The Soviets would initially rely on a mine at Taboshar in what is now modern-day Tajikistan, which was mined extensively for uranium from 1943. Taboshar would be the first of at least 9 officially secret Soviet closed cities known as Atomgrads, and which were related to uranium mining and production. Some of these remain closed cities to this day, including the aforementioned Sarov. Notes from the inside. It was in 2009 that Rosatom, the Russian State Nuclear Agency Corporation, began publishing impressive amounts of raw historical documents about the Soviet bomb project as part of their ongoing series titled Atomny Projekt SSSR, or the USSR Atomic Project. Documents released include a report dated January 28, 1946, titled Notes on the Design of the Atomic Bomb, with a description of the construction of the explosion inside type bomb. It was clearly a Soviet description of Trinity, the name of the first American atomic bomb detonated in the New Mexican desert on July 16, 1945. It was all based on intelligence received from Soviet spies at Los Alamos. Other reports referred directly to a Soviet spy named Klaus Fuchs, who was one of the most critical sources of intelligence for the Soviet bomb program. Atomic spies. The network of Soviet spies, particularly those embedded within the Manhattan Project in Los Alamos, is legendary. This espionage counted on many spies, both American and foreign. There were many communist sympathizers in the US during the 1940s. This willingness to share classified information with the Soviets increased when the Soviet Union faced possible defeat during the Nazi German invasion in World War II. The leading Soviet spy was Klaus Fuchs, a German refugee theoretical physicist who worked with the British delegation at Los Alamos. He was eventually discovered, confessed, and sentenced to jail in Britain. He was later released and emigrated to what was then East Germany. Fuchs is considered to have been the most valuable of the Soviet Union's so-called atomic spies, in terms of the information he gave to the USSR. This was due to his intimate knowledge of many aspects of the Manhattan Project, as well as his extensive technical knowledge. Another Soviet spy was Swiss-born American Harry Gold, who was used for industrial espionage in the American chemical industry and for acting as a courier between Klaus Fuchs and their Soviet handlers. Further knowledge and technical information was also passed on to the Soviets by the American Theodore Hall, a theoretical physicist. Hall provided detailed descriptions of the Fat Man plutonium bomb and of several processes for purifying plutonium to Soviet intelligence. Many of these secrets were turned over to Seville Sachs, an American who acted as a Soviet courier and who recruited Hall. The two had been roommates at Harvard College. Venona Project. The existence of Russian spies had already been exposed by the U.S. Army's secretive Venona project in 1943. However, later scholarship has disputed just how pivotal this espionage was to Soviet atomic bomb plans. It is contended by some that the Soviets merely used the stolen blueprints to reconfirm their own calculations and assumptions. Alexei Koyevnikov is a historian of Soviet science who has estimated that the principal way in which the espionage may have sped up the Soviet project was that it allowed the Soviets to avoid dangerous tests to determine the size of the bomb's critical mass. This unknown factor was called tickling the dragon's tail by the Americans. It consumed a good deal of time at Los Alamos and claimed at least 2 lives, namely those of scientists Harry Daghlian and Louis Slotin. However, Soviet intelligence officers believed that the atomic espionage was the greatest achievement of the Soviet Union's intelligence community. In a 1999 interview, a KGB colonel, Igor Pralin, quotes a former deputy director of the CIA, who stated that, quote, "The atomic espionage and the success of the Soviet intelligence in obtaining the atomic secrets of the United States is the greatest achievement of all the intelligence services of all the times." First Lightning. The first Soviet atomic test was internally codenamed First Lightning and took place on August 29, 1949. The test was codenamed Joe 1 by the Americans. The design was very similar to the first U.S. Fat Man plutonium bomb, using a TNT and hexagen implosion lens design. The test took place at the Semipalatinsk test site in what is modern-day Kazakhstan. The code name for the test site was thought to be Polygon, although the word in Russian actually refers to any kind of weapons testing range. Just as it was similar in design to the American Fat Man, the first Soviet bomb produced an explosive yield of 22 kilotons. It proved to be 50% more destructive than initially estimated. A letter written by the Soviet atom bomb team to Stalin at the conclusion of that triumphant first test proved interesting. It reads, quote, "Comrade Stalin, Dear Yosef Vissarionovich, we heartily thank you for the high appreciation of our work, which the party, government, and you personally awarded us. Only the daily attention, care, and support that you gave us for these 4+ years of hard work have enabled us to successfully solve the task of organizing the production of nuclear energy and the creation of atomic weapons. We promise you, dear Comrade Stalin, that we will be working with even more energy and dedication on the further development of this business entrusted to us, and we shall give all our strength and knowledge to justify your confidence in us." The letter was co-signed by Lavrentiy Beria, as well as Kurchatov, Khariton, and a host of other leading Soviet scientists. But was the notoriously belligerent Stalin pleased with the letter? Not really. In true Stalin fashion, he gave scant praise to the scientists and took full credit himself for the success of the Soviet Union's atom bomb program. The Cold War heats up. The Soviets had initially intended to keep the test a secret, but they were unaware of the US's nuclear detection capabilities. On September 1st, a specially modified WB Superfortress, flying under the guise of weather reconnaissance, detected nuclear fission products while flying between Japan and Alaska, shocking U.S. intelligence. By the Western powers' best estimates, it had been believed that the Soviet Union would not produce an atomic weapon until 1953. President Harry S. Truman notified the world on September 23, 1949, with the announcement, quote, we have evidence that within recent weeks, an atomic explosion occurred in the USSR. The public acknowledgement marked a definite turning point in the Cold War, in which both sides no longer had to pretend that a nuclear arms race was now underway. To re-establish atomic supremacy, the US quickly ordered the development of the hydrogen bomb, a weapon that could theoretically be hundreds of times more powerful than any previously tested. The quest for a new superbomb, ones with the power to obliterate entire nations, was underway.
Stopping a nuclear torpedo. Why did the Soviets hide the man who saved the world? The day the sky flashed twice, what caused the mysterious villa incident? Now these two could be very good videos to watch, but we're not gonna do that right now. We're moving on to the next video. Thank you, Dark Docs.
Осталось 5 секунд. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
5 seconds.
This explosion on August the 29th, 1949, marked a terrifying new chapter in the emerging Cold War.
Atomic explosion occurred in Russia.
4 years after the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, the Soviet Union detonated its first nuclear weapon at a test site in Semipalatinsk in the Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan. Evidence of the blast was picked up by monitors in the United States, prompting President Harry Truman to announce that his country's main rival was now also a nuclear power.
Now Russia has the secret. It was, of course, inevitable, but President Truman's announcement came as a bit of a shock to many of us.
Western governments had predicted that it would take several more years for the USSR to develop atomic weapons. But spies embedded in US research facilities had passed on information that hastened the Soviet Union's path to nuclear arms.
So accused Julius Rosenberg, electrical engineer, of conspiring to give Russia vital secrets of the atom bomb.
The weapon tested in 1949 bore a close resemblance to the bomb codenamed Fat Man that the US military dropped on Nagasaki. The town of Kurchatov in now independent Kazakhstan was the heart of the Soviet Union's nuclear weapons program, but the location didn't appear on any maps.
Это было сверхсекретно от всех. Конечно, главная цель была, чтобы империалистические враги не узнали, чем занимаются тут ученые. Ну, а чтобы враги не узнали, и свои не должны знать.
This museum at the National Nuclear Center in Kurchatov illustrates the history.
Чтобы враги не узнали, и свои не должны знать.
This museum at the National Nuclear Center in Kurchatov illustrates the history of Soviet nuclear experiments. During the first detonation in 1949, aircraft, military equipment, and more than 1,500 live animals were placed on the testing grounds to assess the damage they incurred. Cameras housed in concrete buildings recorded the destructive power of the blast, which exceeded Soviet engineers' expectations.
So is that how they did it?
But there were other witnesses to the tests as well. The local residents who had no idea of the risks involved.
Взрывы производились в атмосфере и замерялись, как это, влияет на человеческий организм. То есть подопытные кролики.
School teacher Bolatbek Baltapek, who lives just outside the test site, remembers being asked to leave his house ahead of the regular nuclear explosions nearby. He says that residents used to dress up to go watch the growing mushroom clouds.
Biz sol vaqtda әке-шешемізбен бірге сол далаға шығып тұрамыз. Сол белгілі бір уақытта жер дірілдей жөнеледі. Бірақ сіздер алыстан ғана естисіздер. Сіздерге мысалы телевизордан атылып тұрған нені көрсетеді, бітті ар жағында сізде не болады оның астында біз жүріп жатырмыз мына қазан жанып жатса соның жанында біз оттың жанында жүрген адамдармыз шыбындар сияқты бізді адам басқа адамдар мүмкін үлкен саясаткерлер шыбын сияқты көреді біз адамбыз ғой бірақ солар сияқты.
For the next 4 decades, the Soviet Union detonated at least 456 nuclear bombs at the Semipalatinsk site. The site was officially closed on August the 29th, 1991, exactly 42 years after the first test.
Советский Союз, ничуть не стесняясь, на собственном населении испытывал последствия ядерного оружия. И тогда вот возникло понимание того, чем пришлось заплатить за эту общесоветскую национальную гордость, что у нас тоже есть ядерная дубинка, такая же, как у Америки.
Today, Kazakhstan refers to its Soviet nuclear history with the slogan, "From national tragedy to national pride." The country played a central role in a major military achievement for the Soviet Union and is now using the research facility to develop its own civilian nuclear technology. But many Kazakhs believe the exposure to the nuclear fallout from those tests has left a toxic legacy that should never be forgotten.
We'll go over those two later on. There are two things we'll discuss. One we'll go over later on, and another you'll have to click the annotation button to see. If you saw it, that is. If you noticed it, that was it. All right, let's continue. The RDS-37 Soviet hydrogen bomb test in 1955. That's not the Tsar Bomba, is it?
Мы наблюдали это с расстояния 70 километров. Какое-то количество людей находилось ближе. Одного солдата, находившегося в канаве, засыпало песком, и один солдат погиб. В одном из близлежащих сел население было все выведено из зданий.
If you could help me, I couldn't understand that, so if you could translate that for me into English, I would greatly appreciate it.
Так взрыв выглядел из города Курчатова, центра Семипалатинского полигона. Ослепительная вспышка и ударная волна сотрясли город. В домах вылетели все стекла. Это кадры из фильма, который был снят специально для показа руководству страны. Текст, естественно, читал Левитан.
Вернемся в городок полигона. Сейчас и сюда подойдет ударная волна. Вы видите группу людей, стоящих на дороге? Находясь далеко от места взрыва, они чувствуют себя спокойно. Но за это благодушие им придется поплатиться.
There's the shockwave. Top 5 countries with the most powerful nuclear explosions. That could be a good video too, but you'll have to look at that at another time because we're continuing on.
Thanks to Dollar Shave Club for sponsoring this video. Go to dollarshaveclub.com/geographics to get your starter set for just $5.
Graphics. History, one place at a time.
On October the 30th, 1961, the Soviet Union delivered perhaps the spookiest Halloween treat in history. 10 kilometers above the frozen uninhabited island of Seveny, a Tu-95 piloted by Andrei Janovstev dropped a single bomb. Weighing approximately 27 tons, the device fell for 1 minute before detonating 4,000 meters above Mityushika Bay. What followed was the biggest man-made blast in history. The bomb exploded with a force 1,500 times greater than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. In a split second, a fireball 8 kilometers across winked into existence before transforming into a mushroom cloud that reached the edge of space. The flash was visible a staggering 1,000 kilometers distant. It said that the explosion was 10 times greater than that of every single munition deployed in World War II combined. But what possessed the Soviets to build the Tsar bomber, and how did they come to choose obscure Seveny as their proving grounds? Well, in this video, we're exploring the history of both Seveny Island and the Tsar bomber, the most powerful nuke in history.
A land of ice and fire.
If you were to head northeast from Moscow across the frozen tundra and keep going for almost 2,000 kilometers, you'd eventually come to the Petroris Sea. Crossing this cold and icy sea, you'd land at last on a chain of 2 desolate islands, together stretching over 1,000 kilometers north.
Like
known as Novaya Zemlya, these 2 islands are the textbook definition of inhospitable, lands of stark mountains, raging seas, and endless fields of ice. At the very northern end, the second island has temperatures that consistently hover around minus 16 degrees Celsius. Most days, its shores are lost in fog. On clear days, they're scoured by freezing winds. The name of this beautiful, miserable, godforsaken place is Seveny. Today, it's famous for its wildlife, like Arctic foxes and polar bears. But in the middle of the last century, Seveny was infamous for something else. It's here, some 6 decades ago, that Soviet scientists tested the Tsar bomber, the biggest superweapon mankind has ever seen. But the history of Seveny itself starts far earlier. First documented in the medieval times, Seveny is so remote and uninviting that nobody even bothered to explore it until the 18th century. Even then, they didn't settle it. That's how inhospitable this island is. Even dudes who grew up in 1700s Siberia were like, you know what? That one's for the polar bears. In fact, Seveny's remoteness was so great that no one could even say for certain that it belonged to Russia. In the 19th century, Norway began sending vessels sniffing around, trying to see if they couldn't swipe it. It was thanks to this that Seveny got its first permanent population. In the 1870s, Moscow decided to deter Norway by colonizing the island. This being Imperial Russia, they didn't ask for volunteers, but instead rounded up a bunch of indigenous Nenets people, dumped them on Seveny, and told them to just get on with it. And this is how Seveny came to house a few hundred people surviving by hunting and fishing. But while those Nenets people would be able to survive Seveny's harsh climate, their dislocated culture wouldn't survive the next great plan that Moscow had for them. Over the next few decades, the world away from the island changed beyond recognition. In Moscow, the Tsar was overthrown, only to eventually be replaced by a new kind of Tsar, a walrus-mustachioed leader who imprisoned and executed more than the Tsar could have ever dreamed of. Known as Joseph Stalin, it was under his watch that the USSR was eventually dragged into World War II. And it was thanks to the endgame of this global war that Seveny's fate was sealed. On July the 16th, 1945, at exactly 5:29 a.m., a bright red fireball appeared in the sky above the deserts of New Mexico. The Trinity test was the first ever detonation of a nuclear bomb, the moment American scientists cracked the atom's explosive secrets. Less than a month later, 2 of these superweapons were dropped onto Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The leveling of 2 Japanese cities was an awe-inspiring sight, awe-inspiring in the sense that it really did seem to evoke an enraged Old Testament god. Naturally, Tsar Walrus Chops wanted a piece of that action. Barely was World War II over than Stalin was tasking his sadistic right-hand man, Lavrentiy Beria, with building a bomb to rival Washington's new weapon. As work got underway, Beria visited the Lebedev Institute at the Soviet Academy of Sciences. There, he asked the nuclear physics team for volunteers. Of course, this being Beria asking for volunteers, it basically meant that you had to go, or you would be dragged into a freezing Moscow courtyard and shot in the head. So, when Beria suggested to physicist Igor Tamm that he join the new weapons program, well, you can bet your ass that Tamm said, "Da!" But Tamm didn't go alone. At the last moment, he asked his doctoral student, Andrei D. Sakharov, to accompany him. It would be this decision that led to 70's apocalypse.
The scientist and the bomb.
Like many great scientists, Andrei Sakharov started his life in relative anonymity. Born in Moscow on May 21st, 1921, he was the son of a physics teacher who encouraged his interest in science. In fact, saying his dad encouraged him might be a bit of an understatement here. Sakharov's father delighted in nothing more than seeing his son run homemade experiments while other kids were outside playing. By 1938, this science-based childhood had eventually rubbed off. Sakharov enrolled at Moscow University to study physics. Not that he would physically be in Moscow when he graduated, though. In summer 1941, Nazi Germany came steamrolling into the Soviet Union, and Sakharov and his classmates were evacuated to modern-day Turkmenistan. It was in this empty outpost of the USSR that Sakharov got his degree. By then, it was already clear that he was destined for greatness, and he was exempted from military service. Come the end of the war, Sakharov returned to Moscow. There he got a placement under renowned physicist Igor Tamm at the Lebedev Institute. He was still there 2 years later when Beria came sniffing around for those volunteers. By now, it was Churchill had made his famous Iron Curtain speech, and the Truman Doctrine of containing communism was official US policy. That meant money was no object regarding Beria's offer. Sakharov and Tamm would have funding and prestige far beyond their wildest dreams. On the other hand, if they messed up, then it would be straight into one of those freezing Moscow courtyards and then straight into a shallow grave. Luckily, Sakharov was so skilled at nuclear physics that messing up simply wasn't an option. On August 29th, 1949, a mushroom cloud rose into the air above the Semipalatinsk test site in Kazakhstan. It was the USSR's first successful nuclear detonation. With a yield of 22 kilotons, it was equal to anything in the American arsenal. Sakharov was there that day to witness the blast. It's likely he felt a surge of pride watching the fireball light up the sky. What Sakharov couldn't have known was that the Americans were about to go one better. In January 1950, President Harry Truman announced that his nation was working on a new kind of atomic bomb, which he called a hydrogen bomb or a super bomb. In Moscow, Beria was briefed on Truman's speech. Shortly after, another of his offers that you couldn't refuse landed on Sakharov and Tamm's desk. "Hey guys," it basically said, "loved your work on the A-bomb, but how about moving it up a few letters in the alphabet and getting started on the H-bomb, And make it fast, okay? Otherwise I might have to tell old Stalin that we need some new nuclear physicists, Within days, Sakharov had been sent to the Erasmus-16 nuclear facility some 450 kilometers from Moscow to try and crack the riddle of the hydrogen bomb. It was while there that Sakharov made his history-changing breakthrough. Sakharov designed what's been called a layered fission-fusion-fission device, essentially a nuclear bomb in which one layer's chain reaction would ignite another chain reaction in the layer above, and so on until you get the mother of all bangs. Sakharov named his breakthrough idea Sloika, or layer cake. Once it had been perfected, it would be capable of delivering a bomb so big it would dwarf anything the world had ever seen. Named his breakthrough idea Sloika, or layer cake. Once it had been perfected, it would be capable of delivering a bomb so big it would dwarf anything the world had ever seen.
The nuclear race.
The next couple of years would see the world engage in the biggest and most dangerous arms race in history. On October 3rd, 1952, Britain joined the nuclear club with a successful detonation in Australia, taking the number of atomic states to 3. Less than a month later, on November 1st, the US tested its first hydrogen bomb in the Marshall Islands. So far in this video, we've talked about yields in kilotons, with 15 kilotons being the size of the bomb that obliterated Hiroshima. Well, America's Ivy Mike test debuted at a staggering 10.5 megatons. Imagine the insane amount of damage that the Hiroshima bomb did. Now scale it up by roughly 700 times, and you have Ivy Mike. It was simply on another scale, an explosion beyond anything the Soviets could have ever dreamed of. At least, that's what the Americans believed. They didn't know that Andrei Sakharov was already dreaming even bigger than they were. In early 1953, Tam returned to Moscow and Sakharov was made head of the entire Soviet H-bomb project. By now, the scientist was obsessed with cracking the thermonuclear problem. He didn't even need the motivation of Beria breathing down his neck. We know this because the death of Stalin in March and Beria's subsequent fall from grace and execution did not slow Sakharov's work in the slightest. Come summer, he was finally ready. On August 8, 1953, temporary Soviet Premier Georgy Malenkov announced to the world that the US no longer held a monopoly on hydrogen weapons. 4 days later, Sakharov showed them what that meant. The detonation of Joe 4, the disparaging American name the first Soviet hydrogen bomb was given, caused an explosion equivalent to 400,000 tons of TNT. Although this was a mere fraction of what Ivy Mike had achieved, barely a rounding error in American terms, it was still the biggest bomb the Soviets had tested yet. After the mushroom cloud had faded, Sakharov was rewarded with the title Hero of Socialist Labor, the highest civilian award in the USSR. But while the motherland had been impressed with his achievements, the Americans were still light years ahead. In March 1954, the Castle Bravo test blew over Bikini Atoll. A 15-megaton monster, it vaporized 3 whole islands, turned the sky to fire, and made observers a whole 50 kilometers away feel like someone was applying a blowtorch to their faces. It was the biggest bomb Washington would ever detonate. For the Soviets, it was now imperative that they also break the megaton limit. They finally made it a year later. In November 1955, Sakharov traveled to the Semipalatinsk test site to observe the USSR's biggest nuke yet. Flying over the frozen Kazakh steppe, the scientist pondered the view below. The way the dark, turbulent waters of the Irtysh, dotted with 1,000 whirlpools, bore the milky blue ice floes northward, twisting them and crashing them together. Nature was displaying its might, he said later. Compared to it, all man's handiwork seems paltry imitation. But there would be nothing paltry about Sakharov's latest slice of layer cake. On November the 22nd, a 1.5 megaton device was dropped from a plane over Semipalatinsk. When it exploded, a blinding flash bleached the landscape, followed by a shockwave that knocked people off their feet. But while Sakharov's initial feeling on seeing the detonation was one of great achievement, it soon curdled into something much more sour. The force of the bomb had collapsed small buildings across the region. A trench had fallen down on soldiers watching the blast. A crude bomb shelter had collapsed on villagers living nearby, and a hospital roof had caved in on a ward full of patients. The end result was 47 people with serious injuries and 2 dead, a young soldier and a 2-year-old Kazakh girl. It was Sakharov's first encounter with the consequences of such awesome weapons. As he later wrote, "I experienced a fear that this newly released force could slip out of control and lead to unimaginable disasters. The accident reports, and especially the deaths of the little girl and the soldier, heightened my sense of foreboding. I could not escape a feeling of complicity." But there was no time for the scientist to start questioning his commitment to the Soviet nuclear program now. That same year, the Nanets people of Severny Island were all evacuated onto the Russian mainland. Moscow had just chosen the site of its new proving ground. And if I was being evacuated anywhere, I would immediately grab my razor from Dollar Shave Club, because you gotta stay sharp. And I want to tell you a bit about them before we continue with today's video. Dollar Shave Club cover all of your grooming needs: shower, oral care, deodorants, and most importantly, shaving. Now, obviously, I don't shave my beard, but I do shave my head, and that experience has become a whole lot better since I switched to Dollar Shave Club and started using their high-quality blades. Dollar Shave Club sent me their ultimate starter set, which, of course, razor, and the blades. I've got a little table down here. I say it's a table, it's actually a chair. I've got their razor, I've got the extra blades. Also, these three things that come with it. There's the prep scrub. Obviously, you put that on ahead of time. There's the shave butter, which you whip on and then you shave, and I use all of this on my head, remember? And then afterwards, there's the post-shave dew. I rather like the post-shave dew because my head gets a little bit dry sometimes after a shave. Honestly, my head just gets a little bit dry anyway, and this really helps out with that. So, visit dollarshaveclub.com/geographics. You'll get this ultimate shave starter set for only $5, and why not round out your grooming routine by adding any other of their high-quality products? After that, the restock box ships at the regular price, and let's get back to today's video.
Building the bomber.
After Castle Bravo, America had a change of heart. Out went building bigger and bigger nukes, and in came in building smaller bombs that could be placed on highly accurate missiles. But the Soviets hadn't had their Castle Bravo yet. The dream was still to build a bomb bigger than anything the Americans could hope to match. The dream finally came true in July of 1961. Seen through a narrow lens, this might seem like a strange time for the Tsar bomber to be built. Since 1958, the USA, the USSR, and UK had been observing an unofficial moratorium on nuclear testing, albeit one that had been interrupted by the French detonating their first atomic bomb in 1960. But when you look at the wider picture, it suddenly starts to make a lot more sense. In mid-1961, the Bay of Pigs invasion had just happened. The US was busy installing nuclear missiles in Turkey, just over the USSR's border. In a handful of weeks, the Berlin Wall would go up. In short, it was a tense time, one during which Moscow was feeling hemmed in and threatened. Which may be why Khrushchev summoned Sakharov on July the 10th, 1961. At the meeting, he ordered the scientists to start work on the biggest bomb he'd ever built, something that would make Castle Bravo look like a wet fart. There was just one catch. The bomb would have to be ready to test by the end of the 22nd Party Congress. That meant Sakharov had just 16 weeks to design and build a superweapon that would make God himself tremble. If he didn't, well, these were the Khrushchev years. No one got shot in courtyards anymore. But they did lose their jobs. They did get publicly disgraced and driven from their homes. It may have been lenient compared to anything Beria might have done, but it was still enough to make sure Sakharov worked his arse off. The pressure on the scientist must have been immense. But it worked. Before long, Sakharov unveiled the scariest blueprint in history. The big bomb would be another classic slice of layer cake, this time with 3 layers that would seriously interact with one another. When Sakharov's team ran the figures, they calculated their bomb would have a yield of not 1 megaton, not 10 megatons, but 100 megatons. Okay, so some perspective. Remember that Castle Bravo test that vaporized 3 islands? Well, that was 15 megatons, about 1,000 times the size of the Hiroshima bomb. Sakharov's big bomb would be 3,000 times the size of Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. It would dwarf Castle Bravo, a bomb that had burned flesh 50 kilometers from ground zero. In fact, it would be so big that Sakharov worried it might be too big. With an explosion in the 100 megaton range, no one knew what would happen. Sakharov became haunted by visions of the whole of northern Russia being swamped with radiation. At the last minute, with the test day fast approaching, the scientist balked. He had the uranium layers in his Sloika replaced with lead, effectively halving the bomb's yield. It's this smaller version that would become known as the Tsar bomber that would be soon dropped on Seveny. But smaller here's a relative concept. When Sakharov's Tsar bomber blew, it would still be with enough force to shake the entire world.
Detonation day.
On the morning of October the 30th, 1961, a heavy plane took off from Russia's Kola Peninsula near the border regions with Finland. The Tu-95 bomber was piloted by veteran flyer Andrei Durnovstev, but it was unlike any bomber he had flown before. For one, its bomb bay doors had been removed and the plane's outside painted a bright reflective white. For another, strapped to the underside was the biggest bomb the world had ever seen. The Finnish Tsar bomber was an incredible 8 meters long and weighed more than 27 tons. It had a giant parachute attached to it, weighing an additional ton. The plan was that this would slow the bomb's fall, giving Durnovstev time to speed away from the blast. Even so, the flight crew's chance of survival had been calculated as no better than 50%. The 1,000-kilometer flight took the plane over frigid waters. At long last, a strip of barren, frozen land appeared on the horizon. It was the island of Seveny, the Tsar bomber's final target. At slightly past 11:30 a.m. Moscow time, Major Donovstev piloted his Tu-95 over Mityushika Bay. At the height of 10 kilometers, he pressed the release button. Below, the massive Tsar bomber dropped, falling silently as Donovstev sped away. The device fell for almost 1 minute, an angel of death serenely tumbling toward the ground. At 11:32, at precisely 3,940 meters above the island, it detonated. The Tsar bomber explosion was like nothing the world had ever seen. In the barest fraction of a second, a fireball 8 kilometers wide appeared in the sky over Severny. The flash that accompanied it was so bright it could be seen from over 1,000 kilometers away. In an instant, a mushroom cloud 64 kilometers high had formed, 7 times taller than Mount Everest. Its top stretched 100 kilometers from end to end. Within split seconds, the blast was radiating outwards, traveling at incomprehensible speeds across Russia. 55 kilometers away from the hypocenter, the abandoned Nenets village of Severny, named after the island it was built on, was completely obliterated. 100 kilometers away, all animals out in the open had their flesh ignite, searing them with third-degree burns. 160 kilometers away, about the distance from New York City to Philadelphia, wooden buildings were knocked flat, while brick buildings had their roofs swept away. About 250 kilometers away, any living thing that looked directly into the blast suffered serious eye damage. By 700 kilometers away, now about the distance from Manhattan to Quebec City, window panes shattered, spraying people with glass. The shockwave of the Tsar bomber was ultimately felt all the way to Finland. In the air close to ground zero, Andrei Donovstev's plane was almost knocked out of the sky, plummeting 1,000 meters before he managed to regain control. One of the observers on board would later write, "At that moment, our aircraft emerged from between 2 cloud layers, and down below in the gap, a huge bright orange bull was emerging. The bull was powerful and arrogant like Jupiter. Slowly and silently it crept upwards. Having broken through the thick layer of clouds, it kept growing. It seemed to suck the whole of the earth into it. The spectacle was fantastic, unreal, supernatural." The blast wave of the Tsar bomber circled the Earth 3 times. Despite blowing 4 kilometers in the air, it set off seismographs across Russia, registering as a 5-scale quake. It was simply one of the biggest bangs in history. When Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980, it was roughly half the size of the Tsar bomber. The detonation knocked out all radio communication over northern Russia for the best part of an hour. By the time it was re-established, the entire world was aware of what had happened. The Soviets had just detonated the biggest nuke in history, and now the world was determined to make sure that it never happened again.
Aftermath.
One of the interesting things about the Tsar bomber is that despite its raw power, it was effectively useless. Such a destructive bomb was far too big to be loaded onto a missile. Any bomber it was attached to would be moving so slowly that it wouldn't even make it to Western Europe, let alone America, before being shot down. It was a propaganda event, pure and simple. A way for Khrushchev to allow himself a sly little smile anytime the Americans mentioned Castle Bravo. But in the 1960s, no one saw it this way. The outrage the Tsar bomber generated was probably almost as explosive as the Tsar bomber itself. The test was too powerful. At this size, scientists were messing with forces so far beyond their control that a single slip might irradiate an entire hemisphere. Along with lingering memories of Castle Bravo, it was outrage at the Tsar bomber that helped push through the Atmospheric Test Ban Treaty in 1963, driving nuclear weapons tests underground. Even then, no one would ever test anything of comparable size again. Interestingly, one of those driven to action in the wake of the Severny test was Andrei Sakharov. Faced with the awesome power of the bomb and knowing it could have been twice as big, the nuclear physicist had his Oppenheimer moment. But while Oppenheimer merely felt in his soul the awful godlike power of his work, Sakharov became determined to do something about it. Starting in 1963, he began to agitate for a full-on ban on nuclear weapons. Eventually, he got so vocal that he was removed from his position. When that didn't work, the USSR relocated him to a remote, miserable town in the middle of nowhere and hounded him day and night. Sakharov was only allowed to finally return to Moscow in the mid-1980s as part of Gorbachev's thaw. He died on December 14th, 1989. His goal of a world without nuclear weapons still just a distant dream. And so what about Seveny itself? Is it now a radioactive wasteland, a Chernobyl of the frozen north? Well, no, not at all. Despite being really, really big, the Tsar bomber was one of the cleanest ever detonations, leaving very little radioactive material behind. Yes, Seveny remains uninhabited. The Nenets people never returned to their destroyed village. The only signs of life today are a Russian military base and a weather station. Oh, and the occasional tourists who come to hike in the beautiful remote wastes of Seveny's National Park. But while the physical evidence of the Tsar bomber may be gone, its memories still linger. Although it would seem unbelievable to someone standing on Seveny now, it was here, at this very place, that mankind came closest to building a superweapon to rival God. In a single flash of light, he showed once and for all our abilities to annihilate ourselves, to end all life, with just the push of a button. It's a terrifying power, and the worst part is we still have it. It's estimated that there are still roughly 14,000 nukes in existence around the world today. None of them may be capable of a 50-megaton blast, but they are all still incredibly destructive. It's chilling to think that the era of nuclear explosions may not be over, that in 10, 50, even 100 years, our descendants may be looking back on a bomb so big it could make even the Tsar bomber seem small. The story in today's video may be finished, but the story of humanity's weapons of mass destruction will never likely end. All we can do is repeat the prayer that Andrei Sakharov once offered after seeing his first H-bomb test. May all of our devices explode as successfully as today's, but always over test sites and never over cities. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do smash that thumbs up button below and do not forget to subscribe, and also support this channel by supporting one of our fantastic sponsors, Blinkist, who I'm linking to below. And thank you for watching.
Maybe that might make a good movie to show, to motivate people to take action, not take action against nuclear testing. And that's the end of chapter 5. I'll be right back, folks. I gotta do something real quick. So BRB. Okay, I'm back, folks, and where were we? Oh yeah. We finished chapter 5. Now we're going on to chapter 6. Wait, is that right?
I've got.
Yeah, chapter 6. Castle Secrets from Trinity and Beyond.
Uncomfortable truth for all you traders out there.
So here we go.
If you're not finding success in the market, it's largely your own fault. See,
it'd be easier to understand this if it had audio, you know. Super effective handbook. This must be Bikini Atoll. That must be the bomb right there. Whoa, there goes the explosion of the atom bomb. I know that's awful sound effects, but I'm trying to improvise here. Since there's no audio here, this video has to be from Atom Central. Most of the videos there don't even have audio. There comes the shockwave. Ooh. That scene looks familiar. I think it was from Godzilla Robert Roland Emmerich's version of Godzilla. You know, I put that audio on the Godzilla Roland Emmerich atomic sequence, but I'm worried about getting copyright infringement. I hope you understand what. I hope you understand. Castle Bravo, February 28, 1954, 15 megatons, largest U.S. nuclear thermal device. Woo! Is that all the damage it did? Dang. H-test a close squeal for Marshall Islanders. Squeak for 64 Islanders dusted by ashes alive. Oh dang. Look at that. Testing radiation everywhere. Dang. Bravo crater. Diameter 1.12 miles, 1.8 kilometers. 1.2 miles. I mean 1.2 miles.
The blind
End of chapter 6. Now we go on to chapter 7. Nuclear missile tests and fail. Test successes and fails during the Cold War. There we go.
The blinding burst of light from a nuclear detonation follows, yet it quickly fades into an unexpectedly small mushroom cloud. The recording comes from the 1956 UMA test conducted during Operation Red Wing. The goal of the test was to show the potential of a boosted fusion bomb design meant to fit inside an air-to-air missile. It is the only public video documenting a nuclear fizzle. The failed nuclear blast was nevertheless equivalent to nearly 200 tons of TNT that could wipe out anything in a mile radius.
Dark footage. Operation Red Wing. Oh, he said it.
Operation Red Wing was the second series of tests conducted by the United States to evaluate the performance of distinct thermonuclear weapon designs and ideas. The first series of tests were conducted under Operation Castle and focused on conservative designs of first-generation heavy atomic bombs. The second series was more experimental since it tested for innovation in nuclear warfare, particularly in terms of creating more portable maximum yield weapons. One consideration the U.S. Army had to make before conducting Operation Red Wing was the controversy surrounding the consequences of the first series of nuclear tests. These were unintentional but still profoundly disruptive to the people of the Marshall Islands. While conducting the tests, tons of radioactive material from mostly fission reactions was released into the atmosphere. Some islanders suffered from radiation burns or medical issues that developed later. Operation Castle was expected to release 23 megatons of nuclear energy in total, but instead, around 48.2 megatons were released. To limit any bad press that the operation could potentially receive in the following years, and as a way to keep those involved safe, an energy budget was introduced. It stipulated limits for different types of detonations and capped the collective nuclear yield to 20 megatons. This decision was internally unpopular and led to conflicts between the two laboratories involved, Los Alamos Laboratory and the University of California Radiation Laboratory. As a direct result, several of the highly explosive designs had to be adapted, and there was an increase in the number of so-called clean megaton class devices. As a way to monitor the radiation from the tests and the explosive yield of each device, the Bikini and Eniwetok atolls were both used as test sites. More innovation resulted from the decision, and several new concepts were tested. Among the most notable introductions were three-stage thermonuclear systems and the first American air-deliverable thermonuclear weapon, Cherokee, as well as several air defense bombs. All the tests were named after Native American tribes, with the University of California Radiation Laboratory devices named after birds or musical instruments. After the tests were conducted, the chairman of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, Lewis L. Strauss, released a statement claiming that the operation had been conducted with, quote, maximum effect in the immediate area of a target with minimum widespread fallout hazard, which he hoped could play a part not only in the development of nuclear technology, but in keeping considerations for minimal civilian-affecting attacks. This priority has rarely been considered by proponents of nuclear arms, who instead view their potential for mass destruction as part of their appeal. The UNGA device. Scientists had to work with the restrictions placed on Operation Red Wing. Designing nuclear weapons presents the challenge of a trade-off when talking about compacting bombs. The smaller the bomb, the lower the yield will usually be. For example, a small 5-inch by 24.5-inch linear implosion device will weigh 100 pounds and only explode with a force of 0.19 of a kiloton. This was the case proven by the SWIFT device, which exploded for the UNGA test in May of 1956. Using a compact linear implosion device has only resulted in a maximum yield of 2 kilotons, which was estimated during the creation of the W-82-1 artillery shell by Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. The concept was not tested, however, and the W-82-1 was cancelled at the end of the Cold War. The UNGA test was intended to work as a boosted fission weapon. This is a type of bomb that uses a little bit of fusion to fuel an increased rate that then causes a fission reaction. Such a method was desired to create a warhead small enough to put in an air-to-air missile used for air defense. Livermore developed the SWIFT device, which was shot for the UNGA test. It is the American nuclear device with the smallest diameter known to date, with only 5 inches in diameter to a length of 24.5 inches. The SWIFT is still remarkably small when compared to modern compact technologies. While the explosion yielded the equivalent of 190 tons of TNT, it was designed to have a far greater yield. The problem with the device lay in the failure of the boosted component, resulting in a fizzled-out explosion. While the test failed to prove the SWIFT device as an effective addition to air-to-air missiles, it did allegedly inspire the W-48 design. The W-48 nuclear artillery shell was developed as a small-diameter linear implosion fission device. It could be fired by any regular 155mm howitzer, itself a mix of a cannon and mortar. The device was only 6.1 inches in diameter to a length of 33.3 inches, just enough to blast the enemy with tiny nuclear shells. Its model, Mod 0, weighed 118 pounds, while the Mod 1 weighed 128 pounds. Both devices had a reported yield of 72 tons of TNT, smaller than most nuclear weapons and less powerful than the SWIFT. Production began in 1963, and the shells were in service until 1992. Air-to-air nuclear missiles. The UNGA shot was a disappointment for the US military and the scientists involved. Despite the failure of this original attempt, the first air-to-air missile nuclear weapon was developed in 1957 by the Douglas Aircraft Company under the name MB-1, which was later changed to Air-2 Genie. While the missile has never been actually used on a target, it was detonated on July 19, 1957 as part of Operation Plum Bomb. Air Force Captain Eric William Hutchison piloted, and Captain Alfred C. Barbie operated the radio while flying on an F-89J above the Nevada test site. They shot the MB-1 successfully. The test was conducted at an altitude between 18,500 and 20,000 feet, with 5 volunteers standing below the blast in order to prove it was safe to use over a city or otherwise densely populated area. Indeed, they were perfectly healthy after the blast.
Thank you for this. Look at at that. This house paint was supposed to stop a nuclear bomb. RAF tornado flying with top down. These two videos could be interesting, but we're not going to look at them. So let's continue on. I guess that was success. I guess. Now here's the failure. Here comes the failure.
Team City will level up your continuous integration. Build, test, and deploy new features faster with full visibility into your pipelines. Clear out the complexity. Build your next project.
5 epic nuclear test fails caught on film. And I think some of them might involve missiles. I could be wrong. And if I am, this chapter is getting renamed. Bluegill Prime. Part of Operation Fishbowl, Bluegill Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted from Johnston Island in the Pacific Ocean. The July 25, 1962 test failed spectacularly when the Thor ballistic missile carrying the bomb suffered a stuck valve, causing it to lose thrust and spill fuel into the searing thrust chamber, where it ignited and engulfed the missile in flames. Military officers immediately sent a command to destruct, splitting the rocket in two to prevent a nuclear explosion, which also ruptured both of the rocket's fuel tanks, exacerbating the fire and severely damaged the launch pad. Although the nuclear warhead did not explode, some radioactive material from its core contaminated Johnston Island. A hasty effort by the military was made to clean the atoll, and the contaminated soil was scraped and dumped into a lagoon. But only 2 years later, the radioactive sediment was added back when it was used as landfill to expand Johnston Island. Bainberry. After the 1963 particle test ban treaty banned from above-ground nuclear explosions, many countries took detonations underground. In one such test at the Nevada test site on December 18, 1970, that would come to be known as the Bainberry incident. The military detonated a 10-kiloton nuke 850 feet to 260 meters underground. That kiloton nuke, 850 feet, 260 meter underground. That was not contained. As it ruptured, the Earth and vented radioactive material into the air. The giant mushroom cloud could be seen as far away as Las Vegas. The radioactive particles rained down across several surrounding states. The test site and subsequent nuclear tests were shut down while authorities investigated the cause of the accident. Eventually attributing it to abnormal high water content in the medium surrounding the detonation point. Red Wing UMA. The United States Operation Red Wing was a series of 17 nuclear weapons tests in 1956 named after Native American tribes. Designed to test second-generation thermonuclear weapons, or H-bombs. At only 5-inch, 130mm in diameter, and 96 pounds, 44 kilograms, UMA was the smallest and lightest nuclear warheads tested, and was intended to fit on an air-to-air missile. UMA was also the first test of the boosted fusion technology used to miniaturize and increase the yields of the bomb, whereby a smaller initial fusion blast triggers an immense fusion reaction. Triggers an immense fission reaction that brings the utter devastation associated with nuclear weapons. But when UMA was dropped on the Pacific island of Auma on May 27th, the initial blast failed to detonate the second reaction. Known as a fizzle, the tiny nuclear blast seen in the video was only 190 tons, or about 1.2% of the force of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. But only 1 year later, the military succeeded in developing an air-to-air nuke, creating the Air 2 Genie that would remain in service until 1985. Castle Bravo. Castle Bravo was the first of several tests of a brand new series of high-yield thermonuclear weapons. Conducted by the U.S. military in the Marshall Islands. The detonation on March 1st, 1954, seen here, was the first atmospheric test of a lithium deuterium-fueled nuke. Nuclear engineers expected the bomb would yield a 6 megaton blast and were astonished when it was 2.5 times that at 15 megatons, accidentally becoming the most powerful nuclear explosion the United States has ever detonated to date. And sending a giant mushroom cloud nearly 22 miles, 35... Hey, it wasn't finished yet. 35 kilometers into the air. The unexpected high yield spread dangerous levels of radioactivity over 7,000 square miles. 18,000 square kilometers. According to the local 5-hour after detonation, it began to rain a radioactive fine white powder. And the children played in the snow. They ate it. The blast left a crater 250 feet, 76 meters deep, and over 1 mile. 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers wide. And radioactive material spread as far as Europe, India, and the mainland US. Upshot Knothole Roof. Operation Upshot Knothole was a series of 1953 nuclear tests in the Nevada Proving Ground. That included the first test of a device known as Hydride 1, a fission bomb fueled by enriched uranium hydride. The roof shot was sent to produce a lower yield than other thermonuclear weapons, but also used more efficient fissile material. Even though it produced the slow-motion fireball seen here, the test ultimately failed and fizzled. Resulting in a small 22-ton yield, a small fraction of its predicted 1.5 to 3 kiloton blast. Embarrassingly, only the top third of the 300 feet, 91 meter tower from which the weapon was detonated was vaporized. And the remainder is seen here, still standing. Though a total failure, roof contributed to very little fallout and contamination to the surrounding environment. Operation Upshot Knothole as a whole, however, dosed the more than 20,000 soldiers with dangerous levels of radiation. Subscribe. Thank you, Dark Vibe. Dark Docs from Dark Vibe. Now we're done with end of chapter 7. Now we go on to chapter 8. Intense footage of fake towns used for 1950s nuclear tests. Remember when I mentioned that? I mentioned about the nuclear tests on fake towns? We're going to take a closer look at that now.
This house was 6,000 feet from ground zero. Other homes that were closer were incinerated.
Everybody has seen that very famous footage of the houses just imploding and then exploding out. What happens first is that it gets hit by the heat, and so it blistered almost all of the paint. When you look on the back side of the house, you can still see some remnants of the paint. It ripped all the gutters off of the house. The chimney here was shifted about 6 inches. The blinds that were on the windows were all blown out. But otherwise, this house withstood the blast pressures and the heat from the nuclear test.
The Apple II bomb was placed in a tower 1,500 feet above the ground, so the resulting fireball wouldn't destroy monitoring equipment. Technicians built small towns within the blast zone. Shops, gas stations, dozens of homes made of brick and wood. They called the small cities doom towns.
Here, just before dawn, for the first time in our history, American homes will be exposed to atomic blast. Today, Main Street of every American city and town.
We had all kinds of houses built, grocery stores, we had the electrical systems.
Single-story homes, two-story homes, wooden, brick, block, and so on. Different distances from the ground zero to see what the effects would be from the blast and the heat.
Inside the buildings, workers positioned entire families of mannequins who silently waited for the explosions to come.
Let's see what would happen to a normal, average family.
We had mannequins with all different types of clothing on, wool, cotton, rayon, nylon. The mannequins had a house that was roughly 5,000 feet away. I had them sitting at the kitchen table. We had a lean-to in the basement.
The mannequins became some of the most famous participants of the tests.
Those mannequins that had radiation content, they never got them back, but the rest of them that didn't, they took them back. What they did with them, I don't know.
Scenes typical of the American family at home. First floor living room. Children at play, unaware of approaching disaster.
I still don't know how they filmed this. Filmed this archival footage and all. Pretty amazing. And that was from
homes that zero.
And that was from A-bombs over Nevada. And that was the end of chapter 8. Next is chapter 9. But first,
a word from our sponsor.
Welcome back, everybody. Ah, dang. No, never mind. Welcome. Now, did you enjoy the commercial break? Well, I hope you did. Well, I hope you did. Because now we're moving on to chapter 9. According. Now we're gonna. Now. Now in that video, now in this video here, it's gonna nuclear test. They're doing a nuclear test on animals, mainly pigs. Might be a little graphic. I don't know. So And don't tell anyone where I got the footage. Actually, I'm not going to reveal to you how I got the footage. Okay? Okay? So chapter 9, nuclear tests on animals. Pigs. So 1 minute and 44 video. And this is official use only, to be shown to authorized personnel only. I don't know if I qualify, but you get the idea. And I don't know if you either, so you get the idea. Don't tell anyone where I got the video, okay? Alright, let's get to it. Real pigs.
For nearly 50 years, the United States has been conducting a bizarre series of atomic tests. The strangest test that isn't still a secret is the pig test, codenamed Priscilla. To determine the effects of an atomic blast on human skin, the Army bought 700 pigs and designed special uniforms for them. The pigs were tied in raised pens and subjected to the heat, radiation, and blast of an atomic bomb.
I don't know whether to qualify this as cruel or what. You tell me what you think. Oh. I know. Apple II. I think it's understandable why they did it. Snowball. Gravel, because mannequins aren't exactly made of human skin. Gravel.
The pig test was written off as a failure. Unlike people, the pigs managed to survive with third-degree burns over 80% of their bodies.
You have to protect your applications, and that's not always easy. F5 can help.
Okay, end of chapter 9. Now we're going on to chapter 10. And for the record, they actually did, the government actually did do nuclear tests on humans. So this chapter is nuclear tests on humans. Probably not looking forward to this. So, and if you see an atomic veteran, say thank you for doing this, but be careful so you don't I don't know how contagious. I don't know if radiation poisoning is contagious or how or what. So just be careful, okay? Now let's get to it.
From 1951 to...
This is from the Atomic Age Declassified filming the bomb.
From 1951 to 1957, multiple tests under the codename Desert Rock attempt to prepare troops to fight this new kind of war. Boots on the ground of an atomic battlefield. Camera crews capture troops piling into trenches just a few thousand yards from ground zero and turn the footage into training films. In 1953, there's still a lot they don't know, especially about the effects of radiation poisoning.
I thought they knew a lot.
For thousands of troops, the Desert Rock detonations are the ultimate leap of faith. Stationed in trenches right out of World War I, waiting for hours in the Nevada sun for the inevitable countdown to Armageddon. The stage is set for the Desert Rock atomic test in Nevada.
Down and stay down.
They could have at least worn nuclear protection. 3, 2, 1. Suits. just stay down till after the shockwave.
Training films made from operations like this prepare troops for both the military tactics and emotional impact of fighting on an atomic battlefield.
The biggest value of the operation is for us to prove to ourselves that it can be done and find any weak points in the training.
Even as the effects of radiation become a subject of concern and study, it would still be years before its full impact is understood.
As they enter the blast area, within an hour after the detonation, they realize the danger of radiation sickness from an air burst is slight.
There are early episodes in which radioactive fallout is dismissed as not a major health concern, something that could be handled very easily.
A thorough head-to-foot examination will reveal any accumulation of radioactive material. Vigorous sweeping with a broom removes contaminated dust and dirt from shoes and clothing.
In the end, Desert Rock is comprised of 5 different test operations, each with multiple detonations, 69 in all. More than 50,000 troops participate. Guinea pigs in America's new atomic age.
As Exercise Desert Rock is concluded, initial reactions are: it is possible to utilize an atomic weapon in close support of ground troops in those cases where the conditions surrounding its use are carefully considered.
Personally, I hope A, they volunteered and weren't forced into this, and B, they were told everything, the risks they were getting themselves into, the risks of this. The risks of doing this. Personally, I would have those soldiers only do it once, then they're done. And I would have only had them do it by volunteering, and have them explain everything from A to Z, so they know what they're getting themselves into. That's just me. Dictators don't usually tell them everything and usually don't let them volunteer. They usually force them into it. So let's continue. Terrifying, a dwarf crocodile holds his breath until it's time to attack. Seems like a good video, but it's not exactly, you know. Well, let's move on. Now here's a color footage of soldiers being exposed to high levels of radiation. This film is from Prelinger Archives, San Francisco, www.prelinger.com. I hope you got that. So now let's continue. Is this another video with no audio? Sheesh. These gives time to talk. Although the quality is poor. And I mean when it goes to fade in and out. Did that say Stalin? Talk means trouble, don't talk. Talk about if you get it. If you get your information here, leave it here. They should be informed about what they're getting themselves into. I mean seriously. They're about to expose their bodies to radiation. They should at least tell them if they told them. I could be wrong and they did tell them. But you tell me. Did they tell them? Or did they not tell them at all? It was airdrop. It was not... Did you see that? Airdrop, right there. That has to be the plane with the bomb. Man, I'd be scared if I was one of them. If I was one of them. There's the plane. Movies about about the horrifying effects of the atomic bombs. That might be a good way to encourage more people to join the anti-nuclear organizations, grassroots, or whatever. That's a dummy? Wait, was that it? Yeah, that was it. That flash, that was the bomb. Ooh. I'd probably no offense, but I'd probably if I knew the effects of radiation poison, I'd probably be shitting in my pants. That's how scared I'd be about this, doing this. Or at least wear a radiation-proof suit. Just too bad our bodies aren't immune to radiation like some people. Now, if there was a person that was immune to radiation, that would be a superpower in a big way. And I mean immune in every way, shape, and form, except but maybe not by direct hit. Oh, is that the cloud? Is that the atomic cloud? That's all the damage. Whoa, that's an Abrams tank, right? Are those the dummies? Oof. I was just thinking about being part of this, just making my heart race. Dang, look at all that damage. Did that thing actually survive intact? That didn't, though. Well, that one landed upside down. That probably survived intact if that was part of the blast. Oh, that didn't, though. I just wish I understood what was going on, but what was going on. Because I can't. Because there's no audio. Oh, there goes another blast. Oh, I thought it would be closer, but this one, that was a little farther away than a little farther away. Or a little, or bigger, closer or bigger, anyway. Anyway. That's the test. Maybe that's the thing, that's the whole video, the whole thing. I can only imagine what those guys went. I wonder if how many of those ingenious men who are the people of America? Great education video for teaching teenage boys about the birds and the bee. I bet the birds and the bees. Anyway, they'll watch those videos you could see on your own time. Anyway, remember, if you see a veteran who is part of the atomic tests, be sure to thank him for what he put. Be sure to thank him. Be sure to thank him for what. Be sure to thank him for you know. Be sure to thank him for doing this for all of us. Now, hang on. I'm gonna take a. Now hold on. I'm gonna make a quick check to make sure if radiation poisoning is contagious. Let's see. Oh, good. Okay, I got something here. Okay, I found something. Okay. Is radiation contagious? These passengers at the airport, for example, I'm reading an article. These passengers at the airport, for example, can they contaminate other people with radiation? And here's something. Like, radiation is not contagious, not in the usual sense that one can catch certain diseases by being exposed to someone with the illness. The risk that members of the public in Japan that were exposed to elevated levels of radiation would pose any risk upon arrival in the U.S. is really negligible. The deployment of radiation detectors in airports, ports, etc. is not aimed at this, but at preventing people from it's not aimed at this, but at preventing people from purposely carrying with them radioactive materials, which could then expose those around them to radiation or to make so-called dirty bombs. So now you know. Radiation poison is not contagious, which is a huge relief for me. Woo! So don't treat them like, ew, you're dirty, get away from me. No, if you can't, try to thank him and even do it like a, you know, arm fist bump, and maybe even shake his hand if you have the courage, or even salute him. Just be sure to thank the veteran, the atomic veteran, for for putting his own health at risk just for this. All right, let's continue. The end. I wish I could show the video. No, I was just reading the text from the video. This isn't the real end to this video, but that video.
Looking for the best music for your videos? Then
Now we're moving. Now we're moving on. Now end of chapter 10. Now we're moving on to chapter 11. We're going to take a look at underground nuclear testing. Footage of it, how it works, the aftermath. What's scary about it? I think everything. Well, almost everything, I think. But anyway, let's get started. Tom Bomb channel. The Tom Bomb channel. YouTube. Underground nuclear tests.
10, 9,
www.youtube.com/adam3196.
4, 3, 2.
Check out that YouTube channel when you get the chance. Window one, right there. If you can read it, you might have to go full screen to see it. Anyway, let's continue.
9, 8, 7, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, call me stupid, call me dumb and dramatic, but I'm gonna do it this way.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0 time.
Goes. Where's the explosion? Where's the crater?
10 seconds to collapse.
Now, just for the record, these were trying to use for peaceful purposes. They thought here we go, there it goes. They thought an atom bomb could be used. They thought a nuclear bomb could be used for a peaceful purpose for
10,
underground.
9, 8, 7.
Oh, this is
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0 time.
This was all done in the 1980s. Of course, we don't know what country they're being doing in.
10 seconds to collapse.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Wow, 2 seconds. That was less. That was more like 8 seconds. – 1964, the first man-made tsunami ever recorded in history. You'll have to check that out on your own time, probably. Or maybe it's already on the playlist, I don't know. But we'll see as we go by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0 time.
Ten seconds to collapse.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I almost got on the money this time. There goes. These are they're
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0 time.
Woo! See that? Didn't need a countdown for that. You could see the you could see the explosion. You saw it as exploded.
10 seconds to collapse.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, I got on the money this time. Whew. It really takes. Here's more. Now this doesn't. Now since even though it's at sea, check out the Central Nuclear at YouTube. Check out www.youtube.com/the Central Nuclear to see this. I think that's where this video's from. Yeah. So let's get started with it. There we go. Now normally this is at sea, but it's underground, so it belongs in the underground category. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Whew. Whoa. You know, I don't know, but maybe something like that could actually help lower the sea level in times of climate change and rising sea levels, if you know what I mean. But I just wish it could be done on that kind of a scale, but without the radiation, minus the radiation. You already got enough radiation in the atmosphere. Especially in the ocean, especially from the Fukushima plant. I'm almost scared to swim in the ocean. I
appreciate the boat.
Ugh. Hate this man. There we go. Oh, here's one. Here's one in North Korea. Now, if any North Koreans watching this video, you better be thinking. I think you better be thanking Japan for giving you the bomb, especially instructions on how to do the bomb. But I'll explain that. But I'll explain how that's possible in another video, not this one. Probably on September 26th. The Anti-Nuclear Weapons Day. Alrighty, let's go on.
This was a journey to one of the most secretive places on Earth. We started in Wonsan, on North Korea's east coast. The 14 carriages of this train staffed by soldiers of the Korean People's Army. Ahead, a 400-kilometer journey north into the mountains.
Welcome aboard.
Government minders escorted us at all times. All the window blinds were pulled shut and we were ordered not to open them. But we filmed some of this rarely seen countryside on our way. Our train was bound for Punggye-ri, the heart of North Korea's nuclear weapons program. No journalist had ever seen it. Sky News was the only UK broadcaster invited.
And I'm surprised you guys didn't get caught. No, I know if I have to go in there, I would definitely be obeying the rules, all of them. Trust me. Trust me. North Korean jail is worse than. Trust me, the jails in North Korea are so bad. They make the other bad ones around the world look better compared to this. The problem, I want to share you that kind of video, but the problem is how. There's no. So I wanted to create a special day called International Prison Reform Day. I just want to know how to create it. If you got ideas for how to do that or what day it should be on, please let me know. All right? All right, continuing on.
11 hours later, travelling through the night, we arrived at Jaedok-ri, a small station near the test site. We'd been invited to watch Punggye-ri be destroyed. It was meant to be a gesture of goodwill ahead of the US-North Korean summit. That gesture was spurned by President Donald Trump, the talks cancelled. At this point, neither we nor the North Koreans knew that was coming. Punggye-ri. The North Koreans have detonated 6 nuclear weapons to date since 2006, all of them in tunnels underneath these mountains. We've driven for an hour and a half to get here. We weren't allowed to take pictures on the way. They deleted some of the footage we did take, but this is what we've come here to see. This tunnel has seen 5 nuclear weapons exploded since 2009, and now we're about to go in.
So I guess people who got photographic those kind of special people who got special photographic memory have to be blindfolded, but that's just my guess. Especially some special people who can actually see an image, remember it, then draw it down exactly to detail. I guess those kind of people had to be blindfolded by the North Koreans. Well, that's just my thought. I don't know if they do that, but still.
On the way, they deleted some of the footage we did take, but this is what we've come here to see. This tunnel has seen 5 nuclear weapons exploded since 2009, and now we're about to go in. Those 5 tests include North Korea's biggest to date, only in September last year, thought to be a massive hydrogen bomb 8 times as powerful as the one that destroyed Hiroshima. Inside, the tunnel was ostentatiously wired to explode. This man is the Deputy Director of North Korea's Nuclear Weapons Institute and holds the rank of General. He told us that we'd see 3 tunnels collapse, the entrances sealed and the surrounding buildings destroyed. The wind picked up, so we put on our masks, protection against potentially breathing in particles of radioactive dust. It was a precaution. The North Koreans had confiscated our radiation detecting equipment. Then we hiked up to the purpose-built viewing platform to watch the first dismantlement of the tunnel and its adjoining observation centre.
3, 2, 1.
Woo! Dang! Well, that's a good.
That's the observation tower going up now. We weren't quite sure what to expect, but you can feel the waves, you can feel the dust. It's a big show for us, it's a big show for the world. It's designed to give the impression that North Korea is serious about these negotiations. Officials immediately declared the tunnel completely destroyed and invited us to inspect the debris.
According to the experts, the explosion proved very successful.
This is the wreckage of the observation centre that stood a bit earlier. That's what's left of the North Tunnel, where the North Koreans exploded 5 nuclear warheads. As you can see, there are a lot of journalists around. That's the point. They've invited us to come and have a look at the wreckage rather than experts, rather than weapons inspectors. To my eye, that building looks relatively new. Was it used as an observation centre? It's really hard to tell. The North Korean officers from their nuclear weapons program kept emphasizing that these tunnels were still usable, that they could detonate a bomb within them tomorrow. Instead, they were turning them into tombs. I was told these bags contained plastic explosives.
What was the point?
The detonations came quickly now.
Blast!
Oh, dang!
Several North Koreans I spoke to made the same point. Why do people say this is just for show? Why do they doubt our sincerity? Well, much of this was for show. Log cabins can be rebuilt, tunnels can be excavated, entirely new test sites constructed. North Korea has plenty of mountains. But this is a regime that understands the importance and use of images, both at home and abroad. Our presence here was meticulously filmed for propaganda purposes. North Korea was counting on images like this to keep Donald Trump kind. Instead, just a few hours after this moment, the US president cancelled the talks.
Another reason why I hate Trump.
The rocks were still coming down as they declared Punggye-ri closed. The general said that the dismantling of the site was transparent, that it attested once again to the proactive and peace-loving efforts of North Korea. Excuse me, officer.
In fact, we should be grateful that Trump didn't drag us into a world war. I hate that, man. I would say I would say a bad word, but I already said one, and that's probably enough. Oh, I'm referring to Trump, not him. But
Well, Deputy Director talked about transparency. How can we verify that the tunnels inside have also been shut? He told us we'd seen it clearly enough with our own eyes. The explosion had come from inside the tunnel. We did see all 3 tunnel entrances closed, but it's impossible for us to know the extent of the dismantlement. Still, North Korea opened its most secret place to the world, then took it apart. And then the summit was cancelled. Who knows how to pick up the pieces? Tom Cheshire, Sky News at Punggye-ri nuclear test site in North Korea. Its most secret place to the world, then took it apart.
Secret? Yeah, right. Almost everyone knows about places in North Korea, especially thanks to Eyes in the Sky. So you might as well just I'm not saying you should, but maybe for the best North Korea should probably open itself up to, tell the world everything. But that's just me. I'm not forcing the North Koreans to do that. That's their call. That's their call to make.
In North Korea.
Team Rubicon is built to serve in times of crisis.
Okay, now here's how nuclear tests underground nuclear tests are done. Animation style. Underground nuclear tests.
Underground nuclear tests are carried out deep below the Earth's surface to prevent the release of radioactive material into the atmosphere. The test site is chosen carefully according to its location and geological structure. Testing generally involves drilling a vertical hole 200 to 800 meters deep and 1 to 3 meters wide. The nuclear device is assembled and placed into a container. This is then lowered into the hole until it reaches the detonation position. The hole is sealed off with layers of filling materials such as sand, gypsum and coal tar. Monitoring equipment protected in a lead-lined canister is placed into a chamber above. Throughout the experiment, data is collected to check radiological and seismic activity. The nuclear weapon is then detonated remotely. The explosion generates huge amounts of energy, sending out seismic shockwaves. The intense heat and pressure created melt the device and surrounding rocks, which then evaporate. Immediately after the explosion, a cavity is formed, and as the hot gases cool, a pool of molten rock forms. Temperature and pressure levels continue to fall until eventually the cavity roof caves in, forming at least one crater at the surface. Once the cavity is cool enough, a hole can be drilled and samples retrieved from the point of explosion.
Text and commentary, Marianne Henbest. Production, Fred Garrett. Sources, Global Security, CTV. Something. AFP 2013. Now here's something. Rage erupts in U.S. city after police shooting of a black man. But that's not what we're talking about. But that's something we could look up for another day. Let's continue. Largest underground nuclear test, codename Kennekin. I think that's metric tons. I could be wrong. Atomic Test Channel presents Project Kennekin. Here we go. Whoa! Woo! Newly declassified most powerful explosions Arabon documentary in AC area view of a 21 kiloton nuclear explosion Buster Django Dogshot, 2 dramatic nuclear explosions footage 1946, anti-submarine nuclear weapons testing 1962. Those would be great videos for this, but we can't. You'll have to look at them on your own time. But now let's get back to it. Okay, now this is Cal versus underground nuclear test. I don't know if this was intentional or what. Still, kind of almost makes me a little queasy because I don't know what's gonna happen to these animals. "20 seconds. Here goes. Whoa! There it goes. Oh. I don't know where this was shot in.
Our uniforms may have changed, but our mission remains the same.
Okay. 6.8 magnitude earthquake simulated by underground nuclear explosion. Kennekuk. 5 MT nuclear device, Chiquita, Alaska. Now this, I don't know if, but it'd be impossible to use but I think it'd be impossible to use a nuclear weapon as a device to generate an earthquake. Because for starters, how would you need a hole deep you would need a hole deep enough, and how would you do that without attracting attention? But this is just a simulated test, so let's take a look at it. There it goes. Dang. Whoa.
Seismic recordings of the test registered a magnitude of 6.
Sorry.
Seismic recordings of the test registered a magnitude of 6.8 on the Richter scale as a direct result of the detonation. Over 1,000 aftershocks with magnitudes as great as 4.0 on the Richter scale were recorded within the first 30 days following the blast.
Well, we could be sure we're never gonna...
The energy produced by the detonation caused the surface of the island directly above the device to rise 25 feet.
What about the device?
Blast. The energy produced by the detonation caused the surface of the island directly above the device to rise 25 feet. The energy produced by the detonation caused the surface of the island directly above the device to rise 25 feet.
Dang. I don't know what that means, but that's probably intense.
Large portions of the coastline collapsed into the sea for a stretch of 2 miles from ground zero. The beach and ocean floor in the near vicinity of the Canakin site were permanently raised 5 feet.
You mean the...
The beach and ocean floor in the near vicinity of the Canakin site were permanently raised 5 feet.
You mean the whole land rose?
The detonation of this weapon was the main motivating factor in the creation of the Greenpeace organization.
Wow. So this is what created Greenpeace. But Greenpeace is more environmental, not nuclear. So how could this create Greenpeace? I don't understand. If you have a theory on that, just let me know, okay? Or if you know the answer, why, just let me know. Either way. Let's continue.
Just as the world was reeling from the Cuban Missile.
Okay, that was the end. Okay, that was the end of chapter 11. Now Now we're moving on to chapter 12. Testing nukes in space. So let's get started.
Just as the world was reeling from the Cuban Missile Crisis, when it had come closer than ever to a nuclear conflict between the US and the Soviet Union, both the US and the Soviets launched high-altitude nuclear tests at the edge of space. One of 9 such tests within a 2-week period at one of the most dangerous times in modern history. These tests had been run since 1958 and created effects never seen before. So just what were both sides up to, and why was it so important that nukes needed to be tested in space in the first place?
Sponsored by Craig Fleming, Lorena Hess. Oh, I'll just let you read it. Curious Droid.
For many years before the space age, it was speculated that the northern and southern lights, or auroras, were caused by charged particles emitted from the sun and trapped by the Earth's magnetic field. In 1957, a secret report handed to the US government by Nicholas Christophilus, a Greek physicist working at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, said that if you could inject enough high-energy electrons created by a nuclear blast into the lower parts of the Earth's magnetic field, it would create an electron shell of radiation that would spread around the Earth and could be strong enough to induce high currents into the electronics of any missile flying through it and damage or disable them. He also stated that because of the way the charged particles travelled in a spiral-like way along the lines of magnetic force, bouncing from one end of a field line to the other at almost the speed of light, they would create a large amount of electronic noise at both ends of these field lines in the frequency range that would blind early warning radar systems. It was also thought that if this electron shield was thick enough, it would heat up a missile travelling through it and cause it to burn up in space. This report came at a crucial time for the US as it was developing its first true ICBMs, and if any of these assumptions were correct, it would have a major impact on how they would be used. It could be used, for example, as a shield. By exploding a few nuclear weapons in the Pacific, it could provide a blanket covering for the whole of the US. Conversely, by picking the correct field line in the southern Indian Ocean, the other end would be in the Soviet Union. Detonating a device into the magnetic field line would almost instantly black out radars at the other end, with the effect lasting many minutes, enough to render anti-ballistic missile systems useless. In 1958, both the US Explorer 1 satellite and the Soviet Sputnik 2 confirmed that large, naturally occurring belts of radiation consisting of trapped charged particles did indeed exist around the Earth. These later became known as the Van Allen belts after the US project leader Dr. James Van Allen. The US needed to move quickly, so it added 3 high-altitude tests to Operation Hardtack, which was to be the biggest test of nuclear weapons so far, with 35 tests in the Pacific Proving Grounds. The 3 high-altitude tests were codenamed Yucca, Teak and Orange. Yucca was the first and consisted of a 1.7 kiloton device launched with a balloon from an aircraft carrier to a height of 26.2 kilometers, or about 86,000 feet. The main point of this test was to see what the effect of the EMP, or electromagnetic pulse, which is generated by a nuclear explosion, would have on electronic devices. The balloon also carried 5 canisters which were dropped just before detonation and collected data, but due to the equipment issues on the ships, none of this data was recorded.
Dang ads.
Team City will level up your continuous integration. Build.
The following test, codenamed Teak, was much bigger and was originally going to be launched from Bikini Atoll, but because all the high-altitude tests were to be at night to best see the effects, it was thought that it might damage people's eyes who were living on the nearby atolls, so the test was moved 2,760 kilometers east to Johnston Island. The device was launched on a Redstone missile with a yield of 3.8 megatons and detonated at an altitude of 76.8 kilometers, about 251,000 feet. It was supposed to detonate 10 kilometers south of the island, but due to an error in the missile programming, it detonated directly above. Even from 76 kilometers away, it turned night into day. Ground crew had to run for shelter in the shade, and some said they received mild sunburn from the thermal radiation. The blast from a space-based test doesn't have the classic mushroom shape of those on the ground. The air around a ground-based test absorbs much of a blast and radiation, and the dust is drawn up by the fireball to create the mushroom cloud. Instead, in space, they are spherical explosions, fading to ghostly-looking filaments before being distorted by the Earth's magnetic field. With nothing to absorb the radiation, it can travel much farther and be more damaging. They also last for much longer, with the afterglow being visible for up to 30 minutes and creating vivid, spectacular-looking, colourful auroras as the radiation interacts with the atmospheric molecules high above the Earth. But the biggest effect was to radio communications. The blast caused a radio blackout which covered much of the Pacific and lasted up to 9 hours in places, cutting communications with Australia, New Zealand and Hawaii and knocking out power grids on Oahu, Hawaii. The fission debris from the blast caused the disruption of the ionosphere's ability to reflect radio waves, which severely affected high-frequency radio communications, including that with aircraft in the area. The detonation was seen 2,000 kilometers away in Hawaii, and the red afterglow from the blast was visible for 30 minutes in the sky. At the other end of the magnetic field line, around Samoa, some 3,200 kilometers to the south, there were the most vivid auroral displays ever seen. Within a couple of weeks of Operation Hardtack, a new set of secret tests were performed in the South Atlantic at a point where the Earth's magnetic field dips to its lowest point, also known as the South Atlantic Anomaly. The operation was called Argos and consisted of 9 ships and over 4,500 personnel. The object was to test Christopher's theory that you could create a new artificial radiation belt. This would be a more controlled set of 3 tests, each with a low-yield 1.7 kiloton device, but launched to 3 different altitudes: 177, 305 and 793 kilometers, to see how the effects changed with altitude. It was also done in conjunction with the Explorer 4 satellite, rocket, aircraft and ground stations around the world, and all in secret. Though it was leaked a year later, it wasn't fully declassified until 1982. The Argos tests did indeed prove Christopher's theory was mostly correct. It did create an artificial radiation belt that lasted for several weeks and reduced the effectiveness of radar signals within the electron shield. It also showed that you would need a much larger injection of fission fragments to create the electron shell that would be able to disable missiles in flight. In the meantime, concern about the proliferation of nuclear tests on all sides and the effect it was having on the environment led to a moratorium in 1958 which banned all nuclear testing. This lasted until 1961, when growing mistrust between the US and the Soviets led to it being abandoned, with the Soviets shortly afterwards detonating the largest ever nuclear device, the 50 megaton Tsar bomber. The US response was the hastily arranged Operation Dominic, again in the Pacific. Within this test were a subset of tests called Operation Fishbowl to further test high-altitude nuclear devices and their effects. This was deemed necessary because the previous 2 operations were seen as hastily executed and poorly instrumented, leading to the data being insufficient and not of a high enough quality to extrapolate results to higher altitudes and bomb yields. Operation Fishbowl had 3 main objectives: to look at the EMP pulse and its effect related to altitude, the auroras that would instantly appear many thousands of kilometers away on the opposite hemisphere, and the radio blackouts. Again, Johnston Island was used as the base for the launches, and after a couple of launch failures, Starfish Prime was the first successful test with a 1.4 megaton explosion at 400 kilometers. The electromagnetic pulse created was much larger than expected and sent most of the instruments off the scale, which greatly limited the data they collected. It also blew out 300 streetlights, set off burglar alarms and damaged a telephone microwave link in Hawaii 2,000 kilometers away. After the explosion, bright auroras were seen at the ends of the magnetic field lines around Samoa in the South Pacific and northern Hawaii in the Northern Pacific, an area covering a large portion of the Pacific.
The opposite end of the magnetic field line is called a conjugate and is in the same lateral position but in the opposite hemisphere. 5,000 kilometers apart? That's incredible.
Microwave link in Hawaii 2,000 kilometers away. After the explosion, bright auroras were seen at the ends of the magnetic field lines around Samoa in the South Pacific and northern Hawaii in the Northern Pacific, an area covering a large portion of the Pacific over 5,000 kilometers apart. This confirmed that beta particles were traveling back and forth along the magnetic field lines and creating the auroras where they came down to meet the atmosphere. The radiation belt of trapped charged particles created by Starfish Prime persisted for many months and was directly responsible for the failure of 9 satellites as they passed through it over the following days and weeks, including
satellites lost due to Starfish Prime: Track, Telstar 1, Explorer 14, Explorer 15, Transit 4B, Alouette 1, OSO 1, Ariel 1, Anna 1B.
Responsible for the failure of 9 satellites as they passed through it over the following days and weeks, including Telstar 1, the world's first commercial telecommunications satellite. Due to the unexpectedly large scale of the effects caused by Starfish Prime, the next test, UNGA, which was to be a 1 megaton device at 1,000 kilometers, was cancelled because of the fear that it would damage many more satellites. Things came to a halt after a valve failed, causing a fuel leak on a Thor rocket of the Bluegill Prime test. With the rocket in flames on the launch pad, the range officer sent the destruct command, which not only destroyed the rocket but also most of the launch pad and caused the warhead to explode but not detonate. This spread radioactive core material all over the launch area, requiring it to be decontaminated before the launch pad could be rebuilt. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, they were conducting their own high-altitude tests at Karaganda in Kazakhstan. The devices were 380 before the high-altitude. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, they were conducting their own high-altitude tests at Karaganda in Kazakhstan. The devices were 300 kiloton and exploded at an altitude of 290 kilometers. For the test, a 570 kilometer section of telephone lines in the area were instrumented to see the effect of the EMP. When the device was detonated, it burned out the entire length of the telephone line, with currents of up to 1,500 to 3,400 amps being recorded. It also caused the destruction of the Karaganda power station and shut down 1,000 kilometers of shallow buried power cabling. After the fall of the Soviet Union, scientists from both sides unofficially shared data and found that the Soviet tests had had a much greater EMP effect due to the stronger magnetic field in the area and that it was much more populated with more infrastructure. On the 1st of November 1962, the US carried out the 400 kiloton Kingfish test at 80 kilometers, and on the same day, the Soviets carried out a 300 kiloton test at 59 kilometers. Both of these were just 2 days after the Cuban Missile Crisis had come to an end. The US's final test, called Tightrope, was carried out on the 3rd of November 1962. In the end, both sides came to the conclusion that testing nuclear weapons in space was just too indiscriminate and wide-ranging, and could cause as much damage to their own space hardware, early warning systems, and even manned missions as to the other sides. With the reintroduction of the Test Ban Treaty of 1963, space-based testing was banned, with the possible exception of the Vela incident in the South Atlantic of 1979, when a characteristic double flash of a nuclear detonation was picked up by a retired but still functional Vela Hotel satellite, one which was designed to look for breaches in the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Although no one has admitted responsibility, it's believed from the available evidence that it was a small device in the range of around 3 kilotons, possibly a neutron bomb being secretly tested in the upper atmosphere by either the Israelis or the South Africans, or the two working together. So what do you think of using space to test nuclear weapons, even though they did reveal a great deal about the naturally occurring Van Allen belts and space weather in general? Let me know in the comments. So for now, I'd just like to say thanks for watching, and please check out some of our other videos, and don't forget to subscribe, thumbs up, and share.
Thank you. Now let's see what happens if we did make a detonation in space. Saying unskippable ads.
Imagine if we detonated a nuclear bomb in space. Actually, you don't have to. You can see it for yourself. That was Starfish Prime, the highest altitude nuclear test in history. In 1962, the US government launched a 1.4 megaton bomb from Johnston Island and detonated it 400 kilometers above the Pacific, about as high as where the International Space Station orbits today. The detonation generated a giant fireball and created a burst of energy called an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, that expanded for over 1,000 kilometers. EMPs can cause a power surge, damaging electronic equipment in the process, and this one was no different. Across Hawaii, streetlights went dark, telephones went down, and navigation and radar systems went out. Not to mention the 6 or so satellites that failed. And all this came from a 1.4 megaton bomb. Tsar Bomba, which was the largest nuclear bomb that was ever detonated, was 50 megatons. So what would happen if we detonated that above the United States? For starters, there's no atmosphere in space, so there would be no mushroom-shaped cloud, and no subsequent blast wave or mass destruction. Instead, you'd get a blinding fireball 4 times the size of Starfish Prime's. And if you look directly at it within the first 10 seconds, you could permanently damage your eyes. Satellites wouldn't be safe either. Radiation from the explosion would fry the circuits of hundreds of instruments in low Earth orbit, including communication satellites, military spy satellites, and even science telescopes like the Hubble. Plus, astronauts on board the International Space Station might be at risk of radiation poisoning. On the ground, however, you'd probably be fine. The detonation point would be far enough away that the high-energy radiation wouldn't reach you. But don't get too comfortable. Remember Starfish Prime's EMP? This time, the EMP would cover 1/3 of the entire United States, bringing down regional power grids and electronics, like a lightning strike. Millions of Americans will be out of power for hours, or even days. But it's not all doom and gloom. The radiation would also interact with oxygen and nitrogen in the atmosphere, and create a spectacular aurora near the detonation site that would last for days. Now, let's be clear, this will probably never happen. Super thermonuclear devices like Tsar Bomba no longer exist. And even if they did, the Tsar Bomba weighed around 27,000 kilograms. There are only a couple of operational rockets in the world that can manage to lift something that heavy into space in the first place. So we're probably safe. From that, anyway. This video was made in large part thanks to the calculations from physicists at Los Alamos National Lab.
3 compelling reasons why we haven't found aliens yet. How big an asteroid needs to be to wipe out New York. Subscribe to Designer Insider and Tech Insider for more. Now,
hello, I'm Dr. Rev, and I'm here today to tell you that terrible automatic captions, we in the fake medical community call craptions, can do serious harm to your videos. That's because 85% of viewers watch videos with the sound off. And without good captions, they don't know what's going on.
Sorry, just wanted to get that. Okay.
You might read the captions below and be totally taken out of the moment by a weird mistake or inaccuracy. The captions are more than just about accessibility, comprehension, and reach. Ditch the unruly captions! Go to rev.com right now and we'll set it right with fast, accurate captions at a reasonable price.
Interesting. Wouldn't you say? Oh, let's see what it now. Now we're gonna explain what an EMP. Now this guy who now this guy's gonna be explaining what an EMP is in 1 minute, I believe. Nuclear EMP, that is. So let's start.
A nuclear EMP, or electromagnetic pulse, is the electric shock wave triggered by a nuclear blast. They have the ability to fry every single electronic circuit in its range, destroying most devices unless they're shielded. The higher the altitude a nuclear weapon detonates, the wider the effect is over its target. All right, so what does this mean? It means once an EMP goes off, everything affected by it goes dark. Literally. A single nuclear bomb exploding high enough can destroy a country's ability to light its streets, power its hospitals, run its stock exchange, access the internet, or use a phone. Most trappings of the 21st century would simply stop working. No car or plane would move, no police officer or fireman could be called, no supermarket restocked. Modern life as we know it would simply cease to exist. North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un has threatened to do just this, to detonate a single nuclear weapon high up in the atmosphere above the United States. And while very little blast damage would be felt, more than 320 million Americans would suddenly find themselves fighting for survival, without power, without lights, and running out of food. Protection against this kind of attack is enormously expensive, the price tag running into the billions and not guaranteed to work. And although some exaggerated estimates claim up to 90% of Americans would die as a consequence, one thing's for sure, it would take months, if not years, for the country to fully recover.
I guess that's why we need to disarm nuclear weapons, and you know. Unless someone has an idea to create a very effective EMP shield. In here. Then if you have an effective idea, you're a scientist and you think you could do it, then you know. Or as seen as you know in what I call it in the game Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, hit by an EMP, then after a few minutes it reboots and turns back on. If there's a way to do that, then leave it down in the comments of the live chat, because that'd be interesting for the world to hear. China floods raise concern over Three Gorges Dam's efficiency. That could be a good video over later on, but not now. But not now. So let's continue. Now let's take a look at high altitude electromagnetic pulse. HEMP. Potential impacts and EPR research approach. Electronic Power Research Institute. It's what they else. High altitude. Product ID.
An electromagnetic pulse, EMP, created by the high-altitude detonation of a nuclear weapon, has the potential to damage power delivery assets and impact bulk power system reliability over a wide area. High-altitude EMP is characterized by a high-magnitude, short-duration pulse, E1, an intermediate pulse that has characteristics similar to lightning, E2, and a late-time component referred to as E3, which is similar in nature to a severe geomagnetic disturbance event. Current perspectives on high-altitude EMP and its potential impact on society are reminiscent of the Y2K concerns at the turn of the millennium prior to 2000. Beliefs range from the world as we know it will come to an end if there is a high-altitude nuclear burst to the opposite view. It's not a big deal. Nothing much will happen. Neither extreme is credible, but no one knows for sure. Since we have never had a nuclear attack over anything like our current modern infrastructure, much of the information regarding the effects of high-altitude EMP on modern infrastructure or the capability of our adversaries to conduct such an attack is either classified or not easily accessible. The information that is abundantly available, especially over the Internet, is often inaccurate, based on misinformation, and has the unintended consequence of undermining the validity of more serious sources. For example, concern has been raised by some stakeholders that high-altitude EMP could damage a large portion of the North American electric grid, resulting in significant damage to assets and long-term blackout, possibly lasting months or longer. An unclassified science-based approach is needed to assess the true impact of this threat. To fill this gap, EPRI initiated a 3-year research project in April 2016 to address the potential threat by developing unclassified, technically based research results that can be used by utilities to inform investment decisions. As a part of this project, EPRI is also working closely with the U.S. Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of Defense, national laboratories, and other industry groups. Electromagnetic pulse that is created when a nuclear weapon is detonated high above the Earth's surface. The height at which the weapon would be typically detonated, the so-called height of burst, can range from 30 kilometers to 500 kilometers or higher. However, in order to generate significant weapon effects from all three components, i.e. E1, E2, and E3, the height of burst is typically 100 kilometers or higher above the Earth's surface. Line of sight. A high-altitude nuclear burst can illuminate a very large region, essentially a line of sight from the burst location. The exposed regions for the given burst heights from a nuclear burst over the central U.S. would extend across the continent, beyond the east and west coasts, and outside of our borders to the north and south. Smile diagram. For an obvious reason, contour plots of peak E1 HEMP are often called smile diagrams. These diagrams illustrate the highly non-uniform nature of the resulting electric field. Here, the maximum electric field shown in red is indicated just slightly south of the ground zero location, which is Omaha. There is also a low field point centered on the null point, north of ground zero. HEMP is governed by the Earth's magnetic field, geomagnetic field, and so the peak and null points are actually geomagnetically south and north from ground zero in the northern hemisphere. For E1, HEMP, we typically mean geomagnetic. The E1 pulse resulting from a high-altitude nuclear explosion is a fast, narrow pulse with large amplitude. The unclassified E1 pulse is characterized by a rise time of approximately 10 nanoseconds, 10 billionths of a second, and peak amplitude of 50 kilovolts per meter. Although the E1 pulse is a significant electric field, such fields are often observed in extra-high voltage substations during switching or fault events. However, as will be discussed later, in the case of high-altitude EMP, these threat levels are experienced over a very wide area, thousands of square miles, as opposed to a small area within a substation. E1 can result in damage to electronic components either directly or by coupling to the attached wires or cables. The area of impact can be quite large, depending on the height of burst. However, as previously shown, due to the non-uniform nature of the threat, not all areas are impacted equally. The E2 waveform is produced in the intermediate times after the explosion. The time scale here is from 1 microsecond, 1/1,000,000th of a second, to about 10 milliseconds, 10/1000th of a second. The characteristics of the E2 waveform are similar to lightning. However, there are two important distinctions between E2 and lightning. First, it is important to understand that E2 does not attach itself to electric infrastructure in the same way that a direct lightning stroke does. As an example, a direct strike to a transmission tower. But rather it couples to electric infrastructure as a nearby lightning stroke would couple to a distribution line. Secondly, the peak amplitude of the E2 waveform has a peak amplitude of only 0.1 kilovolts per meter, far less than that of a typical lightning stroke and the E1 pulse that occurs immediately before the E2 pulse. As such, potential impacts to electronics and other power system components is expected to be minimal. The last portion of a high-altitude EMP event is referred to as an E3 waveform. There are two components to the E3 wave. One is referred to as the blast wave, or E3A, and the second is called the heave wave, for E3B. The blast wave is created within the first 10 seconds after the nuclear blast and as a result of the expanding fireball. The second component, the E3B heave wave, is generated by the heaving of air heated by the nuclear explosion. The change in geomagnetic field resulting from the E3A and E3B waves induces low-frequency, quasi-DC currents in the power grid, much like those generated by a severe geomagnetic disturbance event, but are significantly larger and of much shorter duration. The total duration of the E3A and E3B signals is on the order of 4 to 5 minutes. E3 has two potential impacts. 1. Voltage collapse due to increased reactive power consumption and misoperation of protection systems due to harmonics. And 2. Additional hotspot heating in transformers. EPRI initiated a 3-year research project in April of 2016 to study the potential threat of high-altitude electromagnetic pulse attack on the power delivery system. An expectation of this project is to provide members with fact-based information that can be used to assess the impact of a high-altitude EMP attack on the bulk power system, develop cost-effective methods for hardening new and existing assets against the effects of a high-altitude EMP attack, identify advanced recovery options to supplement hardening and mitigation efforts. The research project is broken into several components: threat characterization, EMP vulnerability, impacts, mitigation, hardening and recovery, decision support, trial implementation, member and stakeholder communication. EPRI believes that quantifying the vulnerability of substation-hardened microprocessor-based electronics to E1 is of primary concern, and, thus, these types of devices will be some of the first that are tested. EPRI is currently engaging with experts to design and build an EMP test facility, as well as develop procedures for performing the necessary tests. The specific makes and models of the equipment that will be initially tested are also being identified. Testing of insulation systems such as insulators, air, oil, and paper to determine their performance when subjected to E1 and E2 pulses is also very important and will also be initiated in parallel. Applications of various assessment techniques and mitigation options will be cataloged, and the effectiveness and lessons learned will be communicated to member utilities and stakeholders to provide background and venues for sharing new learning and research results in the most timely manner.
For more information, please email us at askepri@epri.com. Very informative, don't you think? Very informative, don't you think? www.epri.com. Copyright 2017 Electric Power Research Institute, EPRI, Inc. All rights reserved. Okay, that's the end. Okay, that's the end. That's the end. That's the end of chapter 12. Now it's chapter 13. Now we're gonna go on to chapter 13. But first, we'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back, y'all. I hope that was a good advertisement that you just saw. Now we're gonna see. Now we are moving on to chapter 13, nuclear testing at sea. So we're gonna see bombs exploding, its effects, what they try to do. You get the idea. You get the idea. Even. So. Let's get right down to it, shall we?
Since the beginning of nuclear warfare in World War II, a Navy ship has never come under nuclear attack, nor employed its own nuclear arms. But history does not guarantee the future. A nuclear weapon could be detonated at sea any time, tomorrow, next week, next year, or now. A nuclear war, a Navy ship, your ship, alone on the high seas. What can you expect? What effects will a detonation have on you, on your ship and its fighting ability? What effects will your weapons have on the enemy? Questions, important questions that you must be able to answer. For even if you don't believe a nuclear attack will ever happen, you must believe that it could. But you may be thinking that nuclear weapons are too complex and their effects too many to be understood.
Or too dangerous. Or lose-lose.
Each weapon produces blast, thermal radiation, and nuclear radiation, three phenomena which have a range of effects. Yet, you need not know all the details in order to maintain your ship's fighting ability or gauge the effect of your own weapons. Certain basic facts are enough. For convenience, we'll divide these facts by burst height, keeping in mind that these divisions are somewhat arbitrary. Now let's start with high-altitude bursts of the megaton range. The most significant phenomena is that nuclear radiation will produce widespread disturbance of the ionosphere, the region between 25 and 250 miles altitude. Radar and radio wave propagation will be affected, and consequently your communications will be affected. It will suffer attenuation, interference, and distortion to some degree, and may even be seriously degraded for an indefinite period. High-altitude detonations may also affect satellite communication, especially when the intense ionization region intersects the relay circuit path. or the satellite itself is damaged by nuclear radiation. Another phenomenon produced by nuclear bursts at high altitude is the electromagnetic pulse, or EMP. Although the physics behind EMP are complex, the results are clear. It produces induced currents and voltages that can damage electronic equipment. Detonations above 130,000 feet produce EMP effects on the surface over areas that may encompass thousands of square miles. Blast from high-altitude detonations is not usually a serious factor for ships at sea. It decreases at about 100,000 feet, until at 150,000 feet, it is 20 to 40% of what it would be at sea level. Thermal radiation, however, is another story. The heating effect on the surface may be significant, and the visible light emitted is a great hazard. Even at considerable distances, it can produce flash blindness and retinal burns if viewed directly. Air bursts, defined as detonations where the Earth's surface does not modify the effects, can cause blast, thermal radiation, ionizing radiation, and EMP damage. Also, it is potentially the most hazardous to the ship's company. Ship impairment is usually stated in terms of seaworthiness, mobility, or weapon delivery capability. Blasts from airbursts where overpressure exceeds 10 psi can cause substantial damage to destroyer-type ships. Above 14 psi, it could even result in hull rupture, flooding, and sinking. A multi-megaton explosion broadside to the ship might cause roll to the point of capsizing. The shock imparted by blast to the superstructure can damage or carry away equipment. At greater distances, overpressure above 6 psi can distort, rupture, and carry away light structures and equipment with the possible loss of weapon delivery capability. Interior equipment and compartments may be damaged by the blast, collapsing deck structures or bulkheads. Overpressure entering through openings can damage boilers. Blast injuries to exposed personnel, represented by this dummy, is usually severe over 3 psi. Here it was 6 psi. Injury results from crewmen being thrown against the deck or structures and by flying objects. Blast injury is increased in nuclear detonations because of the short rise time of the shock front. A short rise time is somewhat analogous to the force exerted by a baseball bat as compared to that of a football blocker. Although there is no direct data on the effect of blast on unexposed persons aboard ship, it can be surmised that in crowded spaces, such as CIC, injuries would result from collapsing bulkheads and flying debris. The latter can be an acute problem where loose gear is not properly stowed. Depending on your location, overpressures as low as 5 psi can rupture eardrums. Loss of hearing by key personnel would severely handicap damage control operations. The effect of nuclear blast on vulnerable flight deck aircraft could be severe. Blast wind and overpressure could cause direct damage to structural members and indirect damage as planes are pushed into each other and overturned. The second airburst phenomenon that affects surface ships is the thermal radiation preceding the shock wave. Such topside structures as the supports for radar antennas and masts may be weakened. Light metals such as aluminum might be melted. The surface of antennas could be charred and the bonded plastic surface ablated, thus reducing electronic frequency transmission. On most combatants, there is insufficient combustible material topside to sustain a fire ignited by thermal radiation. The exception is the carrier, which may have flammable liquids, ordnance, and other combustibles on the flight deck. A fire such as this one, which was caused by an accident, could result from thermal radiation, putting the carrier completely out of operation.
Can you guess what that was? What that fire was from? I'll give you 10 seconds to guess it. What was your answer? Was it the USS Forrestal Fire? Well, if that was your answer, then you're right. That's where it came from. Even though the footage looks different and it is mirrored, I believe. If that's not the Forrestal Fire, then I don't know what it is. But if it's not, then tell me what it is in the comments of this. Comments or the live chat.
Could result from thermal radiation, putting the carrier completely out of operation. With the exception of carriers, thermal radiation will rarely affect the ship's seaworthiness. However, by weakening structures, it may increase the range at which blast can disable a weapon control system. As the casualties in Hiroshima and Nagasaki showed, the effect of thermal radiation on exposed persons is a very serious concern. Flash burns may be sustained at distances where blast and nuclear radiation might not produce injury. Burns from thermal radiation run the gamut from first to third degree and are similar in many ways to burns from fires. They can result from direct exposure, from clothing catching on fire, or from fires started by the thermal radiation. One difference in the thermal radiation phenomena is that the energy is concentrated in a few millisecond pulse. To give you an idea of the tremendous heat produced by a nuclear burst, consider the following rough comparison. In a period of just a few seconds, a target 2.5 miles from a 1 megaton detonation will receive almost the same amount of radiant energy as the sun delivers to a location along the Earth's equator in 1 hour. Another difference in thermal radiation from nuclear weapons is the pattern of the body areas affected. For devices of 100 kilotons or less, burns will occur primarily on the directly exposed parts of the body, unless the clothing is ignited. Also, first and second degree burns from these low-yield weapons would involve limited areas and occur only on the side of the body facing the burst. Severity of burns, however, is not the only factor related to the effectiveness of the crew. Such personnel as gunners and the bridge watch could be seriously handicapped by even first or second degree burns on hands or by burns around the eyes, producing swelling.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks, aircraft, and helicopters in the most extensive vehicle combat game ever made. Take control over the battlefield in ground vehicles, rain down rocket volleys in helicopters, dogfight your enemies in aircraft, and bomb whatever is left into the dust. Play on more than 1,500 authentic military vehicles from early World War II to present day. Experience the transition from historic biplane fighters and iconic World War II tanks to supersonic jets and modern battle tanks fighting alongside attack helicopters. Upgrade your vehicles, customize their appearance, and level up your crew to become the best commander on the battlefield. Download War Thunder now for free on warthunder.com, your PS4 or Xbox One.
I hope that game I hope that game does cross-platforming.
Starting out with any new project management software, usually
I don't do ads like that, but you know, ads like that. But I thought I'd show you anyway. What's this?
There we go. Let's give these some due dates in the order they need to be completed.
Now that one seems interesting too.
Sure would be helpful to have these all mapped out on a calendar. Let's add one. All right, now let's think about that presentation you've got next week. Maybe you need a spot to get your thoughts jotted down? Let's add a doc. Embed a video of that speech that really fires you up. And let's get a table in here to organize your key talking points. Maybe bring in the slides from your last presentation to really get the juices flowing? Beautiful. And let's bring your sales and customer data in here too. A table view will be perfect for organizing that. Now we're talking. Build your workspace and put your productivity in hyperdrive with the one app to replace them all. Click it.
Now that too seems like a good ad. I don't usually I usually skip ads, but I'm making an exception for those two. Now let's go back.
Second-degree burns on hands, or by burns around the eyes, producing swelling. Taking shelter behind any substantial opaque structure will help reduce injury from flash burns. Even when this is not possible, covering exposed parts of the body will help. Eye injury, flash blindness, which is temporary, and retinal burns, which are permanent, are extreme hazards, even when the fireball is at a great distance. The reason is that the optical process of image formation within the eye negates the inverse square law and keeps the intensity per unit area on the retina a constant, regardless of distance. An example is that a 1 megaton explosion at a height above 130,000 feet can produce retinal burns as far as the horizon on a clear night. The only sure means of negating these effects is to avoid looking at the burst and shielding the eyes.
Hard to do if you don't know where it's coming from, if you know what I mean. If you don't, unless you can react fast.
The third phenomenon associated with an airburst, nuclear radiation, is the only effect unique to nuclear weapons, and in some ways is the most dangerous. To appreciate its effects on a ship's crew requires a brief description of the way gamma rays and neutrons affect the human body. After the discovery of X-rays toward the end of the last century, it became increasingly clear that there was an element of danger associated with exposure to ionizing radiation. Within living tissue, it alters and destroys some of the cell's constituents. Also, the products formed may act as a poison. The general term given to these changes is radiation sickness,
which we'll talk about later on. But right now let's finish this.
Which can range from mild discomfort to total incapacitation and ultimately death. Radiation sickness usually has three phases: initial, latent, and final. Their duration and severity depending on the radiation dose. During the initial phase, crewmen may experience nausea, vomiting, headaches, dizziness, and a general feeling of illness. This is followed by disappearance of the symptoms, the latent phase, in which crewmen will be able to perform most duties. The onset of the final phase is marked by frank illness, requiring hospitalization for high doses. At present, there is no way of modifying the effects of nuclear radiation after exposure, and so the crew must take cover prior to the burst. However, since gamma rays and neutrons have high penetrating ability,
the only thing I know that gamma rays can't penetrate is concrete, or even, I think lead maybe, but that's a theory. I don't know if I can't remember if it's true or not, but let's up there.
Have high penetrating ability, shielding adequate for thermal radiation will be insufficient. Only specially hardened spaces or compartments below the waterline can be considered safe. When discussing the effects of airburst nuclear radiation on communications and fire control systems, two categories must be considered. First, the damage inflicted directly on the electronic components, and second, the effect of ionization on the propagated signal. There are three types of failure modes associated with electronic equipment: ionization, displacement, and thermomechanical shock. Now, it is not necessary to explain each of these, except to point out that it is difficult to predict the level of semiconductor damage. Likewise, it's difficult to foresee the effect of electromagnetic pulse, EMP, on a particular piece of electronic equipment.
What if I told you you just need one trade once a week to take control of your financial future?
However, as with high-altitude bursts, the airburst EMP can cause serious damage, although not over as wide an area. Due to ionization, the propagated signal may also undergo absorption, interference, and distortion, ranging from minor to a complete blackout. Inasmuch as many weapons also depend on electronic systems, both in the missile and fire control system, the effect of nuclear radiation on these can be serious. Missile systems are, of course, subject to other types of damage besides ionization. However, here again, system design so influences the amount and type of damage that no predictions can be made. Also, the position of the weapon, in the magazine, in transit, or on the launcher, must be considered. For some missile systems, the vulnerability of the radars and guidance illuminator can be a major factor, perhaps more critical than missile or launcher systems. Surface bursts, those that interact with the water, differ only slightly from air bursts. First, a large volume of water will be vaporized and carried up into the radioactive cloud. For example, it's estimated that if 1% of the energy of a 1 megaton weapon is expended in this manner, about 20,000 tons of water will be converted into vapor. That is approximately the same amount of water as in 240 average-sized home swimming pools. When the cloud reaches high altitude, the vapor will condense into droplets, and after sufficient cooling, fission products and residue become incorporated. Gradually, the droplets fall back to the surface over a large area, depending on atmospheric conditions. In general, however, radiation from fallout produced by a surface burst at sea is not significant. Underwater bursts. The phenomena associated with these have certain common characteristics, which can be modified by the yield, depth of explosion, and area of the water body. However, for the sake of description, we will divide the effects into just two categories, underwater and surface. The rapid expansion of the gas, water, and surface. Categories, underwater and surface.
What's that?
Water and surface.
Okay, pay attention to right there where the mouse is at. Right here. Ooh, did you see that one?
The rapid expansion of the gas bubble formed by a nuclear underwater burst results in a shock wave being sent out in all directions. Compared to air bursts, its peak values are much higher for the same distances, but the duration is much shorter. For example, the peak overpressure from a 100 kiloton burst at 3,000 feet in water is about 2,700 psi, compared with a few psi for an air burst. In deep water detonations, the rising hot gas bubble will expand and contract, producing multiple shock waves, which are reflected from the bottom, surface, and ship's hull. Also, although the shock reflected from the bottom may be lower in pressure, it arrives at a steeper angle, and therefore may induce more damaging motion to the target. The impact of a shock wave on a ship is a sudden blow, like a high explosive blast, except nuclear bursts act over the whole ship instantaneously. There are two types of effects that can be expected. First, the direct shock to the hull, and second, the indirect effect resulting from components within the ship being set in motion. With shallow water bursts, boilers and main propulsion machinery will suffer heavy damage. As the range increases, light interior electronics will still be affected, even at distances where there is no hull damage. If the vessel is underway, machinery will probably suffer somewhat more damage than if at anchor. On the surface, an underwater burst will push up a plume or spray dome when the hot gases vent. As the column or plume subsides, a donut-shaped ring of mist is formed, similar to the spray at the base of a falls. This is the highly radioactive base surge. After a short time, the water droplets in the base surge evaporate, leaving fission debris suspended in the air. This invisible base surge continues to move with the prevailing winds and can be a considerable radiation hazard to ships encountering it unawares. High altitude, air, surface, and underwater detonations. This film has touched on some salient effects of each of these in an ocean environment. It's far from exhausting the material available. However, being aware of even these introductory facts is critical. For regardless of your duty aboard ship, a nuclear detonation will affect you to some degree. Knowing how and to what extent is the first step in dealing with a nuclear attack.
Get ClickUp's Unlimited plan 15% off for life. Assign and organize tasks with Gantt charts, collaborate with your entire team, and access unlimited storage, integrations, and features. Join over 100,000 highly productive teams and lock in your discounted unlimited plan for life.
If you own Apple stock, know someone who does, or have even thought about buying it, there's some.
Likewise, knowing how your weapons will affect another ship will help maximize their effectiveness. Of course, there's no way to know if you will ever need this information. But considering the weapons involved, this is too big an if to leave to chance.
Okay, one out of those 3 videos is in this playlist. Can you guess which one? I'll let you tell me the answer in the comments or actually in the live chat. No cheating. No cheating, so only the live chat. Oh, and those are the other two videos that won't be on that are not in the playlist. They could be good to see. But we're not going to do that on this video. You'll have to do it on your own time. So, continuing on. And subscribe to Atomic Test's channel for more.
But damage was nowhere near that created by the following underwater.
Now let's see about Crossroads Baker. Trinity and Beyond 70. So go to 70th anniversary tribute.vhx.tv for more info. I believe that website is right. So. Let's get to it.
But damage was nowhere near that created by the following underwater blast known as Shot Baker.
What a boom.
Bikini Baker was an underwater burst of the same device, and it produced much more damage to the armada of 70 ships. For instance, the USS Saratoga had the bottom of it essentially knocked out of it from the underwater burst. And the Saratoga sank and sets upright in the bottom of the Bikini Lagoon at the present time. I've often flown over Bikini Lagoon, and on clear days when the water is quiet, you can still see the Saratoga setting there.
The area surrounding Shot Baker had become seriously radioactive and could not be safely approached for some time. This effect was not anticipated and ultimately led to a decision by President Truman to call off a third deep underwater test, codenamed Charlie.
Look at my dog Digger if you can see him. Isn't he cute? Even though he's old. No, seriously, he's old. Say hi to Digger. Alright, let's continue. Atomic tsunami. Now this video has no sound, but I'm gonna try and improvise. You know what that, you know what, if you know what that means, then you know. Bikini Atoll. Wait. North America, United States, North Pacific Ocean, Bikini Atoll, atomic tsunami. During World War II, several groups of scientists explored the idea of tsunami as weapon. The concept is simple. Detonate a large bomb underwater and make a wave big enough to take out an enemy fleet. Small-scale experiments were inconclusive. But the U.S. military gave the idea one more look in 1946 as part of the Baker atomic test in Bikini Lagoon. Let's run a computer simulation of an atomic tsunami. Atomic tsunami originate from a traveling pulse of explosion over pressure. Consider the equation of tsunami motion. Equation of tsunami motion. The VRT is T equals minus negative G this for the RT. So PRT is slash VW RT. This here is the acceleration of the water column at position R at the time t. Two forces accelerate the water. Gravity, equation of tsunami motion, is it equals energy. This is gravity. This is the acceleration due to the gravity G working on the slope of the water surface. And or T. Over pressure. This right here. This is the acceleration due to the gradient of bomb over pressure. P R T. I don't know what that means. Right there. For this right here. Bomb over equation of tsunami motion. Bomb over pressure P R / T is what we need to specify. Experiments fix the peak overpressure from explosions of yield W at distance R. Peak overpressure. PR equals 89.42 W R. Okay, pressure is pounds per square inch, PSI. R is distance from the bomb blast in kilometers. W is bomb yield in megatons of TNT. So let's do this. Pressure. Pressure is pounds per square inch by distance from the blast in kilometers equals 89.42 bomb yield in megatons over by distance from the blast in kilometers plus 40.66 and bomb yield in megatons of TNT. Let me start off from right here. Distance from the blast in kilometers by 3 times 3 plus 40.66 bomb yield in megatons of TNT by distance from the bomb blast in kilometers by 3.5. Peak overpressure. I don't know if I said it right, but if you could say it better, then I'll let you do it. Overpressure scale to 25 kilotons yield of the Baker test. Peak overpressure for 25 kilotons blast. Rapid decay. Here. Distance. Overpressure PSI. Look at that. Overpressure runs at roughly the speed of sound. Overpressure runs out at roughly the speed of sound. Wait a minute, did I just... Overpressure runs at roughly the speed of sound, that you can see there. Black line, so as you can see, the black line here is PRT versus time and position. So as you see there, time right now is 0.9 seconds. Time in seconds. So let's see the graph. I'm not a rocket scientist, so it's hard for me to understand this yet. But with tutoring and training, I'll probably understand it. I don't know how long that'll take, but you get the idea. I think. I hope. So, let's continue. We have all the ingredients. Let's run the simulation. Bikini Lagoon extends 35 kilometers east to west and 25 kilometers north to south. The Baker test site is 6 kilometers from Bikini Island. Water depth there is 50 meters. There's the blast. Note the rapidly expanding shock overpressure wave. Shock front. Speed. I still don't know what that symbol means. 34 meters a second. That. Shock front arrival on Bikini. The shock front couples to a tiny water wave, but the real tsunami follows afterwards. Tsunami speed 20. I still don't know what that symbol means. If you could tell me what this symbol means right here, then please tell me in either the comments or the live chat. Anyway, 22 meters a second. Initially, an 800 meter wide cavity blasts to the lagoon bottom. Cavity blasts to the lagoon bottom. In this cavity formation stage, water energy shifts from kinetic to potential. Total wave energy, GV max, water gravitational energy. Look at that. Energy E plus 13J. Soon the cavity rebounds and a series of waves emanate. After cavity collapse, kinetic and potential energy of the water are nearly equal. Wavelength key, E. I don't know what that means. GPE. Total wave energy 6E plus 12 plus 1 or I2. I don't know. Hard to tell, really. Wave kinetic. The initial 30-meter disturbance decays quickly with distance. So as you can see here, all these circles, you'll probably have to go full screen to see it. Wave is the wave height in meters. Let me do it one more time, but this time I'm going to slow it down. So you can see. So you can read it. So you have time to see it. Okay, now that that's done, I hope you got a good look. That was the only time I was going to do that, so let's continue. Baker test, 1946, Bikini Atoll. Y equals 23 kT. Water depth, 140 feet. Water curtain, radius, I don't know what that means. Maybe around or something? 1,000 feet. Tsunami amplitude, feet. Distance R times or X 1,000 feet. Observed. AR negative 0.9 AR. Alrighty. The general decay with distance. Reverses as the wave approaches. The general decay with distance. Reverses as the wave approaches land. Tsunami height near the islands was 4 to 6 meters. At its edges, the lagoon shallows and waves paint the outline. Let's try that. At its edges, the lagoon shallows and waves paint the outline, as you can see there. At distance, tsunami find it faster to wrap around the atoll from the outside. The wraparound effect. Here's the wraparound effect. Faker was most well documented atomic tsunami ever. Impressive as it was, only a few percent of bomb energy went into water waves. The idea of using tsunami as a weapon was abandoned. It's probably a good idea in theory, but not a good idea actually in the field, because as you saw in the diagram, the point, it goes in all directions. So, and that might be, and I think someone might have perfected it, which we'll see in a future video. But right now, we're going to see the first man-made tsunami ever recorded in history in 1946. We're going to keep going, look further at this.
In 1946, Operation Crossroads had an atomic test yield equivalent to 210,000 TNT. A lot of scientific studies were also made in this operation. One of the most noted was the study of tsunami impact caused by atomic explosion. Tsunami impact caused by atomic explosion. By calculation, the blast wave was to hit the beach 15 seconds after detonation, and the beach was about 5 kilometers from the blast center.
Speed of sound equals 340.29 meters per second. 15 times, I think that's 15 times, so 15 times 340.29 equals 5,104.35 meters. The camera was about 5 kilometers from ground zero.
Development of this first man-made massive tsunami in history was recorded through various scientific instruments and equipment. The first tsunami wave was silently moving toward the beach undersurface. After about 3 minutes, the tsunami caused by this atomic explosion began to impact the sea area. After 5 minutes, this wave had reached 2 meters high. Followed by numerous small tsunamis rolling on their ways to the beach. Now, let's look from a bird's eye view.
Okay, now we're in color. Very huge atomic cloud. You're right, that is huge. Oh, there's a tsunami. That's right. Invisible tsunami area view. It's in red.
It's much more clear from the air that the waves were heading towards this small island. This was the first color film recording tsunamis. Let's go back to the beach. The atomic explosion effects reached the peak.
Nuclear effect period.
After 7 minutes, the water began to slow down. The data obtained from this experiment showed the travel rate and impact time of tsunami.
We can calculate this camera about 5 kilometers from ground zero. Shockwave hit the beach. The first tidal wave rushed to beach 5 minutes after detonation. 5 kilometers slash or 5 minutes equals 16.666666 meters per second. The wave speed is 16.666666 meters per second. The government has known the speed of wave in 1946, the largest man-made wave of science experiment in the world.
Which helped us to know them better. The government also had a report detailing all the data and development of tsunamis.
The first wave velocity was GD plus GH in a half, where G is acceleration due to gravity 9.81 meters per second times 2. D is the depth of the water, and H is the wave height. This speed was 23 meters per second for very long distances, small wave heights in Bikini Lagoon, but considerably faster near the explosion. As the waves approached Bikini Island beach, 5.64 kilometers from the Baker burst. Official document report. They entered shallower water, which caused them to excuse me for just a second. Sorry about that, but his whining was kind of driving me a little nuts. Now where was I? Oh yeah, they entered shallower water, which caused them to slow down, and slow down, and B, increase in height as energy was transformed from horizontal propagation to vertical displacement. The waves approached Bikini Island Beach 5.1 minutes after burst with a height of 2.1 meters. The first wave peaked up and broke up when it sloped from that word doesn't make sense. I don't know if that's how you say it or if it's spelled incorrectly, but anyway, to crests exceeded 15 degrees, some 120 meters off the Bikini Island beach. In water 6 meters deep, when peaking, this wave attained a height of 4.6 meters, over twice the height in deep water at the same distance from the burst. Official document report. Okay, now we're going to take a minus 2,000 feet very deep underwater nuclear explosion. This happened in 1955.
You are approaching surface zero on D-Day, 14th of May, 1955. In less than 10 minutes, you will become an eyewitness to a most unusual atomic test. We'd like to use that time to tell you the story behind Operation Wigwam, a joint military and scientific operation important to our future security. What will be the impact of atomic weapons upon the freedom of the seas? Operation Crossroads at Bikini in 1946 gave us half the answer. We discovered what an atomic detonation in shallow water could do to surface ships. But half an answer's not enough when the question involves our country's safety. We had an urgent need to know just how efficiently an underwater A-bomb could kill an enemy submarine at sea. You all know how we did it in World War II. We had to do it with tons of high explosive. It was a costly business and not nearly effective enough. It cost millions of dollars to search out and find each enemy sub, and this expense did not guarantee a kill. Too many got away.
But at least there's no... Oh, I'll say it after.
The cost of not killing them was even more expensive. Billions of dollars, thousands of lives, cargo ships, naval vessels, troop ships. These were the reasons why we needed urgently to know how to stop an enemy submarine permanently. New weapons must be thoroughly tested under scientifically controlled conditions before they can be proven useful to our national defense. Several hundred feet below this barge is suspended an atomic bomb. But if we ever had to use it, how effective would it be? Operation Wigwam was conceived to answer these questions. Firm belief in its necessity was based on studies conducted by scientific and military personnel since 1950. Wigwam was launched as an Armed Forces Special Weapons project in June of 1953. Almost a year later, the carefully prepared plan was published as a secret document. But there were many problems to solve before Operation Wigwam could become operational.
Trying to figure out what those problems are. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now let's continue. So did you give this some thought? Well, anyway, if you didn't, we're gonna continue on anyway.
The project offered our experienced Navy a new challenge to its skill in seamanship. Wigwam scientists were exploring new fields of research without the benefit of very much previous scientific data. Special consideration had to be given to the choice of area that could be used for this type of atomic test. Extensive studies were made of weather histories for many recommended locations and of the complexities of ocean currents at different times of the year. A large percentage of the budget was spent to solve this problem. The exact locality and time of year for the test were finally selected with the purpose of avoiding any schools of commercial fish. All of these studies were conducted with the knowledge that the amount of radioactivity resulting from Wigwam would be but a drop in the bucket.
Hey everybody, my name is Kyle Dennis and I've taken 15,000 into over 5 million trading stocks. But once
the ocean but a drop in the bucket. The ocean waters are vast, and we were testing a single A-bomb. To determine the military effectiveness of this underwater explosion, we had to have target submarines. To evaluate this effectiveness accurately at different ranges, we needed 3 identical targets. To simulate an enemy sub more realistically, these targets would be submerged and towed at measured distances from zero. It was essential for us to know the weapon's most effective range. So one of the 3 sister subs would be towed within the killing range, one which had been carefully created just to be destroyed. She was the first ship of her kind ever to join the Navy. Nicknamed the Squaw, her full name was Squaw number 12. She's never had an engine. Wherever this squaw went, she was in tow. Due to the hazardous nature of her underwater mission, she could never be assigned a crew. There's no man in our Navy that we'd order aboard to serve on this squaw's voyage. So she was manned by robot instruments with electronic eyes and fingers to sense and to communicate the information that we had to know concerning the details of her fate.
I wonder how they got all that stuff back after the test. You know how, that's how
To prepare for the final mission, the squaw was put through several dry run trials, and some that weren't so dry. Finally, at D-Day -2, squaw number 12, along with her two sister squaws, and the rest of Task Group 7.3, arrived at the point of rendezvous, not very far from zero. Squaw 12, destined to be stationed within the killing range of the first deep underwater atomic shot, is submerged. Then she's secured to this small barge with an underwater A-bomb many hundred feet below.
Oh, it's coming from the video. I was hearing kind of a staticky sound, but it's coming from the... Yeah.
Many types of measuring instruments are assigned their floating stations, while others are put overboard to record and relay.
Sorry, thought I heard something.
Stations, while others are put overboard to record and relay valuable scientific information. The entire array, now in tow by a single fleet tug, forms a sea serpent several miles long, the longest sea serpent in history. With the security guard alert for uninvited observers, the task group prepares for night steaming. Tomorrow will be D-Day. The liberated power of an atomic weapon is easily swallowed up among the mightier forces of the sea. Specially adapted ships, remotely controlled by shielded crews, steam into the hot water minutes after the explosion.
Wait, are you telling me there's no members aboard that ship and it's just piloted by remote control? Is that what they're saying? Tell me in the comments if that's what they're saying or not.
To measure the amount of radioactive residue. And wherever the currents may carry it, this ship and crew will follow, gathering scientific data until all traces disappear. If any radioactive remnants escape to the air, these aircraft will detect them. The operational phase of Wigwam is completed. Squaw 12 and her sister subs played their supporting parts well. Their performance taught us what we needed most to know: how to stop an enemy submarine, quickly, efficiently, permanently. Perhaps the atomic age can bring a lasting freedom, not just of the seas, but to all humanity.
What's up, Tim Sykes, millionaire mentor and trader here in this beautiful Bali villa. I'm from a small town in Connecticut.
Unclassified official use only. One's already been seen. The other two are not going to be seen. So you have to take a look at them on your own time. Atomic Test Again, subscribe to Atomic Test channel for more. Now let's see an HD video of atomic bomb underwater nuclear burst final version tsunami bomb of 1958. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Underwater nuclear burst, 1958. ship still exists. Subscribe to the Atomic Test channel for more. Atomic Bomb channel on YouTube. This video is a negative 500 foot deep water tsunami nuclear atomic bomb testing. Footage from 1958, but it's been remastered. Operation Contact shot HD remastered video. Footage from remote camera. Footage from manual camera. Now look closely at this ship right here, where the mouse is. Whoa! See that? Just went up. It was under the ship. Let's slow that down so we can see. Let's slow that down better so we can take a better look. The auto doesn't sound good, but it's slow down. So let's see. Whoa! That ship got obliterated. I think a nuclear bomb works best when it's underneath the ship, underneath the target, and underwater. At sea, I think a nuclear bomb works best when it's underneath the target, not around it. You know what I mean? Not bomb here, enemies here. So bomb here, enemy here, like that kind of thing, like that kind. Works better that way. Anyway, let's continue. That was neat. Let's continue on. Oh. Off the surface of the water. Woo! Wait, I guess there's something. Shortly after the maximum height was attained, the hot gas and steam bubble burst through the dome. Such as was observed in the shallow underwater Baker shot. collapse of the plumes created a visible base surge extending out to a distance of over 2%. 2% miles downwind and reaching a maximum height of about 1,000 feet. This base surge traveled outward at an initial speed of nearly 75 miles per hour, but decreased within 10 seconds to less than 20 miles per hour. Dissipated, a foam patch could be seen spreading from the surface zero water to reach over 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters. This footage first time shows to the public. Waterways from Wahoo raising the water level some 12 feet over the closest island. There was little evidence of the fireball in the Wahoo shot because of the depth of the burst, and only a small amount of thermal radiation escaped. The initial nuclear radiation was similar to that from a shallow underwater burst, but there was no lingering airborne radioactive cloud from which fallout could occur. The radioactivity was associated with the base surge, while it was visible, and also after the water droplets had evaporated, the invisible radioactive base surge continued to expand and moved in the downwind direction. The deposited residual nuclear radiation was light, and very little radioactivity was found on the surface of the water. One of the three videos has been used in this video. The other three have not. So, if you get time, check out the video. I probably can't list all the videos in the description section because it's too big. Playlist it's too big. So, I'm gonna. How do you say this? I'm gonna put in a, I'm gonna put in the description section with a link to the playlist. But as for those three videos, you'll have to see them on your own time. Alrighty? So, let's continue on. That was the end. That was the end of chapter 13. Now we're going on to chapter 14. Do you remember that? Do you remember in that first view I showed, the one with the timeline of nuclear testing from around the 1950s to from the last half of the 20th century? Well, Pakistani detonated one nuke. I know that, but I don't know if this video is it. And yeah, I know India got a nuclear weapon, but why? How did Pakistan get one? And this is bad. And this is bad, people. Let me explain why. Pakistan and India are not exactly friends. In fact, they hate each other. Well, I don't know to an extent, but I don't know how much to an extent of that, because I haven't been there myself, and I don't think I could travel there for a couple of reasons. The main reason being the COVID virus, COVID-19, the pandemic, and second, and I do know this: if they attack each other with nukes, it won't just affect them; it'll affect everyone. And guess who will want payback? And guess who will probably want making our lives miserable? I mean, the whole world. Those who fire the nukes. So let's just hope India and Pakistan know that nuclear weapons is a lose-lose for both sides. Anyway, I don't know if this video is this is a video of Pakistani nuclear weapons test. I don't know if this is the one from the timeline, but if it isn't, then it's new. Probably second or a further down or a further number down up test. So let's take a look.
चागी का वसी सहराई इलाका.
Okay, I think this video is in Arabic, and I can't understand. I can't. No offense to the Arabic people or Muslims. I can't understand. I can't understand what they're saying. So, if you can add translation to this video, either this one directly or the one this one I'm watching directly, or the one you're currently watching right now, if that even made sense, I would be very grateful. Okay, so let's restart over and do this again.
चागी का वसी सहराई इलाका, जहां पस मंजर में ऊंचे ऊंचे चटियल पहाड़ हैं, एटमी तजर्बे के लिए पाकिस्तानी साइंसदानों ने बटन दबाया तो ज़ेरे ज़मीन मीलों लंबी सुरंग में ज़बरदस्त इर्तियाश पैदा हुआ और पहाड़ों का रंग तब्दील होना शुरू हो गया. इसके बाद पहाड़ों पर जमी मिट्टी धूल बनकर बुलंद होना शुरू हुई. ऐसे महसूस हुआ जैसे बादल उठ रहे हैं. चागी के इस इलाके में दूर दूर तक आबादी का निशान नहीं है और इसी वजह से पाकिस्तानी साइंसदानों ने इस जगह का इंतखाब किया. एटमी धमाकों से किसी किस्म की तापकारी के असरात नहीं फैले. हिफाजती इंतजामात इतने मुकम्मल थे कि खुद पाकिस्तानी साइंसदान आज तक इस इलाके में रहे हैं. जो ही तजर्बात कामयाब हुए, साइंसदानों और इंजीनियरों की टीम ने नारे तकबीर अल्लाह अकबर का नारा लगाया और अल्लाह के हुजूर सजदा शुक्र अदा किया.
don't. I think I understood what one of them said. Allah Akbar. I know what that means. God is great. I just hate how they just hate. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to put more bigger. I don't want to put a bigger target on my head.
This place is about it.
Come back.
नीचे गिरते आए ये बड़े-बड़े जो है हाँ
So the whole mountain shook actually that. So you find that whatever those stones were there, they fell down. And these are what we why did they have previously the whole thing was grey, like we have on the ऊपर से सारा सफेद जो है ये ऊपर से स्टोन के ये रॉक एक्सपोज हो पूरी रात पहाड़ भी लेना ना पहाड़ आ गया ना ये वेरी वेरी best photographs that they would take you to the village of the mountain. And there were 5 of them counted the night before. TV sir.
नहीं weather ठीक है radiation radiation I'm talking about.
डॉक्टर समीर मुबारक जिंदाबाद, डॉक्टर खलील कुरैशी जिंदाबाद, चेयरमैन डॉक्टर शफाक साहब जिंदाबाद, नारा तकबीर नारा तकबीर, वज़ीर आज़म नवाज शरीफ जिंदाबाद।
मेरे लिए तो बहुत खुशी का मौका है कि आज मैं ज़ाती तौर पे इस जगह पे आया हूँ जहाँ पाकिस्तान ने अपने न्यूक्लियर टेस्ट किए हैं, और मैं समझता हूँ कि यकीनन इस जगह पर आकर मुझे वो सब कुछ देखने का मौका मिला है जिसकी तमन्ना बड़ी देर से थी, और पाकिस्तान की सलामती के हवाले से, पाकिस्तान की बका, पाकिस्तान के दिफा के हवाले से मैं समझता हूँ कि ये उसमें बहुत मजबूती आई है। पाकिस्तान का दिफा मजबूत हुआ है, पाकिस्तान की सलामती मजबूत हुई है, और ये पूरी कौम के लिए मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बाइस खुशी है, बाइस फ़ख्र है। और देखिए, जब भी कोई ऐसी घड़ी आई तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कौम की जो तवक्कुआत थी वो पूरी हुई। अब ऐसी एक घड़ी आई तो हमने भी इसमें कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी और कौम की ऐन तवक्कुआत और उम्मीद के मुताबिक अपने फैसले किए हैं।
So if you can help me understand that, translate that from Arabic to English, I would be very grateful. Anyway, let's continue on. Let's continue on to the next chapter. Anyway, that's the end of this. That's the end of that chapter. That's the end of that chapter, chapter 14. Now, we're going to go on. We're going to go on to chapter 15. Now, I don't know if this was mentioned in a previous video, but the Vela incident, the greatest nuclear mystery ever. In this chapter, we're going to go further in depth into it. Alrighty, so let's strap up and get ready to dive deep into the Vela incident.
And order.
This video is made possible by CuriosityStream. Watch any of their more than 2,000 documentaries for free by visiting curiositystream.com/reallifelore. In the very early morning hours of the 22nd of September 1979, something weird happened in the waters of the South Indian Ocean that has puzzled experts ever since. An American satellite orbiting above, known as Vela Hotel 6911, detected a bright double flash of light below that seemed to be indicative of a nuclear explosion. Whenever a nuclear bomb is detonated, there is an initial extremely intense but brief burst of light, followed by a longer and less intense light afterwards. This is a key signature for differentiating a nuclear explosion from any other kind of man-made or natural phenomenon. But the weird part was, the explosion seemed to be located in one of the most remote parts of the planet, somewhere around here in the Indian Ocean between Africa and Antarctica, and between the Crozet Islands owned by France and the Prince Edward Islands owned by South Africa. Further, a typhoon was active around that area at the time, which seemed to suggest that whoever did detonate a nuclear bomb there was trying to keep it a secret from the rest of the world. Almost immediately upon detection by the Vela satellite, the United States and NATO began investigating who may have conducted the secret and mysterious test. The US Air Force flew no less than 25 sorties over the area over the next few weeks to collect atmospheric samples. The UN Security Council concluded that the event was very likely of nuclear origin, while meanwhile in the United States, the Carter administration convened a panel of scientists and experts to determine what the event actually was, and if it was nuclear, who was to blame for it. However, after going through the data, this panel curiously came to the conclusion that the Vela incident, as it was getting to be known, was most likely caused by a natural event. The report has been declassified since, so you can check it out for yourself, but they theorized that perhaps a micrometeoroid had struck the Vela satellite and caused it to only appear to detect a double flash in the Indian Ocean instead. Largely, this was because the panel failed to discover any corroborating evidence for a nuclear detonation. They pointed out that the ratio of intensities between the first and the second flashes of the supposed explosion didn't match up with the ratio of actual nuclear explosions that had been measured accurately. The US sorties over the area failed to produce any evidence of nuclear fallout, and a US-led team studying wind patterns failed to detect any levels of radiation down on the surface. Thus, the Carter administration ruled that while they couldn't entirely prove that it wasn't a nuclear explosion, they considered it much more likely that a natural phenomenon was to blame. And soon around that time, the UN Security Council adjusted their position to inconclusive on whether or not a secret nuclear test had actually been conducted. There was, of course, significant evidence to suggest, though, that a nuclear test actually did take place. The Vela satellite system together had successfully detected 41 previous atmospheric nuclear tests across the world after all. And further, the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico was able to detect an ionospheric anomaly traveling from the epicenter of the supposed detonation site. While an American study failed to come up with any radioactive fallout that would have been produced by such an explosion, an Australian study did. Scientists at the Los Alamos Observatory also voiced their belief that the sensors aboard the Vela satellite that detected the anomaly were not malfunctioning, while several other scientists have come forward claiming that the Carter administration panel's finding of a natural occurrence was politically motivated. There are journalists who claim that every successive US administration since then has deliberately covered up the truth of what the Vela incident actually was, while several modern studies conducted as recently as 2016 and 2018 attribute the cause to definitely being a nuclear bomb detonation. So if it's true, why hasn't the United States or anybody else just come out and said definitively what the Vela incident was? And who was actually responsible for secretly detonating a nuclear bomb back in 1979? The answer is maybe because, well, the answer would be awkward. Based on the geography of where the test took place, most researchers seem to believe that it was a nuclear test conducted by apartheid-era South Africa, or Israel, or both of their governments cooperating together. Israel is widely believed to have a nuclear weapons program that began in the late 1940s, but it's extremely murky territory. Israel has, after all, never confirmed nor denied the existence of their nuclear weapons, and it's never been known when, where, or even if Israel has actually tested any of their potential nukes. Cooperating with South Africa and testing a nuclear bomb in a faraway corner of the world would make sense for such a secretive program, but what would have been in it for South Africa? Well, at the time, South Africa was embroiled in a war against Angola and communist Cuba, who were receiving supplies from the Soviet Union. Due to South Africa's apartheid racial discrimination policies, their government was shunned by much of the rest of the world, and a UN arms embargo had recently been passed against them. It was hard for the apartheid regime to find friends in the world, but they found friends in the Israelis, who were speculated to have cooperated together on their nuclear weapons research. Israel wanted nukes as a deterrent against their Arab neighbors, while South Africa wanted them as a deterrent against communists in Angola and Cuba. South Africa did in fact develop 6 functioning atomic bombs, but after the fall of apartheid, they made that fact publicly disclosed and dismantled all of them. However, the modern South African nation has still never admitted to any nuclear test conducted on the 22nd of September 1979, and neither, for that matter, has Israel. The US may have known about this test for decades, but has avoided publicly sharing this information because it would politically complicate relations with both South Africa and/or Israel, both ostensibly allies of the United States. Building evidence over the years has been particularly damning, though. A former South African naval commander convicted of spying for the Soviets has claimed that the Vela incident was indeed a top-secret joint South African and Israeli nuclear test conducted at a time and a place where they believed that they wouldn't get caught by anybody. So maybe they did get caught, or maybe it was actually just something weird and natural that happened instead. A lot of questions still remain unsolved about the Vela incident, and we may never learn the truth behind what actually happened that day, but in a way, that's kind of what makes the Vela incident and other mysteries so interesting. The fact that you don't know all of the answers and the possibility that one day you might. So if you're like me and you love learning everything you can about strange, unsolved mysteries in the world, you can learn a lot more from the comfort of your phone or your PC in your own home by checking out CuriosityStream next. CuriosityStream is the first streaming service that exclusively streams documentaries and educational videos. So if you like watching poorly made educational videos on this channel, you'll love professionally made ones over there that I love, like David Attenborough's Light on Earth film, or The Enigma Man, a story about one of the Stone Age's greatest mysteries. CuriosityStream was created by the founders of the Discovery Channel and is available worldwide on the web, Android, iOS, and tons of other platforms. They have documentaries and content spanning science, nature, history, technology, society, and lifestyles, so basically everything that I make videos about and love. Unlimited access to watch all of their videos begins at $2.99 per month, but you can watch everything on CuriosityStream for free when you visit the link in the description at curiositystream.com/reallifelore and by using the code reallifelore during the sign-up process. So please make sure to go ahead and watch their stuff next, and as always, thank you for watching.
You're welcome.
What's
So if you got any information about the Vela incident, the truth of what in the matter, then be sure share with us. We'll mainly put or comment down below or say it in the live chat. Anyway. Anyway, that's the end of chapter 15. Now we're going on to chapter 16. And this is a list of nuclear tests that went horribly wrong. Which could make great movies if done right. Show it as a message to the world. To show as a message to the world the dangers of nuclear testing and why they must end. The more famous the incident, the better. And the more horrible, probably the better. The more horrible and awful and maybe fear, the better. So we can push more people. So we can convince more people, so the movies can convince more people to join anti-nuclear test organization, anti-nuclear tests, weapons, etc. organizations. You know, because of the dangers of radiation poisoning and what it does to the body. Because if I'm correct, that's like a slow, painful death. I could be wrong though, but anyway. So let's get that. So now that that idea is out of the way, so let's get down to it.
I want you to learn from my mistakes.
Between 1945 and 1992, the United States performed over 1,000 nuclear tests. Out of those, 216 were space, underwater, or atmospheric tests. While most of the testing took place at a test site in Nevada, the United States military tested the capabilities of these new weapons in other places as well, particularly within the Pacific Ocean. With such immense power in their hands, you would assume the scientists would take extra precautions to ensure innocent bystanders were not negatively impacted from the nuclear warheads detonating nearby. However, mistakes happen in every line of work, and there have been several cases where nuclear testing went horribly off the rails. While there have only been a few tests gone awry, one error is one too many when you're dealing with nuclear weapons. It is estimated that because of nuclear weapons testing in the United States, over 300,000 Americans have lost their lives. Today on Underworld, we're going to be going over 2 nuclear tests that went horribly wrong.
Castle Bravo.
On March 1st, 1954, a group of military officers, scientists, Marshall Island natives, and fishermen gathered on a small island to witness the testing of a new nuclear weapon. The testing was codenamed Castle Bravo, and its impact almost led to the deaths of them all. The experiment was designed to test the first thermonuclear explosion that was based on feasible technology. The goal was that this research would result in a deliverable H-bomb. The team designed a prototype wet fuel bomb that was based on the Ivy Mike weapon designed just a couple of years earlier. The bomb in question weighed 30 tons, despite only measuring 5 feet wide and 24 feet long. However, this bomb simply wasn't practical, which is why, for Castle Bravo, they used dry fuel consisting of lithium deuteride, which is solid and more lightweight. Scientists estimated that Castle Bravo would yield an explosion of roughly 5 megatons. With this in mind, they based where the safety zone would be, where people could watch that Castle Bravo would yield an explosion of roughly 5 megatons. With this in mind, they based where the safety zone would be, where people could watch the explosion and remain a safe distance away. Castle Bravo was set to go off at 6:45 local time, and from the second it detonated, onlookers knew something had gone terribly wrong. The nuclear explosion produced an overwhelming flash, even brighter than what scientists expected from nuclear blasts. The blast was so bright that men were able to see their bones appear as shadows through their own flesh. Blinding light made its way through every crack and pinhole within the secured facilities. The thermal radiation from the blast was far more intense than they were anticipating. Sailors on Navy ships over 30 miles away were reported as saying that it felt like a blowtorch was being directed right at their bodies. The subsequent shockwave destroyed buildings far outside the calculated damage zone. The fireball forming from the explosion measured at roughly 4 miles in diameter and rose over 130,000 feet above sea level. Oh, and did I mention that it was hotter than the surface of the sun? Men who fought valiantly in World War II fell to their knees and began to pray. Remember when we said that scientists expected the blast to only be 5 megatons? Well, when all was said and done, that blast was closer to 15 megatons. The reason for the miscalculation was due to a tritium bonus that happened in the middle of the thermonuclear reaction. Cascading neutrons in the bomb turned the lithium-7 isotope into a mix of tritium and helium. And if you know nothing of thermonuclear dynamics, then you should know that tritium creates extreme energetic fusion. This blast was 1,000 times greater than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. And just when everyone in the vicinity thought they were safe, there was the matter of the nuclear fallout. Meteorologists expected the fallout to blow away from all inhabited areas. Instead, the opposite occurred, with a radioactive cloud blowing the fallout toward the population. It rained down on nearby ships as well as United States service members stationed on Rongerik Island. The fallout also made its way to a Japanese fishing vessel where one man died from radiation exposure, resulting in an international disaster between the US and Japan. More so, Marshall Island natives had to leave the only home they had ever known because the radiation was leading to increased cases of thyroid cancer as well as birth defects. They returned briefly, but had to evacuate again due to fears of lingering radiation, and they never went back. Fallout continued in the form of extensive legislation to limit further testing of nuclear weapons. In 1963, the US passed the Limited Test Ban Treaty that outlawed any further atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons. In 1990, Congress passed the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which stated that the Justice Department would offer a one-time payment of $75,000 to any and all atomic veterans for nuclear testing-related illnesses. Surprisingly, records show that only about 3% of such atomic veterans have ever filed for a claim.
The Banbury test.
Due to atmospheric testing being banned, the military and scientists had to go underground if they wanted to test the capabilities of nuclear weapons. One such test, known as the Banbury test, was scheduled to occur at 7:30 a.m. on December 18, 1970. The test was located at a Nevada test site. The bomb was lowered more than 900 feet into a hole a little over 7 feet in diameter. It only took about 3 minutes after the test began for people to realize that something had gone horrifically wrong. Nearly 300 feet away from the hole where the bomb was planted, a fissure opened up in the ground. This fissure was just large enough to where a cloud of radioactive vapor and dust began pouring into the sky. It was able to rise 8,000 feet into the atmosphere, and the subsequent fallout went on to spread out across Nevada, California, and other nearby states. 400 cars were contaminated. They all had to be vacuumed and sprayed down before they could go back to their owners. However, property was the least of anyone's concerns, considering how many people were dangerously close to the detonation site. Government workers immediately had to evacuate from the test site. But when you're dealing with a nuclear bomb, you don't exactly have a lot of time. Hundreds of them ended up being exposed to the radiation. For many of the workers, their
Dang ad.
Project. It should feel more like this. That's why you need ClickUp. With ClickUp, when you want to assign a task, you task it. If you have to adjust your timeline, you change it. If you need to show your progress, you upload it. ClickUp is already used by thousands of the most productive teams out there and has over 5,000 five-star reviews. So get less of this and more of this. Less of this and more of this. Less of this, more of this. Try ClickUp free, forever.
Free. What's the...
It's a simple passive income business that allows you to be free. You probably don't.
I'll be right back, folks. So give me a second. I thought I heard something. I need to check it out. So BRB. Okay, folks, I'm back. So now let's finish up.
Exposure remained within the established. For many of the workers, their exposure remained within the established safety limits. However, 2 men who had suffered from the highest levels of exposure out of anyone later contracted leukemia and passed away. Their widows fought for compensation for years. While courts ultimately found the government to be negligent in this case, it found that they were not liable and no money was awarded. The government also ended up doing a test to determine why this went wrong. They halted all underground testing for 6 months, and eventually, it was discovered that the geology of the site, along with its high water content, ultimately magnified the impact of the bomb. New rules were put into place regarding the investigation of geology of potential test sites before moving forward. Additionally, new rules had to be put into place to limit workers' potential exposure to radiation in the future.
The fallout.
In the above 2 examples, there were terrifying pictures of what these blasts looked like. However, ultimately, the blast isn't what ended up killing anyone. People remained at safe distances from the detonations, and while things went wrong, no one was near the blast site. The real killer came in the form of radioactive fallout. The last nuclear testing occurred in the 1990s, and for good reason. New research has revealed that there has always been a hidden cost of developing nuclear weapons, and it's in the form of numerous American deaths. Between 1951 and 1973, it's estimated that anywhere between 340,000 and 690,000 Americans died as a result of nuclear fallout in their own country. Between 1951 and 1963, the US tested nuclear weapons above ground, inadvertently exposing thousands of workers to fallout. In high doses, this fallout is deadly to humans, and even in low doses, it can still lead to cancer. The emissions did not remain localized at the test site. Instead, wind blew the fallout into local communities. Over time, it was revealed that towns near nuclear testing sites had significantly higher rates of cancer when compared to other cities. Nuclear fallout also made its way into people's bodies through the milk they drank. You see, much, much higher. That particular estimate did not take into account the potential for milk to deliver iodine-131, an incredibly dangerous isotope, to the public. It's likely the true number of deaths from the country's nuclear testing is 7 to 14 times higher than most reports estimate. As of today, the only time a nuclear bomb was used in warfare was when 2 were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Estimates report that 250,000 people lost their lives in the aftermath. Considering that it's possible the number of people to die from fallout-related causes could be as high as 690,000, it seems as though the United States killed more of its own people to develop these weapons. The government has taken steps to reduce the number of people exposed to radioactive materials. Additionally, there was some blind luck associated with reducing the number of poisoned individuals. A great deal of nuclear testing occurred in Nevada, which had a low atmospheric dispersal rate, meaning the fallout was less likely to make its way to nearby communities. The government was actually looking at other testing facilities before it decided on Nevada, and it turns out that decision could have saved hundreds upon thousands of lives. Unfortunately, the impact of these tests lingers in American society. It's entirely plausible that millions of Americans were exposed to fallout and suffer from illnesses related to that exposure. Those people now rely on the government to fund healthcare. Nuclear testing has fallen to the wayside, with the last test occurring in 1992.
And that's why we need healthcare for all. Medicare for all, or however it's
the wayside, with the last test occurring in 1992. This was due to the adoption of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty that was created by the United Nations General Assembly. This treaty bans all nuclear explosions for both military and civilian purposes. The treaty has not entered into force, with 8 nations not yet ratifying. Nuclear weapons have a complicated spot in history. On one hand, they are impressive scientific feats, while on the other hand are weapons of mass destruction, which can sometimes cause damage that nobody was expecting. If you enjoyed this style of video and want to see more, then be sure to leave us some video ideas in the comments. As always, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you.
At University of Phoenix, we know you're always there for them. That's why our advisors are always here for you. Online, but never on your own.
See you in the next one. As always, thank you all for more, then be sure to leave us some video ideas in the comments. As always, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
If you think that was it, that's all. You're wrong. There's more.
Noam Chomsky once said, "It's a near miracle that nuclear war has so far been avoided. We've certainly come close more times than many people realize. Even more frightening is that nuclear detonations can sometimes not work as intended. Here then is our list of nuclear detonations that went horribly wrong."
Lake Chenge. Lake blowing bright.
We commence at number 10, literally with a big bang, and a show of extraordinary foolhardiness on the part of the Soviet Union. It happened in 1965, when the Soviets got the brilliant idea that they could form a new lake by using a nuclear bomb. They bombed a new crater with a diameter of 408 meters and 100 meters deep. They then dug a canal between a nearby river and the crater to form a lake. Unfortunately, they forgot to take gravity and radiation into consideration. To this day, Lake Shagan, in what is modern-day Kazakhstan, is massively radioactive and basically dead. Talk about cratered thinking.
Crater thinking. Mighty Oak, equipment led astray.
Our number 9 was admitted to in a report released by the U.S. government in 1987. An underground nuclear test, dubbed Mighty Oak, in a tunnel at a test site in Nevada went awry in April 1986. The purpose of this test was to assess the effects a nuclear explosion could have on different types of military equipment. There was a fault in the design of a pipe, resulting in a bigger detonation and the destruction of about $32 million worth of diagnostic equipment and other military material. The report only hinted that it all could have gone much, much worse.
Yes. Novaya Zemlya. Goodbye, pristine Arctic.
Number 8 wasn't a single detonation, but a series of detonations over a number of years. Most of the detonations would have been considered a quote-unquote success, for want of a better word. However, collectively, these detonations were an ecological disaster. The culprit was the Soviet Union, and the place was Novaya Zemlya, consisting of 2 islands approximately 250 miles from the Arctic Circle. The USSR conducted 130 nuclear tests there in the atmosphere, underground, and the surrounding oceans between 1954 and 1990. Today, it is the most radioactive place in the Arctic. The nuclear arms race was just genius, right?
Wrong. Operation Ivy Mike, attack on Inuataka.
Number 7 is a prime example of a nuclear detonation that was considered a triumphant success at the time, but in fact was an unmitigated disaster. In November 1952, the United States detonated an 82-ton device that yielded an estimated 10.4 megatons of explosive power. That's almost 500 times the power of the atomic bomb dropped in Nagasaki. The place was Inuatak, an atoll in the Pacific Ocean. The blasts obliterated islands and produced far larger quantities of fallout in the form of lethal radioactive particles than had ever been anticipated. It was a success gone wrong.
Nevada test 1957, 6 men standing.
It seems incredible, but at number 6 we have 6 U.S. Air Force officers who agreed to stand beneath an atmospheric nuclear test. This is what happened 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas in July 1957. The men had, unbelievably, volunteered to stand in the designated spot and were filmed jauntily doing it. They even placed a sign next to them that read, Ground Zero Population 5. That was a bit of cheek, since there was actually a 6th guy also standing there. The guy filming all the footage, of course. Amazingly, although all the men of course developed cancer, most lived into their 80s. Those were some strong genes.
I'll say. Operation Plowshare, mining for trouble.
Imagine having a nuclear test to investigate the viability of nuclear weapons for mining, engineering, and other civilian projects. That's what number 5 is all about. Stardok Sedan was a shallow underground nuclear test conducted at Yucca Flat facility in Nevada in July 1962. As part of a series of tests known as Operation Plowshare, the detonation resulted in a radioactive cloud that separated into 2 plumes rising to 10,000 feet and 16,000 feet. That test remains to this day the single largest contributor to nuclear fallout in the continental United States. We could guess nuclear bombs aren't great for mining after all, huh?
Starfish Prime, Night Sky Alight.
Miscalculation of just how powerful nuclear detonations can be has been a major contributing factor to the many failures, as occurred with our number 4. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States in July 1962. It was the largest nuclear test ever conducted in outer space, and one of 5 conducted to date by the US in space. The pulse from the detonation, 250 miles into space, was far greater than expected. Radiation belts spontaneously formed and eventually crippled 1/3 of the satellites in space at the time. It was a total, hugely expensive disaster.
Tsar Bomba, La Mighty Bomba.
At number 3 is the nuclear bomb to beat all nuclear bombs. It came out of the Soviet Union and was a hydrogen bomb, the Soviets codenamed Ivan or Vanya. The bomb had an astounding yield of 50 megatons of TNT. The Soviets had originally wanted it to be twice as powerful. It was detonated on Servany Island, which was part of Novaya Zemlya, a test site mentioned already at number 8 on our countdown. Its fireball could be seen 600 miles away. Put simply, the Tsar Bomba was the single most powerful device ever deployed by mankind. Its impact was untold, and that the Tsar Bomba.
Dang, look at that. The crown of the...
8 on our countdown. Its fireball could be seen 600 miles away. Put simply, the Tsar Bomba was the single most powerful device ever deployed by mankind. Its impact was untold, and that is why this monster appears on this countdown. Told, the most powerful of mankind, its impact
Total destruction radius superimposed on Paris
was untold, and that is why this monster appears on this countdown.
Castle Bravo. No bikinis here.
Number 2 is about a nuclear bomb that ranks as one of the most famous of all time. And that was an unforeseen catastrophe. The detonation took place near the Bikini Atoll, yes, after which revealing swimming attire for ladies was named, in March 1954. The problem was that the thermonuclear device was 2.5 times stronger than had been calculated. As a result, fallout was immense, and local islanders suffered horrible radiation sickness and cancer. Crew on a nearby Japanese fishing vessel all experienced acute radiation syndrome. To this day, this area of the Marshall Islands is considered a dead zone by locals.
Semipalantinx, the worst fallout. If I said that right.
We've left number 1 for what is undoubtedly one of the worst disasters arising from a nuclear detonation. Fallout from a nuclear weapons test by the Soviet Union at Semipalatinsk in August 1954 engulfed the industrial city of Ust-Kamenogorsk over 100 miles away. Cancer rates dramatically increased, as did infertility, birth defects, and mental defects. Around 200,000 people were directly affected. The horrors of that test were covered up by the Soviet Union for decades. To this day, 1 in 20 babies in the area are born with birth defects. Such are the radiation levels. Those then are 10 examples of nuclear detonations that went horribly wrong. For more top lists just like this, be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out our other lists. And thanks for watching, and thanks for learning.
You have to protect your application.
There's a medical tech company called HeartFlow. Yeah. If you invested $1,000 in that one, you could have turned it into 1.7 million. And don't even get
No. Just like this.
What is the safest place on Earth? 10 weirdest uses of nuclear weapons. Now this video will be in a future video, but this video you'll have to see another time. Sorry about the play. Sorry about rewinding back.
Be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out our other lists. And thanks for watching, and thanks for learning.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream.
Now we're going to take a closer look at one of the top three. One of the top three nuclear disasters. It's Castle Bravo. No. And the Tsar Bomba will be discussed in a future. Will be further discussed in a future video, if it hasn't already been discussed enough in this one. Okay, let's go.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Use our link in the description below for a 30-day trial, giving you unlimited access to thousands of documentaries and non-fiction titles from some of the world's best filmmakers when you use the code INFOGRAPHICS. At 6:45 a.m. on March 1st, 1954, the Earth rumbled and shook. A massive crater was formed in the Pacific Ocean as the largest hydrogen bomb to ever go off made its fateful detonation. An orange and yellow explosion that could be described as glorious shot up a cloud of radioactive debris that stretched 4.5 miles wide and 130,000 feet high into the sky above Bikini Atoll, a tiny island that's part of the Marshall Islands. It left a crater in the ocean floor with a diameter of 6,510 feet and a depth of 250 feet. Just to give you an idea of its magnitude, that's more than 18 football fields wide and almost an entire one deep. This lethal debris was still falling about 5 hours later on Rongelap, an atoll 97 miles away, where it came down like ashy snow, so naturally, kids played in it and even went so far as to eat it. This is the story of Castle Bravo, the thermonuclear accident that ended up being 1,000 times more powerful than Hiroshima. Castle Bravo was the codename for what was ironically called the Shrimp, a device that weighed 23,500 pounds and was based on the Teller-Ulam thermal nuclear weapon design, named after scientist Edward Teller and mathematician Stanislaw Ulam. Basically, the two set out to create a weapon that could be delivered by an aircraft. Its design was novel because its different parts were linked and each part of the sequence was intended to be powered by the part preceding it. This means that if one of the first elements failed, so too would all of the subsequent stages, rendering the device useless. Sort of a high-stakes dominoes. This design was supposed to be an upgrade from Ivy Mike, a previous bomb model tested in 1952 that had to be the size of a small building to support the equipment that allowed its fuel to stay in necessary liquid form. So, not convenient at all. Bravo used solid lithium deuteride, which meant none of this clunky equipment was necessary for it to retain its form. Bravo was the first part of Operation Castle, a mission that spanned 2.5 months and was the US's attempt to gather information on nuclear weapons. They specifically wanted to focus on the shock the weapons generated, their blast radius, and preceding fallout. Operation Castle was a small part of a much bigger secretive arms race between the US and the Soviet Union in the 1950s. In 1950, the US National Security Council released NSC 68, which was a 68-page secret paper that suggested quadrupling defense spending in the case the Soviets attacked. Adding to the secrecy, classified studies at the time projected that by 1958 the US wouldn't be able to retaliate against the Soviets in the case of an attack. Back to Castle Bravo though. It exploded at 15 megatons, which was, well, slightly higher than the scientists had originally projected. In fact, it was a whopping 2.5 times more intense than they had anticipated and can be attributed to some seriously complicated scientific miscalculations. Essentially what happened was that scientists at the time didn't realize that the solid source of fusion fuel we mentioned earlier, a lithium deuteride, would react the way it did in this extreme situation. And as it turns out, a tiny scientific mistake can have almost unfathomable results. An area of 7,000 miles surrounding Bikini Atoll was contaminated, most notably the atolls of Rongelap and Udarik, and they felt the effects of radioactive poison almost immediately and for decades afterward. Radioactive material was spread to different parts all over the world too, later found in Japan, India, Australia, Europe, and the United States. Bravo's dangerous rain was mostly made up of pieces of coral, radioactive particles, and water. Alex Wellerstein, a scientist at the Stevens Institute of Technology, noted in a 2013 blog post that what most likely happened during Bravo was that small particles went up with the fireball and stayed aloft long enough to lose most of their radioactive energy and diffuse into the atmosphere, while heavy particles fell right back down again pretty quickly. So blowing up and irradiating something like coral is just the worst possible thing, he wrote. The people of Rongelap weren't evacuated until 3 days after the blast, an eternity to be exposed to so much dangerous radioactive material lingering in the air. They were exposed to radiation of 60 to 300 rem. Rem stands for 1 dose of radiation exposure. 5 to 10 of these alone are enough to change a person's blood chemistry. 400 units could wipe out half of an exposed population. To add to this, in studies as recently as 2010, the National Cancer Institute determined that almost 170 cancer cases among residents of the Marshall Islands who were alive between 1948 and 1970 could be attributed to exposure to radiation. Not all of the reasons why Castle Bravo went horribly wrong were due to scientific miscalculations though, but in fact,
Dang it.
were caused by deception, negligence, and a combination of the two. The winds were much more intense than scientists previously thought before carrying out the test. They concluded that the winds were suitable 3 days before the bomb, but a really irresponsible duo, Major General Percy Clarkson, head of the military team that carried out the test, and the scientific director Dr. Alvin Graves, still went through with the plan even though the winds were recognized as unfavorable just 6 hours before the blast. The USS Curtis, a Navy ship, was 23 miles from the detonation. Writing for Medium, military historian Paul Richard helped us to picture what the day was like for the men on that ship, noting that the heat was like having a blowtorch applied to their bodies. Ouch. It's impossible to talk about Castle Bravo without mentioning Lucky Dragon No. 5, a Japanese tuna fishing boat with a 23-man crew that was about 80 miles away from Bikini Atoll when the test happened. According to a documentary for the Maryland History Day competition, the men on the boat witnessed the sun rise mysteriously in the west and heard a symphony of thunder and snow falling out of the sky. About an hour and a half after the initial explosion, one crew member died from the exposure and the others had adverse health effects as a result. One of these fishermen, Oishi Matasushi, remembered and described the Armageddon-like scene like this. A yellow flash poured through the porthole. Wondering what happened, I jumped up from the bunk near the door. ran out on the dock and was astonished. Bridge, sky, and sea burst into view, painted in flaming sunset colors. I looked around in a daze. I was totally at a loss. Lucky Dragon also sparked international worry over the radioactive tuna that was aboard the boat when the bomb exploded. The Japanese called the whole event a second Hiroshima. They also almost severed ties with the US as a result. The US government doctor sent to Japan to help after the incident wrongly predicted that those on the boat would recover in a month. 6 months later, Aikichi Kuboyama, the Lucky Dragon's 40-year-old radio operator, succumbed to the damage caused by the radioactivity and died, leading to the New York Times naming him probably the world's first hydrogen bomb casualty. Lucky Dragon also had a profound effect on how the Castle Bravo narrative was framed. In a 2002 interview, physicist Ralph Lapp attributed Lucky Dragon as the singular event that made the US look bad, saying the story of the Lucky Dragon blew the lid off of secrecy because the Atomic Energy Commission could not keep it a secret. The story had to be told because radioactivity persisted and could deny territory to normal use. Furthermore, there was the fact that some of the chemicals in the fallout were highly toxic fission products, and this could be a health hazard. At this point, you might be wondering what happened to the people who were exposed to that fallout. Unfortunately, the reality of what happened was much more grim than anything that could be conjured up for a riveting science fiction movie. The US attempted to redeem themselves after the calamity, but they still managed to screw things up and cause even more long-term damage. Because the people of Rongelap were among those hit the hardest, they became the test subjects of a government-funded project called Project 4.1, more specifically named the study of response of human beings exposed to significant beta and gamma radiation due to the fallout from high-yield weapons, which took place a week after Bravo. The Rongelapese people weren't given a translator to break down what was going on, so they were essentially being tested on without proper consent. They were given medication without being told why they should take them. Pregnant women who were exposed to radiation eventually gave birth to deformed babies, some of which included larger than normal heads and opaque skin. None of these babies survived more than a few days after being born. Thyroid tumors, especially among the Rongelapese women, caused them to need corrective surgeries, which limited their abilities to speak and sing, a devastating side effect since singing is a revered part of Marshallese culture that goes back hundreds of years. Troy de Broom, who would later become the foreign minister to the Marshall Islands, was 9 years old during Bravo. From his perspective as just a kid, he remembered a flash of light, silent and brighter than the sun, and then watched the sky turn red as blood. That memory drove him in later years to make it his life's mission to fight for the injustices that happened to his people. To a crowd at the United Nations in 2005, he said, "United States government documents clearly demonstrate that its scientists conducted human radiation experiments with Marshallese citizens. Some of our people were injected with or were coerced to drink fluids laced with radiation. Other experiments involved the resettling of people on islands highly contaminated to study how human beings absorbed radiation from the food and environment." You could say Tony de Broom was the Marshall Islands hero. He helped the islands become independent of the United States in 1979, and even helped file a lawsuit against the US for violating a treaty on nuclear non-proliferation. So Tony really wasn't messing around. You think the Castle Bravo disaster would be enough to stop nuclear bomb testing altogether, but Operation Castle continued on, with a total of 67 nuclear weapons tested in the Pacific Ocean. The other 5 parts of the operation were named Romeo, Coon, Union, Yankee, and Nectar. It finally came to a semblance of an end with the Limited Test Ban Treaty, which was signed and passed in 1963. It required that any and all tests be done underground, but it looks like there is some hope. Ever since 1992, the United States has relied on simulations of nuclear weapons instead of the real thing. The Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which would forbid any nuclear tests, garnered signatures from 184 countries in 1996. So while Castle Bravo led to a series of seemingly irreparable mistakes, there is a light at the end of the long, long tunnel that this won't ever happen again. We want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, CuriosityStream. We know you love to learn just as much as we do, and there's no better place to get the highest quality documentaries and nonfiction titles than on the streaming service created for those with a lifelong quest to learn, explore, and understand. We just watched How to Build a Castle, and not only did we learn a ton, now we're ready to build one of our own. With thousands of videos across science, nature, history, and more, you'll never run out of new topics to explore. You can get unlimited access for just $2.99 a month or $19.99 a year. And for viewers of the Infographics Show, the first 30 days are completely free if you sign up at curiositystream.com/infographics and use the code INFOGRAPHICS. Now, if you want more of these similar videos, go watch our video, The Only Man to Survive 2 Nuclear Bombs. Go watch it now. You won't...
I know this video was used but the first ever crime has just been committed in space. I don't know. I haven't seen that one, but we'll have to see that one on another time, or on your time.
Infographics. Now, if you want more of these similar videos, go watch our video, The Only Man to Survive 2 Nuclear Bombs. Go watch it now. You won't regret it. See you next time.
Whoa! Entire streets were destroyed. Children are missing. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Over 500,000 children in Beirut are already struggling to survive due to the COVID-19 and economic crisis. This explosion made things worse. The children and families of Beirut need our help. Save the children. So let's give aid to Lebanon. I would do it, but my money's controlled.
Team City will level up your continuous integration. Build, test, and deploy new features faster with full visibility into your pipelines. Clear out the complexity. Build your next project with Team City.
What that's about. So, okay, that was the end of chapter 16. Now we're going on to chapter 17, and we're going to be discussing how to tell future generations that nuclear testing is deadly. I already gave one idea in chapter 16 through the use of feature films. Because face it, Hollywood special effects can do that very well. And if it's good, then you could get the message through. So how to tell generations that nuclear. So let's get started with this first video on chapter 17. Future generations need to know our nuclear waste is dead. How can we tell them? So let's get started. Independent lens.
Nuclear waste is really all the things that come from nuclear power or nuclear weapons.
We can't leave it near people because exposure to it could result in cancer or death.
Got that right.
Will this lead to some kind of contamination at some point in time in the future? And those futures end up being really far out, often beyond societal imagination. A lot of the questions around nuclear tend to be questions about the future. The half-life of plutonium is 24,100 years. We consider something gone after 10 half-lives, so 240,000 years.
How are we going to design a system that's going to be safe from those kinds of timescales? I sometimes think it's just an impossible task. But we have this nuclear waste, so we have no choice. We have to figure out something to do with it.
Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WI, also known as WI, WIP, or WIPP, near Carlsbad, New Mexico.
This facility is not here because we're in the middle of a desert and you're away from people or all the things that you might think. This site is here simply because there is a bedded salt member that is just almost unique in the North American continent because of the way it was bedded and laid down and because of its depth. 3,000 to 4,000 continuous feet of salt, or about 900 feet below us.
Behind me is basically the legacy of the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the Free West. We produced, I think, close to 30,000 weapons, warheads, and there's lots of plutonium and other fissile materials that are left over from the production of those weapons. Someone has to take care of it, and someone needs to isolate it.
Agree.
And that's what this facility is for.
Let's just hope it's heavily secure. The terrorists won't go in there and just
Congress
steal.
specified they cannot build the waste isolation pilot plant until a plausible marking system was established that for 10,000 years would warn of the danger at this site.
In 1990, the Department of Energy began planning the warning markers.
You have been nominated to participate in a study of civilization's future. Digging or drilling into the site could bring radioactivity to the surface. You will identify what kinds of markers should be placed at the waste site to deter humans from accidentally entering.
It's a leap to imagine walking, talking, living people 500, 5,000, 10,000 years from now. But the future will come. We can't stop there being a 10,000 years from now. And that stuff will still be there and will still be dangerous.
Yeah, you're right. Right, you know. On February 14, 2014, the WIP site was shut down due to an explosion and release of radioactivity. Plans for its future have been delayed pending cleanup and reopening.
These standing stones mark an area once used to bury radioactive wastes. Do not dig here. Do not drill here. These markers were designed to last 10,000 years.
From the film Containment. Noted. Will do. Independent lens. Okay, now let's talk about radiation. Is it dangerous or not? Well, mostly it's yeah. Well, I say yes, but let's see what the experts say.
When we hear the word radiation, it's tempting to picture huge explosions and frightening mutations. But that's not the full story. Radiation also applies to rainbows and a doctor examining an X-ray. So what is radiation really, and how much should we worry about its effects? The answer begins with understanding that the word radiation describes two very different scientific phenomena: electromagnetic radiation and nuclear radiation. Electromagnetic radiation is pure energy consisting of interacting electrical and magnetic waves oscillating through space. As these waves oscillate faster, they scale up in energy. At the lower end of the spectrum, there's radio, infrared, and visible light. At the higher end are ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma rays. Modern society is shaped by sending and detecting electromagnetic radiation. We might download an email to our phone via radio waves to open an image of an X-ray print, which we can see because our screen emits visible light. Nuclear radiation, on the other hand, originates in the atomic nucleus, where protons repel each other due to their mutually positive charges. A phenomenon known as the strong nuclear force struggles to overcome this repulsion and keep the nucleus intact. However, some combinations of protons and neutrons, known as isotopes, remain unstable or radioactive. They will randomly eject matter and/or energy known as nuclear radiation to achieve greater stability. Nuclear radiation comes from natural sources like radon, a gas which seeps up from the ground. We also refine naturally occurring radioactive ores to fuel nuclear power plants. Even bananas contain trace amounts of a radioactive potassium isotope. So if we live in a world of radiation, how can we escape its dangerous effects? To start, not all radiation is hazardous. Radiation becomes risky when it rips atoms' electrons away upon impact, a process that can damage DNA. This is known as ionizing radiation, because an atom that has lost or gained electrons is called an ion. All nuclear radiation is ionizing, while only the highest energy electromagnetic radiation is. That includes gamma rays, X-rays, and the high energy end of ultraviolet. That's why, as an extra precaution during X-rays, doctors shield body parts they don't need to examine, and why beachgoers use sunscreen. In comparison, cell phones and microwaves operate at the lower end of the spectrum, so there is no risk of ionizing radiation from their use. The biggest health risk occurs when lots of ionizing radiation hits us in a short time period, also known as an acute exposure. Acute exposures overwhelm the body's natural ability to repair the damage. This can trigger cancers, cellular dysfunction, and potentially even death. Fortunately, acute exposures are rare, but we are exposed daily to lower levels of ionizing radiation from both natural and man-made sources. Scientists have a harder time quantifying these risks. Your body often repairs damage from small amounts of ionizing radiation, and if it can't, the results of damage may not manifest for a decade or more. One way scientists compare ionizing radiation exposure is a unit called the sievert. An acute exposure to 1 sievert will probably cause nausea within hours, and 4 sieverts could be fatal. However, our normal daily exposures are far lower. The average person receives 6.2 millisieverts of radiation from all sources annually, around a third due to radon. At only 5 microsieverts each, you'd need to get more than 1,200 dental X-rays to rack up your annual dosage. And remember that banana? If you could absorb all the banana's radiation, you'd need around 170 a day to hit your annual dosage. We live in a world of radiation. However, much of that radiation is non-ionizing. For the remainder that is ionizing, our exposures are usually low. and choices like getting your home tested for radon and wearing sunscreen can help reduce the associated health risks. Marie Curie, one of the early radiation pioneers, summed up the challenge as follows: "Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less."
Good quote. Thank you, Ted Ed. Lessons worth sharing. Now, do you remember that? Do you remember that one guy mentioned radiation poisoning? Well, let's see. Well, let's fully dive deep into that and see what radiation poisoning does to your body. And this man here will explain.
Ionizing radiation is like cupcakes. One cupcake.
Trace Dominguez.
Ionizing radiation is like cupcakes. One cupcake, that's fine. 1,000 cupcakes at once, not fine. You've probably seen acute radiation poisoning on TV, people wrapped in bandages and such, but chances are you don't know what's going on there. So let's shed some visible light radiation on this mystery, shall we? There are a few kinds of radiation. Some is light or heat, but the kind that damages tissue is called ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation comes in high energy waves like X-rays and gamma rays, or from nuclear material via particle decay. This kind of radiation can damage atoms, which can affect whole molecules like DNA, and that can affect your cells, organs, and eventually your whole body. For example, your cells are comprised of water, H2O, which, if broken apart by radiation, can reform as O2 or H2 or H2O2, hydrogen peroxide. Not great. Of course, this all depends on dosage. Theoretically, ionizing radiation has no safe dosage. When you get a dose of radiation, specialists use sieverts to calculate how much they used in gray for the actual absorption of radiation into tissue. A dental or stomach X-ray might be like into tissue they used in gray. When you get a specialists use sieverts to calculate how much they used in gray for the actual absorption of radiation into tissue. A dental or stomach X-ray might be like 8 milligrays, which isn't that many, or 8 millisieverts. Repeated low-level exposure, like in tanning or working near nuclear material, can cause cancer. But when lots of ionizing radiation hits you at once, which is what we're going to talk about, it causes acute radiation poisoning, which is serious, and it comes in 4 phases. First is prodromal. This is vomiting, nausea, diarrhea, anorexia, and more radiation makes this worse. It can hit you within a few minutes or days after an exposure. Second, you'd actually feel better. This is called the latent phase. You'd get over these flu-like symptoms, but you didn't actually get over them. If you'd had lab tests, they would show that you'd been poisoned by radiation. Then maybe weeks after that, bam, the manifest illness phase hits. That's when a bunch of bad stuff happens that we'll get into. And then 4 is recovery or death. If it's a low dosage, you can probably recover, though you may have a higher risk of cancer. However, above a certain point, the poop emoji hits the fan. Say someone was exposed to the equivalent of 125 abdomen X-rays all at once. Then they'd hit the lowest level of radiation poisoning. From 1 to 10 gray, the radiation penetrates tissue and kills bone marrow cells by damaging their DNA. No bone marrow means no replacement white blood cells in case of infection, no new red blood cells, no new platelets in case of injury. All of that is bad. It can cause death from infection or from blood loss. If your bone marrow is destroyed, you could get a bone marrow transplant, but even that only gives you a 50-50 chance. At more than 10 gray, at least 1,250 X-rays at once, cells in the gastrointestinal tract are killed, meaning the body can no longer absorb nutrients, causing electrolyte imbalances, dehydration, and worse. Once the GI tract shuts down, nothing can be done. Death is certain. Over 20 gray, 2,500 X-rays at once? It's not clear what happens, but doctors think your cardiovascular system and central nervous system swell with fluid thanks to damaged cells. In less than 3 days, the brain can't control the body anymore because of cell death, and that's all she wrote. Because radiation is damaging DNA at the atomic level, acute poisoning is very hard to treat. Radaway doesn't exist, but there are some treatments for some of the symptoms. For example, if you get an infection because your white blood cells are compromised, doctors can treat it. Same with the nausea, the burns, dehydration. We know a lot about this because of the disaster at Chernobyl and because of the bombs dropped on Japan to end World War II. Scientists entered the area studying the sick and documenting everything they could, but there's still a lot that we don't know. I mean, as scary as radiation can be, most of us will never get exposed to the dosages required to have to know all this stuff. But it's still kind of nice to know, right? This episode is sponsored by Squarespace. Whether you need a domain, website, or online store, make your next move with Squarespace. Squarespace is used by a wide range of creatives, musicians, designers, artists, restaurants, and more. So start your free trial today at squarespace.com. If you use the offer code SEEKER, you'll get 10% off your first purchase. Nuclear disasters can really mess with your body. But what's nuclear fallout? Like, what is it? What's it made of? Get more of your radioactive fix right here. Are you worried about radiation? Why? Is that rational? Tell us down in the comments. Please subscribe for more Seeker, and thanks for watching.
All those videos that you just seen could be great to look at at a later time. Right now, we're moving on to the next video.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeff Bishop. I'm America's #1 real money live streaming.
Okay, now viewer discretion is advised for this one, because I think it's gonna get ugly. Very bad. This one's the number one nuclear testing gone wrong. If you remember from that one video, this is the effects of it. The worst
Option trader, and today
the worst nuclear testing you never heard of. But until now. Remember, viewer discretion is advised, so you've been warned.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
The Cold War saw a lot of nuclear weapons testing by the US, Soviet Union, UK, France, and others. The US did much of their early testing at Bikini Atoll in the South Pacific. The Soviets chose a remote part of what's now Kazakhstan. The story of Bikini Atoll is not a proud one for the US. Local residents there were shuffled inexpertly around nearby islands before the testing, and many were still exposed to dangerous levels of radiation. But as embarrassing as that episode is for the US, it's nothing compared to what happened in Kazakhstan. In 1949, the Soviet Union detonated their very first atomic bomb in an area called Semipalatinsk, known locally as the Polygon. The region was roughly the size of New Jersey, and according to one of the program's architects, it was uninhabited. As it turns out, that claim was off by about 1.5 million people. It's hard to know whether the Soviet military was simply callous in its choice of test site, or downright sinister. There are reports of villagers being instructed to step outside their homes before detonations, so that the effect of radiation exposure could later be studied. Either way, for 40 years, from 1949 to 1989, the Soviets detonated nuke after nuke here, as many as 456 of them. That's so many that the explosions became almost commonplace for some villagers. Almost every day, recalled one woman, announcements on the radio at noon would say, "Now there is going to be a test of nuclear weapons." Everything would shake. The windows in my classroom were shattered by the shockwave from one of the blasts. All these tests laid waste to the environment. Rivers and water sources were contaminated, farmland was tainted, and the people began to suffer almost immediately. Cancer rates skyrocketed, as did mental disabilities, infertility, depression, and harrowing birth defects. All in all, around 200,000 people are believed to have suffered directly from radiation. The weapons testing finally ceased with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, but the shadow cast by the program remains long. To this day, 1 in 20 children born in the Polygon area suffer deformities. The suicide rate is 4 times the national average. And then there's the fact that when the site closed, Russia essentially just walked away, leaving untold amounts of radioactive material behind. The towns in and around the Polygon were poor enough that scavenging metal from the old facilities became commonplace, further subjecting locals to radiation. The United States caught wind of this and launched a massive effort with Russia and Kazakhstan to secretly clean up the test site, a mission that wasn't finished until 2012. The moral of this story, as if it needs one, is that nuclear testing can leave a mark on a place for generations. The residents of Bikini Atoll still understand this, and Kazakhstan understands it maybe best of all. So well, in fact, that the country has helped lead the charge to ratify the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The treaty calls for nothing less than a worldwide end to all nuclear detonations, though it won't go into effect until it's ratified by all 44 of the key nations who created it. Russia, notably, has ratified the treaty, perhaps with the memory of the Polygon fiasco still fresh. And in fact, today there are only 8 holdouts: China, Egypt, Iran, Israel, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and the United States.
And that's a surprise.
If you like this video, please subscribe to this channel. We're putting out news stories from around the world all the time. And thanks for watching.
It looks like I'm in the middle of...
They just took the number games out. They just took the, you know, the guesswork out. So they just told you about what countries need to sign the treaty in order to get it ratified. For now. But the more of that will be discussed at the end of this video. But in the meantime, that's the end of chapter 17. I hope it wasn't too graphic for you. The next chapter will be talking about the organization that will be enforcing the nuclear test ban treaty when it's finally signed and put into effect, or forced into. They're called the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization, or CTBTO. But before we do that, we'll be right back. But first, a word from our sponsor. Welcome back, everybody. Did you like the ad? Hope so. Well, anyway, remember what I said about the organization? Well, here's we're gonna let Tom's and how they would enforce it. Well, we're gonna let Tom Scott explain that to us. So, take it away, Tom Scott.
It looks like...
Hold up. Now take it away, Tom Scott.
It looks like I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I guess I am. About a mile that way is Kanak, on the west coast of Greenland, about 700 miles north of the Arctic Circle. The town has more sled dogs than people. The locals, some of them, still hunt seals and narwhal when the ice retreats in the summer. And just outside the town, someone is listening for nuclear explosions. In 1989, 183 countries signed the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The Cold War had just ended, and with the threat of nuclear apocalypse seeming just a little less likely, the idea of the treaty was to completely ban nuclear explosions, even for research. 2 decades later, and the treaty is still not in force because politics, but the people who drafted the treaty thought that might happen and created the Preparatory Commission, whose job it is to get everything in place for when the treaty, hopefully, eventually comes into force. And even if it never actually happens, to try and do some good anyway. And this over here is one of the results. IS-18, an infrasound listening station, part of a network that spans the planet. It's a microbarograph, a set of very precise air pressure sensors, and it listens for very low frequency sound waves, far beyond the range of human hearing. They're less like sound and more like massive disturbances in the air that travel around the globe after enormous explosions.
I'm an electronic engineer, and my job here now is to maintain the...
Why not?
It looks like I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I guess I am. About a mile that way is Kanak on the west coast of Greenland, about 700 miles north of the Arctic Circle. The town has more sled dogs than people. The locals, some of them, still hunt seals and narwhal when the ice retreats in the summer. And just outside the town, someone is listening for nuclear explosions. In 1989, 183 countries signed the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The Cold War had just ended, and with the threat of nuclear apocalypse seeming just a little less likely, the idea of the treaty was to completely ban nuclear explosions, even for research. 2 decades later, and the treaty is still not in force because politics, but the people who drafted the treaty thought that might happen and created the Preparatory Commission, whose job it is to get everything in place for when the treaty, hopefully, eventually comes into force. And even if it never actually happens, to try and do some good anyway. And this over here is one of the results. IS-18, an infrasound listening station, part of a network that spans the planet. It's a microbarograph, a set of very precise air pressure sensors, and it listens for very low frequency sound waves, far beyond the range of human hearing. They're less like sound and more like massive disturbances in the air that travel around the globe after enormous explosions.
I'm an electronic engineer, and my job here now is to maintain the infrasound station. If you just put a microbarometer in the air, the noise from the wind will be killing every signal. So we have these arrays. We have 96 inlets. They all goes to the barometer. Because we have that many inlets, it is not really probable that the wind noise will be exactly the same at all these inlets. So they are fed to a central manifold, and the wind will sort of cancel out. It really does.
Detecting something doesn't mean there's been a nuclear test. It might be a meteor breaking up, a volcano erupting, or even a massive iceberg carving off a glacier nearby. But if it can't be explained like that, then governments should start asking questions. Results from here go to the Commission's headquarters in Vienna, via a base in the middle of town, where they're combined with those from the dozens of other listening stations around the planet. And as well as that, the Commission uses hydroacoustic sensors to detect underwater explosions, seismic stations that detect earthquakes from nuclear tests, and radionuclide detection stations that check the level of radioactivity in the air.
You can see from the time difference when the individual stations detects the pressure wave. From that you can deduct what direction it's coming from.
The Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, if it ever actually comes into force, will apply around the world, even up here in the Arctic. And theoretically, some rogue government could be ridiculous enough to try and get away with a nuclear test in the Arctic. After all, back in the 20th century, about a fifth of all Soviet nuclear tests were in the Russian Arctic, and that included Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear bomb in history. Even if new testing in the Arctic is unlikely, data from here can still help triangulate other explosions. When you're designing a network to keep watch on the planet, not just where most of the people live, that network really does have to be global. Even if that means setting up a research base in one of the most remote locations on Earth.
I'm here because of Chris Hadfield's Generator Arctic.
It's an amazing chance to be here on the top of the world, Ellesmere Island Glacier right behind us, and we're going to put on a show in Toronto, Massey Hall, November 12th.
And apart from that, go see all the videos from all the people who are on this expedition. Links are on screen and in the description now. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Nice to be here.
Thank you, Tom Scott. Now.
The what?
Now we're gonna see more videos by. Now we're gonna see more. Now we're gonna see more. Now we're gonna see 5 videos by CTBTO. That's the organization that I mentioned before the commercial break. So they're gonna explain. So they're gonna explain some stuff. They're gonna explain how stuff works. The goal and a how-to video. And another
dots you see here are
So let's get started.
The white dots you see here are radionuclide stations. 80 such stations are part of the CTBT global alarm system to detect nuclear explosions. Like this one. A nuclear explosion generates radioactive particles and gases. These radionuclides are dispersed by the winds. They may travel long distances from an explosion. Radionuclide stations are deployed to detect them. These stations are built in exposed areas as they rely on the wind. In an air sampler, radionuclide particles get trapped on a filter. Once a day, the filter is removed from the sampler and compressed. It is left untouched for 24 hours to allow non-relevant radionuclides to decay. The compressed filter is measured in a detector for another 24 hours. The result is information on the radioactive particles found on the filter. The detection of underground nuclear explosions is more challenging. Such explosions also generate radioactive particles and gases, but as you can see, the particles cannot escape from the underground. We have to rely on the radioactive noble gases as evidence. They seep through the underground into the atmosphere and are dispersed by the wind. Half of the radionuclide stations can detect such radioactive noble gases, in particular xenon. The detection process for noble gases is different. Air is collected as before, but only the gases are trapped. Xenon is then isolated and measured. Here you see everything again. Radioactive particles and gases arrive at a station. They are being sampled and measured in separate processes. Resulting data are sent via satellite link to the CTBTO in Vienna for further analysis.
Putting an end to nuclear test explosion, the comprehensive nuclear test.
The white dots that we see here are 60 infrasound stations. They monitor the globe for atmospheric or shallow underground nuclear explosions. Such explosions create infrasound waves, low-frequency waves inaudible to the human ear. This event here could be a volcanic eruption, a storm or an explosion, all creating infrasound waves that are registered by our infrasound stations. Such a station consists of several elements. This one has 8. The distance between the elements can vary from 1 to 3 kilometers. This is the best setup for trying to identify and locate the source of the infrasound waves. Each array element includes pipe structures to reduce the surrounding noise and amplify the signals. Filters at the end of these pipes prevent animals and dirt from entering them. When acoustic waves reach an infrasound station, the waves travel through these pipes to an infrasound sensor called a microbarometer. This is located in a vault at the center of each array element. It transforms the infrasound waves into electrical impulses. Each sensor transmits the signals to a central recording facility by radio or by fiber optics. This setup uses radio connections. At the facility, computers record the signals and prepare them for data transmission via satellite link to the CTBTO in Vienna. Everything proceeds automatically. And here we see the entire process again. Infrasound waves arrive at the station, are registered by the individual sensors and transmitted as electrical signals via a radio connection to the central facility, and from there by satellite to the CTBTO in Vienna. There the data are analyzed to clarify the nature of the event.
Again.
The CTBTO Global Alarm System spans the entire globe. Its 337 monitoring facilities are located in 89 countries on all continents and cover all oceans. The system also features an international data center in Vienna and a global satellite communications network for data transmission. When an event occurs, several stations may detect and register the event. Data containing information such as location, time and magnitude of the event are recorded. Data are transmitted via the global satellite communications network, which is comprised of 5 satellites positioned around the globe at a height of approximately 36,000 kilometers. The satellites route the data to hubs on the ground. From there, data are transmitted through protected connections to Vienna. The entire data transmission from a monitoring station to the International Data Center in Vienna takes place in a matter of seconds. At headquarters in Vienna, scientists process and analyze the data in several steps. The raw data and the analysis results are then distributed electronically to member states all around the world.
Alrighty.
It will be difficult to conceal a nuclear test. If you were to do a test underground, we have all these seismic stations in the earth. If you were to explode one in the air, we have the infrasound network, which is capable of detecting sounds that we as human beings cannot hear. If you were to do a test in the oceans, we have the hydroacoustic network. We also have the radionuclide network to detect any radioactive activity. If something happens, we'll know about it very quickly.
With over 300 stations worldwide, the CTBTO International Monitoring System will detect any suspicious nuclear event in real time.
I have seen this system in action when North Korea detonated its last bomb. So my phone rang. It's really early in the morning, and my supervisor told me that we have an interesting event. Can you come to the office now and have a look at the data?
North Korea detonated a nuclear
On your
test.
way, it's exciting because you're thinking of what could have happened. You know, I mean, is there...
I guess that might have been the nuclear test that was supposed before the meeting with Trump, which he declined.
On your way, it's exciting because you're thinking of what could have happened. You know, I mean, is this for real? I'm responsible for making sure that the information that is analyzed from the data that comes out from all our sensors is of the right quality when it goes to the member states. There's the excitement of having to work with this event that you're called for. At the same time, there is that reservation to say, okay, guys, is everything correct here? There's so much at stake. We have to make sure that our analysis is as accurate as possible so that when this data is passed on to the member states, they then can make the correct call. When we have done the analysis of the event, we know accurately where the event has occurred, when and how big that event is. But then that's not the end of the story, because tomorrow I have to come back to work. Because work continues. Because whilst this event has happened, it doesn't stop any other event from occurring throughout the world. And we still have to come in and do our analysis as usual. such a rare opportunity to be able to say, hey, I worked on these events and I've worked for CTBTO, you know, to ensure that the rest of the world is safe.
Over 2,000 nuclear bombs were detonated before the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty was opened for signature in 1996. Since then, only 10 detonations? Oh. CTB, learn more at that website right there. Okay, now here's how. Okay, now here they're gonna just see how they're gonna. Okay, here's how they're gonna find how to do. Oh, and I think I've almost forgotten. This is chapter 18, by the way. Okay, here's how to find a nuclear test.
Foxtrot Tango 1, this is Bravo 1. Over.
Well, achieving a goal of a world free of nuclear explosions, I mean, it's absolutely something that everybody can believe in. And it's absolutely something worth striving for. And I think the political will and commitment of those countries that have joined the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty demonstrates that the vast majority of people in the world don't want to see nuclear explosions taking place. And the only way we can find out if people are cheating the system is to have a mechanism whereby you can prove it.
300 plus stations worldwide to detect nuclear testing.
So if you can imagine that there'd been a nuclear explosion or a nuclear test, based on the information from the International Monitoring System, the organisation would take a decision to go and investigate on the ground where they believe this nuclear test took place in contravention of the treaty. And we would send a team of people there with the necessary scientific equipment and scientific know-how to gather the hard evidence to verify that there actually had been a nuclear test. They will come with their own specialised background, whether it's radionuclide, geophysics, seismic, but then we need to teach them the application of those scientific methods and techniques as it applies to the treaty.
Alpha, we are hot on the trail.
You started with gamma radiation monitoring, and what you immediately detected was elevated gamma radiation.
Yes. 70 scientists from 44 countries.
And everything that happens to this aircraft is logged inside to see the technical situation of the aircraft.
1 second. What'd that say?
Situation of the aircraft.
On-site inspection introductory course. Hey, it's that same guy again. I think.
This training comes at a time where international geopolitics is dealing with North Korea. The international community condemned the test, but what do? We cannot intrude the country through an on-site inspection mechanism because we're not in force yet. But what is at the disposal of the international community? The expertise and resources that we've put together and that we're gathering here in South Africa as an example of our training cycle.
This is not about the country. It's about gathering and presenting facts. We have the facts that clearly show that the test occurred, or we have facts on the ground that are inconsistent with the nuclear test. Each nation says, okay, test occurred. We have facts on the ground that are inconsistent with the nuclear test. Each nation says, okay, when the call-up comes, we know that we've got 1 or 2 people in our country that will participate in this exercise, and therefore they can put a name forward. It really touches on a diverse group of people that have to gather evidence remove their bias, remove what they believe is actually the case, and then provide a document to all the countries and say, okay, this is what's on the ground, you decide.
Gamma radiation detected.
There's so much potential signatures that you could find. Whether it's electromagnetic signatures, whether it's you using subsurface radar to looking for cavities. Yeah, it could be very obvious on the ground, like a crater, or it could be very difficult to find anything obviously visible. And so the picture that you gather really depends on how the test was conducted, whether it was vertically emplaced or horizontally emplaced, whether it was deep underground or shallow. It's very difficult to say in a concise way what exactly you may come across. And so you've got to really stay away from speculation, anything like that, and stick to the facts and stick to the evidence. And that way you should be able to work your way through any red herrings that may somehow pop up in front of you.
Who is in charge here? Who is the boss here? You? Okay, I'm talking to you.
The visual observation are really key during a field mission.
Did you take the picture?
No, we were trying to have access, within that fenced area.
No.
We aren't allowed? In the beginning, he said, no way, you can't go in. And now imagine, we see something interesting and we want to go through. We are scientists. We were deployed to go in that area and to find the result. Time is very, very, very important. If you don't deal with the time, then we're gonna go back empty-handed. And this is his objective.
I don't understand why you are here.
The purpose is?
The purpose is nothing. The purpose is gossip.
So you need to negotiate again with the time limit.
I'll get my phone call and finish this. But once you get inside, you are on your own.
While in the field, you're creative. So learning by doing is the most important part of our missions.
I love it. I just love it. People are just brilliant. They are a work of art. And these are people that a country said, okay, these are the guys that we are putting up. And lo and behold, you find a group of people that you connect with. We just did the executive summary. That teach you different things. You can see the basic fabric of human good in each person. And I think that is, for me, quite fascinating to watch and experience,
Clear this equipment.
And let's not forget that this is a proof that science diplomacy is key to solving problems. We bring in the science behind the treaty with the expertise that is needed from a diversity of people, and then prove that science can drive policy and science can help make decisions. So after 20 years, we're ready. We're ready with diversity, we're ready with expertise, we're ready with resources, and then we're ready with the kind of bond that we have created among those people to be happy to work together, verifying the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty.
More than 180 countries have signed the CTBT, with eight more key ratifications. The CTBT will enter into force, and on-site inspections mechanisms can be used. Has your country joined the CTBT? Well, ours is ratified but not signed. And if I ever become president, one of the things I'm going to do is ratify that treaty. Russia's already did it. I could be wrong though. Russia already did it. So it's time for I think it's time for the US to join too. And others too.
The Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty prohibits all nuclear explosions anywhere on Earth for any purpose, period. Though as of 2015, it still remains to be signed and/or locally ratified in a few important places.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, some places I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'll ratify mine if I ever become president. And one of the things I'm going to try to do, get these other countries to both sign and or ratify the treaty. No promises, but I'm going to work hard to do it. But I will do. But I am going to do it. But I can't promise anything that I'll succeed or not. But I'm willing to do it. But I'm willing to do it. Anyway, let's continue on.
In spite of this, the Test Ban Preparatory Commission has already developed a monitoring system that can detect pretty much any nuclear explosion that takes place anywhere on, above, or inside the Earth. Here's how it works. Nuclear explosions release a lot of energy, much of it in the form of blast waves that radiate outwards through the air, water, or ground. These waves travel at the speed of sound in the air, water, or rock, so if you detect them in multiple places, you can triangulate exactly where and when the blast occurred. Simple in principle, complicated in practice. Atmospheric explosions are monitored by a global network of infrasound detectors. They detect the super long wavelength, low frequency sound waves generated by storms, glaciers, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, rocket launches, space shuttle disasters, and yes, nuclear explosions. However, nuclear explosions are so much more intense than pretty much anything else that happens in the atmosphere that an atmospheric blast is pretty easy to detect. Underwater detonations are monitored by hydroacoustic sensors, basically super sensitive underwater microphones floating above the ocean floor. And like in the atmosphere, underwater nuclear blasts are pretty easy to detect because there's just nothing else that violent that happens in the oceans. Underground explosions are the tough ones. They're monitored using seismometers, the same tools that detect earthquakes, and as you might expect, they mainly detect earthquakes. Big earthquakes, small earthquakes, and lots of tiny earthquakes. And volcanic eruptions, and mining explosions, and even airplane crashes. Scientists have gotten to know these non-nuclear blasts pretty well, so when they saw large, unusual disturbances beneath North Korea in 2006, 2009, and 2013, they concluded correctly that these were nuclear explosions. However, while all three wave techniques, waves in air, waves in water, and waves in earth, can triangulate the location of a major disturbance and even give some insight into its nature, a fourth technique is critical in order to know for sure if an explosion was nuclear or not: radionuclide detection. 80 stations around the world sample the air for radioactive dust and gases that are smoking gun signals of nuclear activity, which, combined with sophisticated atmospheric airflow modeling, allows us to both predict where fallout will disperse and retrodict the general location of its source. But in the case of a perfectly contained secret underground or deep ocean explosion, there might be no radioactive fallout, so if seismographs and hydroacoustic sensors pick up a suspicious signal, there's one final weapon in the International Monitoring System's arsenal: sending on-the-ground inspection teams to the actual location. Except inspection teams won't actually be legal until the treaty is fully signed and ratified. That's you, US, China, Israel, Egypt, Iran, India, Pakistan, North Korea.
I guess they're legal in other countries, but not these. I'm just surprised that Russia signed. I thought with Russia signing, the U.S. would join suit. Now Israel will be a tough one because they do have nuclear weapons, but they won't admit or deny it. And Iran, Israel is harder than Iran, but I think North Korea is just as hard as Iran. These two, India and Pakistan, are just I don't know how to rank them. But I know if I become POTUS in the future, I'm going to first ratify our treaty, then work on getting these other 7 countries to both sign and or ratify the treaty. No promises that they'll succeed or not, but I'm hoping to plant the seeds that'll eventually, that if well taken care of, will eventually sprout into them either signing and or ratifying the treaty either during my time in office or somewhere in the future.
US, China, Israel, Egypt, Iran, India, Pakistan, North Korea. The world is waiting. This video was made possible by the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, though any political views expressed are my own. Come on, America, let's ratify the treaty now. The CTBTO Preparatory Commission developed and implemented the international monitoring system I described, and they're constantly seeking to improve the sensitivity of their sensors and the sophistication of their data analyses. They also make all their data available to the worldwide scientific community so that other researchers can, for example, predict and monitor tsunami, study the structure of the Earth, search for downed airplanes, do their own analysis of nuclear blasts, or track whale migrations or meteors in the upper atmosphere or radioactive fallout from nuclear power plant failures. In short, the CTBTO is a collaborative endeavor of people around the world using science to help prevent people from doing horrible things to each other with science. And in the process, they happen to be generating a lot of positive scientific side effects. The CTBTO didn't ask me to say this, but after learning about their work, I want to thank them for making the world a safer place for millions, if not billions, of people.
Since the formation...
Was that video made with Doodly? Tell me in the comments if it was. Okay, that was the end of chapter 18. Now we're going on to chapter 19. What happened to nuclear test sites? So here we go.
Since the formation of the United States, its mainland has never been invaded or had any major attack. But there are places there which have had more nuclear explosions than anywhere else on Earth. Of the 1,054 US nuclear tests, 928 were carried out on the US mainland, mostly at the Nevada test site. But it wasn't just the US testing nukes. The Soviets, British, French, Chinese, Indian and Pakistanis, and more recently the North Koreans have all tested nuclear weapons, some on their own territory and some in remote locations around the world, in the air, on the land, underwater and even in space. But by far, it's the US and the Soviets that were the biggest players. But what happened at and to the nuclear test sites? The very first full-scale nuclear test was the Trinity explosion of May 16, 1945 at the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. This was to prove the theories developed by the Manhattan Project would actually work in reality. Trinity was an implosion device that used plutonium. This was in response to the original design, which was a gun-type device that used uranium-235. But at the time, uranium-235 had to be refined almost an atom at a time, and even using the massive X-10 graphite reactor at the newly constructed Oak Ridge National Laboratory, it would take years to get enough uranium-235 for just one bomb. Plutonium could be made much easier in a reactor, but in order to make it become critical and an explosive device, a ball of it would have to be compressed to about half its size with an explosive lens. And this is what the Trinity test was all about.
Do you really want to be on camera for your videos? You need a good camera, good lighting, you have to dress up nice, or why not create an amazing video without all that?
No. See, I wonder if that last video was created using this.
Equipment, no presenting, just awesome engaging content. With tens of thousands of users around the world, there's no limit to what you can use Doodly for. You can make ads and marketing, create presentations, spice up your lessons, entertain people, and you can even add in your own images and show the hand how to draw it.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Killen. I have my own medical practice, and I've been using Doodly now for a few weeks to create these really fun videos to share with patients, prospective patients on social media. I've also done some presentations for some different meetings and things that I've been involved with, and it's super fun. I have to stop myself from using it too often because I really like it. So anyway, Doodly's really been great and easy to use and a lot of fun. So that's it, thanks.
Hi, Jeff Newman, Rome Training here to represent Doodly. A great idea, great product. Really brings in a lot of interest and curiosity. You can't get it anywhere else, so different. I've increased my revenues 2 times anyways. People are asking me all types of questions. How do you do that? You are so unique. Doodly, it's the way to go, and I highly recommend it. I'm proud owner of their application. Thank you so much.
You know what's really awesome about Doodly is I cannot draw a straight line to save my life, and everyone here at my institution thinks I'm a freaking genius and just cannot figure out how I made that video. Is that your hand? How do you do that? I mean, really smart people that should know there's a tool for it have no idea, and they think I'm a genius. And that's why Doodly is the best frickin' software in the universe.
And the best part about Doodly is you buy it now for a one-time fee of $67 and you use it forever. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee, but once you use it, there's no way you'll want to give it up. It won't stay at $67 for long, so get it now and create and get creating. Click here and download Doodly. Make all your videos professional and engaging. Click the link and start doodling.
See, that's why I didn't go to the, you know. But this one I will.
Out. As the bomb exploded, half its size with an explosive lens. And this is what the Trinity test was all about. As the bomb exploded, the 30-metre metal tower, its support structure, and the bomb casing itself was vaporised along with the sand of the desert floor below. As the vaporised material cooled and fell back to the ground, it became a green glassy mineral, now of the desert floor below. As the vaporised material cooled...
The darker the irregular area is, where the most of the Trinity formed as the fireball met the ground.
And fell back to the ground, it became a green glassy mineral, now called trinitite. In some of the greenish glass there are patches of red, which is thought to be the copper wire which was used to trigger the explosive lens. Just after the war, samples of trinitite were sold as jewellery because it was thought that the fireball had just melted the sand and that it wasn't particularly radioactive, although now it's illegal to take samples from the site, which is open to the public twice a year. The level of radiation at the Trinity Ground Zero site is now, approximately for 1 hour of exposure, about the same as the average US citizen would get per day from natural radiation sources. Following the war, nuclear testing moved to the Nevada Proving Grounds, about 100 kilometres northwest of Las Vegas. From 1951 until 1962, 100 above-ground tests were performed, becoming a bit of a tourist attraction in Las Vegas, where they could feel the seismic shockwave through the ground and see the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. At the time, even though the effects of radiation were becoming much more well known, little was done to reduce the fallout. But it wasn't just bombs which they tested. The government wanted to know how buildings, infrastructure and people might fare if there was a nuclear attack. So they built typical American houses, fully furnished. Industrial buildings, parts of bridges, electrical supply stations, even bank vaults in the test zone, and exploded nuclear devices nearby. They tested different types of concrete and building materials to see which would be more resilient. In fact, many of the building codes now in use today are based on the results of these nuclear tests. As part of the government's attempts to reassure the public that things like their money and valuable documents and records would be safe in the event of a nuclear attack, Edwin Mosler, the president of the Mosler Safe Company, whose biggest customer was the government, built an armoured vault on the Frenchman Flats test area near a 37 kiloton test to prove that it would withstand the heat and blast, which it did, and it's still there today.
I wonder if it could withstand the Tsar Bomba. Personally, only an idiot would use it. Idiot would actually use it in war or on innocent people.
Minus the door, which was removed afterwards. Airbursts are considered cleaner than ones just above the ground because if the fireball reaches the ground, soil and other materials are sucked up into the fireball and mixed with the nuclear elements to make a highly radioactive cloud that can travel for hundreds of kilometres. In 1953, a 32-kiloton device nicknamed Harry was detonated. The device later became known as Dirty Harry because this test generated more fallout than any other US continental test. Due to an error and an unexpected change in the wind direction, the fallout was blown over 200 kilometres and over the city of St. George, Utah, where the people said there was an oddly metallic sort of taste in the air. But the prevailing winds carried the fallout from many of the Nevada tests over southern Utah, but the effects were spread across much of the mid-US, affecting over 3,000 counties and causing a marked increase in the number of cancers from the mid-1950s up until the early 1980s. As of 2014, the US government had approved 28,880 claims for a total of $1.9 billion in compensation to servicemen at the test ranges and to the public who had been exposed to radioactive fallout. Because of the Partial Test Ban Treaty of 1963, atmospheric tests were banned and all testing went underground. The thinking was that if the test could be contained deep underground, there would be little or no fallout, but they could still contaminate underground water sources if poorly located. In this shot of the area from Google Earth, each one of the small circular marks is a subsidence crater formed as a result of an underground test. Some 828 were done this way. The biggest of these, which can be seen unaided from space, was part of Operation Plowshare to see if nuclear devices could be used in the peaceful use of excavating large areas of land quickly. The Sedan crater, which is 100 metres deep and 390 metres across, was formed by a 104 kiloton device detonated 194 metres underground in July 1962. The test displaced 11 million tonnes of soil, but the fallout, which spread northeastwards in two separate clouds as far as Iowa, was found to be too highly radioactive to make this a practical, peaceful use of nuclear explosions, in the US at least. But it has believed to have been used in the Soviet Union. Today, the crater can be visited and the levels of radiation are safe enough as not to warrant any protective clothing. However, in the Soviet Union at this time, there was less of a concern for the health and safety of the rural population of Kazakhstan near the Semipalatinsk test site, which was also known as the Polygon. The test site was created as a top priority on the orders of Stalin by the Marshal of the Soviet Union and head of the NKVD secret police, Lavrenti Beria, in 1947. The facilities were built on an 18,000 square kilometre area of a steppe in northeastern Kazakhstan with Gulag forced labour in what Beria said was uninhabited land, but actually had around about 1 million people living within a 160 kilometre radius of the site and had many villages much closer. Between 1949 and 1989, 456 tests were performed. Of that, 116 were above ground, either airdropped or on towers, the last of which occurred in 1962. The total yield of the tests over the site's 40-year history is equivalent to about 400 Hiroshima-sized bombs, or about 6 megatons. After the collapse of the Soviet Union and Kazakhstan became a separate country, the area was neglected and nuclear materials were left unguarded in mountain tunnels and boreholes, many of which were targeted by scavengers looking for scrap metal, but not necessarily knowing what they were picking up. The significant amounts of plutonium left behind were considered to be one of the biggest nuclear security threats, and in 2012, Russian, US and Kazakh scientists completed a secret 17-year, $150 million cleanup operation to make the site safe, which included things like filling boreholes and tunnels with special concrete but chemically bonded with plutonium. It's only in the last few years that the scale of the radiation damage has come to light. The Soviet state covered up the extent of the damage for decades, and it wasn't until 1956 that any studies were conducted into the effects on the local population. The Institute of Radiation Medicine and Ecology in Semi, or what was known as Semipalatinsk, has said that between 500,000 and 1 million people were exposed to substantial radiation doses when the atmospheric tests were being carried out, which led to a dramatic increase in cancer, birth defects and mortality from the effects of radiation. You can find out more in the report by the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs at the address shown now and also in the description. But for the biggest Soviet tests, they needed somewhere even more remote. Novaya Zemlya is a crescent-shaped island group in the Arctic Ocean off of the northern coast of Russia. There are 3 test zones on the islands, zones A, B and C. It's most famous for being the place where the largest ever nuclear test took place on October 31st, 1961, when the Tsar Bomber, a 50 megaton nuclear device, was dropped over test zone C. Originally designed to have a yield of 100 megatons, it was scaled back because of fears of the large amount of fallout it would create and that the plane carrying the bomb would not be able to escape the fireball in time. Even with a 50 megaton blast, the specially modified Tu-95V was only given a 50% chance of survival. The Tsar Bomber was detonated at 14,000 feet, 4,260 metres, creating a fireball 8 kilometres across, but it was stopped from reaching the ground by its own huge shockwave reflected back from the ground. The released plane managed to get 45 kilometres away before the detonation, but it still dropped a kilometre in the air due to the shockwave. However, it made it back to base safely, and the pilot flying the plane resigned from the Air Force shortly after the test. The explosion was so large that the fireball was visible over 1,000 kilometres away. Every building within a 55-kilometre radius was destroyed. Wooden houses in districts hundreds of kilometres away were destroyed, and stone ones had their roofs blown off and windows and doors blown in. The mushroom cloud reached an altitude of 65 kilometres or 213,000 feet, 7 times the height of Everest, and the heat from the fireball could create third-degree burns 100 kilometres away. This wasn't the only test carried out at Novaya Zemlya. There were 224 nuclear detonations with a total yield of 265 megatons. That's 132 times more than the total amount of munitions used by all sides during World War II, including the 2 atomic bombs on Japan. The last nuclear test was carried out there in 1990, and today it's still a military test area, although mostly a barren Arctic island. Visitors there have found only slightly raised levels of radiation, but access to the main test sites is not possible. For the larger US tests, they also used remote islands and atolls, but this time in the South Pacific. Testing started there in 1948 after the islands came under control of the US as part of the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, and by 1962, 105 atmospheric and underwater tests had been carried out. The first ever test after Trinity and the Japanese atomic bombs was to find out if Navy ships could withstand a nuclear attack. Operation Crossroads was performed in a lagoon at Bikini Atoll because of its remote location, suitable weather, and only a small population of 167 people, which were relocated. The Galapagos Islands had also been considered as a possible nuclear test site. The test was witnessed by invited members of the press and the public. Over 90 ships, including captured German, Japanese and surplus US ships, would make up the test fleet in the lagoon.
I would have sued the US government if they used the Galapagos Islands.
This was to be a 3-bomb test. The first, being called Able, was an airdrop exploding 158 metres above the fleet, with the following tests being underwater. All 3 bombs were to be the same as the 23-kiloton Fat Man implosion bomb dropped on Nagasaki. The Able test was hampered by the bomb being 650 metres off target. 5 ships were sunk and 14 seriously damaged. The second test, called Baker, was an underwater test, the first time that this had occurred. It created a host of effects, many of which had never been seen before, but the biggest was the fact that it made the sea in the lagoon highly radioactive. The radiation was so bad that many of the ships could not be decontaminated, but some in the Navy didn't believe the problem was real. It was only when a Navy surgeon retrieved a fish from the lagoon and placed it next to a piece of photographic film which it exposed that they decided to cancel the third test. Only 5 ships were able to be used after the test, and the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, Glenn T. Seaborg, called it the world's first nuclear disaster. In 1952, the first hydrogen bomb test, codenamed Ivy Mike, took place at the bigger Eniwetok Atoll, 320 kilometres east of Bikini. This wasn't so much a bomb as a scientific experiment, as the hydrogen fuel had to be cooled with a massive cryogenic plant. When it was detonated, it produced a yield of 10.4 megatons. But over 8 megatons of that came from the fast fission of the uranium tamper, which created a huge amount of fallout and an underwater crater 1.9 kilometres wide and 50 metres deep. By 1954, the hydrogen bomb had been refined to become a device that could be dropped from a plane, and on the 28th of February, the first of 6 bomb tests were carried out as part of Operation Castle at Bikini Atoll. The Castle Bravo test was estimated to have a yield of 6 megatons, but due to an unexpectedly high performance of the lithium-7 in the design, it actually had a yield of 15 megatons, and to this day is the largest US nuclear explosion. Because of the much greater power, the fallout was much more than expected, with highly radioactive calcium from the vaporized coral reef below the bomb not only covering the Bikini Atoll itself, but also blowing eastwards and contaminating other atolls where both US personnel and islanders were residing at the time. A Japanese fishing boat was also caught in the fallout, and one member of the crew died of radiation sickness a few days afterwards. To this day, Bikini Atoll is still heavily contaminated, and crops grown there are not safe to eat. At Eniwetok, a crater on the small island of Runit, which had been formed by a bomb test, was used by the US to dump contaminated topsoil and radioactive debris, including plutonium, from a bomb that failed to explode correctly. Starting in 1977, 4,000 US servicemen worked for 3 years to clean up the area and then cover the waste with a concrete dome. However, this was only meant to be a temporary measure until something more permanent could be arranged, and only 4 out of the 40 islands contaminated were cleaned. Because of this, the bottom of the test crater was not lined with concrete, and so now, with rising sea levels caused by climate change, seawater is seeping inside through the porous bedrock into the dome and leaching out radioactive material. But the seabed of the Eniwetok Lagoon is actually as radioactive as the material under the dome. It's been estimated that it will cost nearly $1 billion to clean up the area effectively, and instead it's proposed that contaminated areas be treated with potassium, which would only cost around about $100 million. Many of the US servicemen that built the dome and worked on the cleanup claim they were not told they would be cleaning up radioactive waste and were not given proper training or protective clothing. In the decades since the end of the cleanup, many have died of cancer and had other health problems which they say is related to their exposure to the radiation. However, because they were not at the test sites when the tests were being performed, the US government says they are not eligible for compensation. The full effects of nuclear testing are difficult to quantify, but there has been a growing body of evidence over the last 60 years or so. Whichever way you look at it, every nuclear power put the development of increasingly more devastating weapons ahead of the health and safety of not only their own people, but also many others for generations to come who were far removed from the political decision makers. And that is the legacy of the nuclear test sites. In 1991, a study by the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, the IPPNW, estimated that by the year 2000, 430,000 cancer deaths would have been related to atmospheric testing, and concluded that eventually about 2.4 million deaths would be the result of the nuclear tests. So what are your thoughts on the issues of nuclear tests and the effects they've had and are still having? Let me know in the comments below. And also don't forget to subscribe, thumbs up and share the video please. Although the tests were the practical demonstration of the theories, the ideas themselves came from the brightest minds in maths and physics, using nothing more than slide rules and blackboards. But even the best had to start somewhere. If you want to develop your intuition in maths and science, then you need to check this out. This is from Brilliant, an interactive problem-solving website where you can solve real-world problems and learn to think like a scientist. By breaking down a problem into easy-to-understand steps and then pulling it back together so you can see how the overall process works. Brilliant helps you develop your intuition about these concepts. Having these math and skill sets in your mental toolbox is valuable because it gives you a much deeper understanding of how the world works. Whether you're a professional, hobbyist or scientist, you can get started for free at brilliant.org/CuriousDroid. And if you're one of the first 287 people to upgrade to the premium subscription, you'll get 20% off.
Thank you, Curious Droid. Thank you, Brilliant. We already discussed this video. Subscribe.
Best things for $75.
That's the end of chapter. That's the end of chapter 19. Now in chapter 20, now they mentioned something in the last video. The ruined dome, also called the Cactus Dome, or locally the tomb on Runit Island. That's the chapter we're going to be talking about next. But before we do that, here is a final message from our sponsor. Welcome back, everybody. And for the record, that was the last commercial break. We're finishing this once and for all. Once and for all. So, we're now on so if I recall correctly, we're on chapter 20. And if my memory serves me correctly, we're going to talk about the dangers of the Runit Dome, also called the Cactus Dome, or locally the tomb on Runit Island, which is one of the 40 islands of the Inuit Wicatat Atoll of the Marshall Islands of the Pacific Ocean. So without further ado, let's get started.
Trace, it's your turn to take out the nuclear waste!
Oh man, I don't even know where to put it. Hey there friends, welcome to D-News and thanks for tuning in. I'm Trace. Nuclear energy is controversial to say the least. Those who are for it say that it can provide relatively cheap, safe and clean energy. Those against it point to expensive plants and fuel, plus the storage of the spent waste. Then when accidents do happen, they're visible, devastating and deadly. So nuclear's got a lot going on. Regardless of whether you're for or against it, everyone can agree nuclear waste is a troubling issue. Recently, at the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, or WIPP, in New Mexico, a radiation alarm went off. Someone screwed up. 15 years ago, WIPP became the first and only permanent geologic nuclear waste storage facility in the country. But now, The Verge is reporting substandard kitty litter might bring the whole place down. Back in February, part of the place had to be shut down, the air vents were permanently blocked with high-density expanding foam, and people were evacuated. The problem was kitty litter. Someone packed nuclear material in organic kitty litter, which is made of wheat or corn, rather than the inorganic type that they almost always use. That tiny change caused one of the waste barrels to burst, releasing radiation and setting off alarms. I didn't realize they packed nuclear waste in kitty litter. That's pretty weird. When you hear nuclear waste, you probably picture a soupy, glowing green liquid like you see in The Simpsons or Futurama. In real life, nuclear waste can be any number of things, from tools and parts from nuclear plants to spent uranium fuel rods or pellets. Seriously, after too many wearings, even the uniforms they wear in the plant are put into nuclear waste barrels. According to the Department of Energy, the United States has 75,000 metric tons of spent nuclear fuel. The waste is stored at 122 temporary sites in 39 different states, but only WIPP is, and maybe was, the only permanent site in history. So since we're obviously not throwing it at the sun, what the heck are we doing with this stuff? Well, there are ways to reprocess the radioactive spent fuel rods to remove plutonium for use in warheads, but due to fears about nuclear weapons proliferation, nobody really wants to do this. Another thing is to burn the waste in fast neutron or traveling wave nuclear reactors. They're different kinds of plants that create energy from the remaining atoms and further reduces the final waste product. But there's still that kicker. There's a lot of nuclear waste still at the end of the line. No matter what we do, our best option right now is called deep geological disposal. Basically, we're burying it. Though even how to do that is debated. At the moment, WIPP is the best plan, but others include drilling almost 2 miles into the earth and leaving the stuff down there forever. And there's also an option to put it into shale or salt mines. WIPP is a dry salt bed, after all. They dig down like a mine, and then they dig out areas that they can keep those barrels of nuclear material in for the next tens of thousands of years. So which do scientists prefer? They don't know. They're not actually sure. Most are concerned with groundwater contamination, earthquakes, cave-ins, and other problems with underground excavation. At the moment, there are a few places where the conditions are just right, and they're not concerned about these things. But considering we've got 104 nuclear reactors generating waste in the US alone, the problem is mounting. So what would you do with nuclear waste? Contaminate the comments with your thoughts and subscribe for more D News every day. Subscribe.
Did you see that one video? Did you see this one video right here, turning nuclear waste into glass? Is that a good idea? I don't know. I don't know if it's even in the video, even in this playlist. But anyway, take a look at it when you get the chance. And as for sending nuclear waste to the sun, yes, that's in the playlist, but we'll talk about that one later.
The comments with your thoughts and subscribe for more D News every day.
Located within the Marshall Islands, this group of 18 islands...
Okay, now, that's the video is a little warm-up for what nuclear waste. Now we're going to talk about the toxic concrete dome. You know, the RUNET dome. So here we go.
Located within the Marshall Islands, this group of 18 islands, basically in the middle of nowhere, is the site of a nuclear dumping ground which is starting to leak. Conducted between 1946 and 1958, 105 atmospheric nuclear tests were unleashed in the area. These tests were conducted over what has been dubbed the Pacific Proving Grounds, or the Marshall Islands. Despite this reckless nuclear testing, the United States government did end up cleaning up some of the nuclear waste in the late 1970s. Topsoil was scraped up off of 6 different islands in the Eniwetok Atoll, a collection of 40 islands within the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. 111,000 cubic yards of radioactive soil from the Bikini and Rongelap Atoll were dug up and moved into a pit on RUNET Island. A 350-foot concrete dome was created 2 decades earlier for an 18-kiloton nuclear test codenamed Cactus. Constructed on RUNET Island to house some of the nuclear waste, this dome, locally called the Tomb, is comprised of 358 massive concrete panels. This 100,000 square foot dome, with walls that are 1.5 feet wide, cost the United States government $250 million over the 3 years of construction. There are warning signs to stay away, but really that won't stop anyone determined to walk over the dome. Bringing a Geiger counter, or one that detects radiation levels, shows why you shouldn't be anywhere near that thing. Quite frankly, no one should be living on any of these islands as they've been completely ruined with radiation. In 2013, a report conducted by the US Department of Energy found cracks in the Cactus concrete dome. Since the plan to insulate the bottom of the dome was abandoned, they found the soil around the dome to have higher levels of radioactive contamination than the contents inside it. Since the radioactive material has been soaking into the soil for 40 plus years, a crack in the dome isn't all that detrimental. We look at the percentage of radioactive waste as a whole caused by the detonation of the bombs in the area. The United States only cleaned up or moved into the dome around 0.8% of the total transuranic waste in the Enewetak Atoll. The soil and lagoon water surrounding the dome is actually more radioactive than what's inside. The real concern of a breach of the dome is that it could disperse plutonium, an extremely toxic heavy metal, into nature. This mess isn't going to clean itself up, or at least not for hundreds of years. Do you think the United States government should be responsible for doing a complete cleanup, or as best possible with the technology available today? Where a mandate like this would get complicated is the fact that countries like China and India dump toxic waste down their rivers, which end up in the ocean, or the United States using toxic chemicals like Roundup or glyphosate in food production, which also ends up in the ocean. One mandate for cleanup would force another. Are we at the point for the survival of our planet where we need a global government, or maybe a global environmental control agency that has overruling power over local governments? Is it even possible to fix these looming problems our world faces? Share a thought down below. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Why don't you check out another video on the channel, and until the next one, have a good one.
You think the US government should be responsible? Tell me in the comments below, or the live chat. There's more.
Located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, over 6,000 miles from the continental United States, is a massive and dangerous vault with some of the most contaminated radioactive material on Earth. The Tomb on Ruined Island, as it's often called, contains the debris of 43 nuclear bomb tests conducted by the US on the Enewetak Atoll of the Marshall Islands, as well as 130 tons of radioactive soil shipped from the Nevada test site. Already, cracks can be seen on top of the dome, and chunks of broken concrete rest in black water, accumulating at its base. As sea levels rise, the entire tomb now threatens to crumble into the ocean.
Dark docks.
Reduced nuclear testing. By the late 1940s, nuclear testing was already increasingly being perceived as a public health threat. Concerns continued to grow until the 1956 presidential election, when ending all nuclear testing was debated in US politics, and safety from radiation was adopted as a key policy. By June of the same year, the National Academy of Sciences was calling for new exposure limits to radiation, which the Atomic Energy Commission agreed to. Yet the nuclear test projects Operation Plum Bob, Project 58 or 58A, and Operation Hardtack 1 were already in the making. Operation Plum Bob consisted of 29 explosions at the Nevada test site and was the biggest and longest test series to take place in the continental United States. Project 58 or 58A and Operation Hardtack 1 were scheduled to follow, but changes with Project 58-58A and developments in the Soviet Union changed the testing landscape significantly. In December of 1957, one of the 4 Project 58-58A tests went terribly wrong, producing an unexpected 500-ton nuclear blast that delivered low levels of radiation to the city of Los Angeles in the form of a radiation fallout cloud. Public alarm led President Eisenhower to demand that the Operation Hardtack 1 test scheduled to follow be shorter and more limited to fewer than 25 shots. On the other side of the world, the USSR was also pushing for a joint moratorium on nuclear testing, having felt public pressure themselves over nuclear proliferation and rising global radiation levels. In fact, in July of 1958, President Nikita Khrushchev met with President Eisenhower to discuss the technicalities and negotiate a path towards ending nuclear testing. When President Eisenhower announced the resulting ban that was scheduled to begin on October 31st of that same year, American scientists begged for Operation Hardtack 1 to be expanded before testing was halted. Their pleas were heard, and the number of tests was significantly increased. Operation Hardtack 1. Between 1946 and 1962, the United States conducted extensive nuclear bomb tests on, over, and in the Pacific Ocean, using the Marshall Islands as primary testing ground. Over 100 bombs were detonated, with the largest test series, Operation Hardtack 1, beginning in 1958 and producing 35 blasts that totaled 35.6 megatons. These tests were performed by Joint Task Force 7, a combination of 19,100 people, both military elements and civilian workers, from the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission. More nuclear weapons were launched in the Pacific during this operation than there had been in the tally of all previous explosions in the Pacific. Aside from seeking to gather as much data as possible before the moratorium on testing, these tests were intended to provide more information on how to develop superior nuclear weapons. 3 tests were conducted in the atmosphere, with the intention of studying how nuclear blasts would affect materials and electronics, as well as to measure the energy released in the forms of output. The first of these tests, UNGA, was carried out close to Nuke Atoll, while the other 2, Teak and Orange, were relocated further away to Johnston Island after it was feared the tests would be so bright that they would cause retinal damage to the native islanders. When Teak was detonated, it provoked the first man-made electromagnetic pulses at high altitude, seen as an aurora visible all the way from Hawaii. Radio communications shut down all across the Pacific, with Hawaii experiencing a 2-hour blackout and Australia a long 9-hour blackout. Other Hardtack 1 tests were performed underwater and from barges on the ocean surface to see how much explosions could damage Navy boats. Most of these were performed at Nuke because the bottom of the sea was relatively uniform in that area, which allowed for ships to be secured to the sea floor. During these tests, it was observed that when bubbles formed from the heat of the explosion burst after quickly cooling down, the water rushing back into the cavity became part of a, quote, radioactive pool of highly concentrated radioactive fallout. Sensors that studied the explosions were placed on everything from target boats to balloons. 4 more hardtack tests were performed on the ground of the atoll itself: Cactus, Kinsey, Fig, and Koa. These tests sought to measure the amount of radioactive earthen materials cast into the atmosphere. The Cactus test was carried out on May 6, 1958, detonating 18 kilotons at a northern point of Runit Island. The 350-foot wide crater left behind by Cactus would eventually come to serve as the location for the radioactive tomb. The cloud from the blast reached as high as 19,000 feet, 5.79 kilometers, with the fallout tested by rockets and B-57D and WB-50 aircraft. Kinsey and Fig were also conducted at the center of Runit, while Koa was tested on and completely obliterated the smaller island of Dridrobui.
Be honest, do you really want to watch a video that looks like this? There's a good reason why presenters use images and visualizations while they talk, because it's what makes people pay attention. With a doodly animation, your audience will pay much more attention than just you speaking to a camera. It looks much more professional, it's incredibly easy, and you just need a one-time, low-cost license. With tens of thousands of users around the world, there's no limit to what you can use Doodly for. You can make ads and marketing, create presentations, spice up your lessons, entertain people, and you can even add in your
cleanup. As testing from Operation Hardtack 1 wrapped, the U.S. Defense Nuclear Agency began an 8-year-long cleanup program to deal with the radioactive fallout. Unfortunately, the U.S. Congress did not allocate the necessary funds for a full decontamination program that would have made the atoll habitable again, and the preferred option for disposing of nuclear waste, deep ocean dumping, was forbidden by treaties and regulations. And radioactive material was not all that the U.S. had to dispose of. For Operation Speckled Start in 1968, the Army tested staphylococcal enterotoxin B, one of the most toxic bacterial agents that was tested primarily for weaponizing. The agent causes inflammation and release of cytokine, which affects the immune system. Common consequences of exposure are toxic shock, asthma, nasal polyps, and atopic dermatitis. The atoll had been sprayed with the chemical, ground zero being Lojua Island, with a single test potentially reaching 926.5 square miles. Results from these tests established a potential 30% casualty rate. The U.S. conducted about a dozen experiments with chemical weapons such as this one. Without the necessary funds to carry out a complete cleanup of the mess they left behind, the U.S. instead looked into a temporary solution. Over $600 million was allocated to relocate the local native communities that were threatened by the dangerous radiation. It was further decided that a containment chamber would be built to hide a significant portion of the remaining nuclear and biological waste. Runit Dome. To begin work on the dome, American service people scraped off 3 to 5 inches of radioactive soil from the islands and mixed it with 130 tons of contaminated irradiated soil shipped from the Nevada test site. Plans called for dumping the slurry of contamination inside the crater left by the Cactus explosion. According to the Defense Nuclear Agency report titled The Radiological Cleanup of Nuke Atoll in 1981, quote, After much consideration, the director of the Defense Nuclear Agency decided in early 1975 that the only generally acceptable method for disposing of contaminated debris in soil from the Inuiatak cleanup project was by mixing it with cement and placing it in recoverable storage in La Crosse and, if necessary, cactus craters. In order to develop the formulas for the soil cement mixtures and the slurry of waste, the U.S. called on members of the Army Corps of Engineers Waterways Experiment Station to assist the mission. With the limited funds allocated, the U.S. only managed to thoroughly clean 3 of the 40 islands. Unyebi, which served as a residential island for a little over half of the Inuiatak population, was not among those cleaned. The crater itself was sealed with concrete, resulting in the Runit Dome, often referred to as the Tomb. With a diameter of 115 meters or 377 feet, it holds an estimated 3.1 million cubic feet of radioactive waste, including amounts of plutonium-239 that would be lethal if they ever escaped their confines. The size of this massive dome covers the equivalent of 35 Olympic swimming pools. Resettlement of the northern part of the atoll was cancelled due to rising costs, but in 1972 the U.S. started extending invitations for displaced residents of Inuiatak to return to their islands for the first time. In the 1980s, as the U.S. departed the Marshall Islands, hundreds of people flocked back to them. In the report published by the Defense Nuclear Agency, it stated that unfortunately, quote, if there was an evident shortcoming in the construction portion of the project, it was in the quality control standards and procedures for the cactus crater container. Disturbingly, it's been expressed by scientists that there's also an interest in collecting data on the effects of radiation on people, which may have played a part in the relocation strategies. In fact, industrial hygienist for the Atomic Energy Commission, Merrill Eisenbud, stated, quote, while it is true that these people do not live the way that Westerners do, civilized people, it is nonetheless true that they are more like us than the mice.
Mice? What's
Climate
that mean?
change and the ticking time bomb.
F5
Just
can
when it
help you
was
take
getting
the complexity out of safeguarding your apps and easily integrate security.
The Runit Dome has been subject to much controversy in recent times, as it was never meant to be a permanent solution, and weathering due to climate change has begun to form cracks in the dome. The floor of the dome was never sealed with concrete, and high tide now regularly reaches the base and penetrates underneath. Michael Gerard, founder and director of the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law, stated in a Los Angeles Times article that, quote, more than any other place, the Marshall Islands is a victim of the 2 greatest threats facing humanity, nuclear weapons and climate change, and that, quote, the United States is entirely responsible for the nuclear testing there, and its emissions have contributed more to climate change than those from any other country. The government of the Marshall Islands made a compact with the U.S. in 1986, establishing that the former would receive $2.3 billion to resolve property and health damages that would liberate America from any more liability claims. However, at the time, the United States withheld vital information about the extent of radiation and the fact that it had tested biological weapons from the Marshallese people and government. Furthermore, American courts and Congress have refused to allocate the funds, with only $4 million being paid. Finally, a 2013 report from the American Department of Energy found that nuclear waste in the soil and lagoon around the Runit Dome had a greater concentration of radioactivity than the dome itself, since the cleaning operation had removed a mere 0.8% of nuclear waste in the atoll. As for the Runit Dome, even those who built it had little faith in the project. Within the tomb, workers are said to have left behind a small monument. If the dome were ever to collapse, the world might see a sculpture of a middle finger, known as the Runit Salute.
Oh. I can't see with that thing there. Let's see if I can make it small. Darn it. Well, that's the best you could see. Anyway, I know this. If I ever become president, one of the things I'm gonna do, fix the Runit Dome and permanently seal it. And I'll make sure all the workers there are informed of what they're getting themselves into.
The world might see a sculpture of a middle finger, known as the Runit Salute.
Thank you, Dark Docs. There's more.
I want to make an animation.
Well, then make one.
Can't draw good.
Well, then doodle it.
I can't doodle neither.
This looks like an ordinary dome in the middle of an island, but it hides a terrible secret that could hugely impact the world. And yes, it's also a little weird to have a big concrete circle in the middle of an uninhabited island. What could it be? Prepare to be amazed as I tell you what's hidden in this dome can destroy the Earth, or at least a large chunk of it. The Marshall Islands is an island country of a little more than 50,000 people, spread out across 29 coral atolls, one of which you see here. This is Runit Island, one of more than 1,100 individual islands and islets making up the Marshall Islands, and part of the Inuiatak Atoll. Seen here, it looks like a peaceful spot to vacation, with palm trees, blue waters, and sandy beaches. The dome itself, sometimes called the Cactus Dome or the Tomb, is a bit unsightly, but hey, it could be paved over, and we could build a mini-mart, right? Well, not so fast. While many of the other islands are inhabited and pleasant places to visit, Runit Island will be uninhabited for a very long time, at least 24,000 years, probably more. The island itself is considered too remote to be guarded, so anyone can visit by boat, but I wouldn't want to hang out there for an extended period of time. The dome is built in the crater of the Cactus Test, a nuclear test conducted on Runit Island in 1958. The hollowed-out crater, left behind by the nuclear blast, was filled with radioactive waste from the cactus and other nuclear tests the U.S. conducted during the Cold War between 1946 and 1958. After 3 years of cleanup, the dome was covered with concrete. Unfortunately, plans to line the bottom of the dome with concrete before piling in the radioactive waste were canceled due to cost, and the atolls are made of coral, a very porous substance. That means radioactive waste has started leaching out of the bottom of the crater. Worse, plans to keep all the material entombed in concrete also failed to take into account global warming, which, let's be honest, was not a concept anyone was familiar with in the 1950s. It's possible rising sea levels could destroy the top of the dome, spreading radioactive waste out into the Pacific Ocean. Sadly, many people have already been hurt by waste materials created during the United States Cold War nuclear tests. One blast in the Bikini Atoll, Operation Castle, sent up a large mushroom cloud of radioactive waste after producing a much larger yield than the scientists expected. The nuclear engineers weren't the only ones who miscalculated. Weather forecasters, as accurate then as they are now, predicted winds would blow the cloud away from any inhabited areas. Unfortunately, they were wrong, and residents of the Inuit Atoll were visited by a cloud of ash. Many didn't know what it was. Some even thought the white powder might be snow, despite the warm temperatures. The island was evacuated, but many inhabitants, including children, already suffered severe burns. The cloud spread further, reaching the Rongerik, Rongelap, and Utrik atolls. The U.S. government belatedly evacuated.
Do you really want to be on camera for your videos? You need a good camera, good lighting, you have to dress up nice, or why not create an amazing video without all that? No equipment, no presenting, just awesome, engaging content. With tens of thousands of users around the world, there's no limit to what you can use Doodly for. You can make ads and marketing, create
evacuated people from the islands. Meanwhile, residents who had already been relocated to nearby atolls so Bikini could be used for testing were also told they could return home afterward. Unfortunately, that didn't work out either, and many of the islands still have high levels of radioactivity today. Worse, the US decided to study the effects of the radiation on the island survivors by setting up a secret project, essentially using the victims for medical research without their consent or knowledge. Marshall Islands inhabitants weren't the only ones harmed by the nuclear tests. Several Japanese fishermen became ill with radiation poisoning after being in the area around the time of one test blast. Their ship was covered in radioactive ash, and many showed symptoms of acute radiation sickness. One fisherman later died from hepatitis, which he likely contracted from a blood transfusion used to treat his radiation poisoning. Then there were the US military members, sent to clean up the islands and build that ominous dome on Runnet Island. Former serviceman Jim Andral was sent to the Eniwetok Atoll in the 1970s to work on cleaning up the island. He says he and other service personnel were not informed of the radioactivity and were misled into believing they were visiting a nice beach in the Pacific. Press coverage at the time said the U.S. Armed Forces personnel were working to beautify the island while cleaning up that pesky radioactive waste. When journalists visited with TV cameras, they got footage of people working in radiation suits. However, Andral says that was just a show for the cameras. He claims the real workers were given no specialized gear or training and were issued their standard warm weather uniforms, which included shorts and t-shirts. He recalls picking up chunks of debris, most likely plutonium waste from a nuclear test that fizzled, and putting them into trash bags which were tossed into the dome. Declassified documents suggest officials in Washington were aware of the island's radioactivity levels. However, they claim the armed forces personnel were given protective gear and should not have been in any danger. Jim Andral tells a different story. For years, he says he's been plagued with health problems caused by the radiation he was exposed to on Eniwetok. Andral also says he knows many other Eniwetok veterans who also suffered health problems they believe are related to their time in the Marshall Islands. They even have a Facebook group to discuss their issues online. This is particularly problematic because the US government doesn't recognize armed forces personnel who worked on the atoll as atomic veterans. In government speak, that means they don't have special health coverage to deal with problems caused by radiation. The government says their safety precautions were exemplary, and the more than 4,000 troops on Eniwetok were exposed to levels of radiation below recommended limits. They also say any illnesses the veterans experience later must be unrelated to their involvement in the nuclear cleanup because they don't have special health coverage, like other atomic veterans. Many involved with the Runnet Island cleanup are saddled with crippling medical debt. Ken Kasuk says he was initially excited to run a military exchange in Eniwetok. At this time, it seemed like a dream come true because he'd always wanted to live on a deserted island in the Pacific. Unfortunately, the years of health problems that followed, including more than 40 surgeries for cancerous lesions, have turned his dream into a nightmare. Sadly, the Marshall Islanders and American Armed Forces personnel who were exposed to radiation in the atolls may not be the last victims of the nuclear test site. Remember that global warming wasn't on anyone's mind in
You have to protect your applications, and that's not always easy. F5 can help you.
the 70s, and rising sea levels could compromise the dome, which is likely already leaking radiation through its coral bottom. And this isn't even the worst nuclear cleanup disaster site. That would be Hanford, Washington. It's the site where the US produced plutonium that was used in a variety of projects, including that famous one, the Manhattan Project, which produced the bomb that destroyed Nagasaki in World War II. Hanford's plutonium was also used to stockpile weapons during the Cold War. Where did all the waste go? Into steel tanks, many of which are now leaking into nearby groundwater. Leaks were found as early as the 1950s, so site management remedied the situation in 1964 by using double-walled tanks. Yeah, those are now leaking too. 56 billion tons of nuclear waste are sitting near the center of the site. Once a booming suburb built around the plutonium production facility, Hanford now has a new industry, nuclear waste cleanup. The cleanup project so far has cost more than $42 billion and is expected to continue for at least another 50 years. The Department of Energy, or DOE, manages the project and loves to brag about its successes in treating more than 9 billion gallons of groundwater, cocooning 7 reactors, and cleaning or destroying many buildings. Unfortunately, that ignores the large amount of nuclear waste still sitting at Hanford. Worse, people who worked at or near the site have been reporting illnesses too. Many claim they weren't allowed air tanks when working at the reactor site. Seth Ellingsworth says he fell ill with a rare lung disease after smelling something strange while working at the site. The breathing problems that have plagued him since then were diagnosed as reactive airway disease, which is usually linked with smoking. But Seth says he never smoked and had no health problems before working at the waste site. Other residents have been diagnosed with dementia, a common problem in the elderly. But many of the Hanford sufferers are relatively young. While the DOE has committed to cleaning up Hanford, the US and other countries have a terrible track record when it comes to dealing with nuclear waste. Weapons aside, many parts of the country use nuclear reactors to produce electricity, and burning coal comes with its own environmental problems. So, what's a better way to deal with nuclear waste? Here are some ideas from the world's top brains. Blast it into space. We could either load it onto a rocket and fire it into the sun, which is a big burning ball of fire anyway, or just send it anywhere in space. Who's going to know? Well, unless some aliens find it and decide to stamp it return to sender, then we might be in trouble. Realistically, there are bigger problems. Edward Teller, known as the father of the hydrogen bomb, didn't think strapping a bunch of nuclear waste to a rocket was such a hot idea. After all, rockets have a habit of blowing up. Another suggestion is to somehow get all the nuclear waste to Antarctica and dump it there. No easy feat. Then it can just melt its way to the bottom of the Antarctic ice sheet. As you might imagine, environmental concerns prompted this idea to be a
You need more layers, diagonal layers.
I got it, Ron, thanks.
Leave him alone, Dad. Oh, honey, you should...
officially outlawed by an international treaty before anyone could try it. But who needs to go all the way to Antarctica when you could just lower canisters of nuclear waste into a deep-sea vent on the ocean floor, find a nice space between some tectonic plates, and that radioactive material can just go the way of the change in my pocket, disappearing between couch cushions. On the other hand, I've seen Sharknado, and the last thing the world needs is mutant sharks. These ideas all inevitably lead back to just putting our nuclear waste into tanks that are going to fail well before the material stops, well, radiating. Obviously, it hasn't worked out that well. But on the plus side, no one really has a better idea, so it looks like we're going to keep doing it anyway. So, back to the Run-It Island Dome. What would happen if rising sea levels or a big storm destroyed the dome, distributing radioactive waste material into the ocean? Experts aren't sure, but some believe it would actually be no big deal. Some scientists believe that because so much nuclear waste material has already leached into the water around the Marshall Island atolls, that if the dome was destroyed, things might not get significantly worse than they already are. On the other hand, maybe instead of a tornado, we'll get a hurricane of glow-in-the-dark sharks. Wait, I have to call Hollywood about that one. What dangerous things do you think the world should pay more attention to? Let me know in the comment section down below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like and subscribe, clicking that bell icon to never miss a new video. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, be amazed.
Dude!
Now I got a few things to say before we continue on with the next video. Number one, Bernie Sanders himself should see this video, needs to see this video, that video. Number two, it could make this could that the whole thing idea might make a great movie, especially the idea to prompt people to come up with ideas that can actually help, useful ideas, extremely good ideas. You get the idea of what to do with radioactive waste material. Same kind of idea I discussed about the Operation Castle Bravo when we watched that Castle Bravo video. They actually made that for. And three, if you got a great idea, that'll work extremely good of how to get rid of nuclear waste, either leave it in the comments or in the live chat, depending on what you're watching. Now number four, about what they said about sending it to the sun. Well, let's find out why we don't do that.
Dude, why don't we just take all that excess nuclear waste and just throw it at the sun? Why don't we do that?
Yeah, why don't we? Oh, I know, but I'm gonna let you just figure that out.
Hey Earthlings, welcome to D News. I'm Trace. Nuclear waste is a rough topic. It's part of the reason people are opposed to nuclear power. We're getting electricity today, sure, but we're creating something which could pollute for centuries. People ain't on board with that. We got a question on our Facebook page from Cody Vincent asking exactly what I've been wondering since that crappy Superman Quest for Peace movie. He wants to know if we can launch nuclear waste into the sun. I love this idea, Cody. Seriously, thank you for asking. The sun's life-giving heat and light are the result of a constant nuclear fusion reaction. If we were able to safely send the nuclear material toward the sun, it would burn up. Honestly, it would never even come close to the sun. It would burn up long before it got there. But that's not the point. Can we shoot it at the sun? Sure. Will we? No. When you picture nuclear waste, you probably think of The Simpsons and picture glowing rods or bubbling green goop. But nuclear waste is actually an umbrella term for a bunch of different things. Sure, actual nuclear rods, but also clothing and tools used in radioactive areas, and even spare parts exposed to the radiation. Of that, only 3% is high-level radioactive material, and that's the only bit we'd be launching. In 1999, the Space Studies Institute looked at the space disposal of high-level material. According to their assessment, by 2020, there will be over 77,000 pounds of spent nuclear fuel rods alone on Earth. Space access is expensive at thousands of dollars a pound, so it's a bit prohibitive cost-wise. Even if money were no object, space technology has only existed for a little while, and it's not perfect. NASA's missions do fail occasionally. Go search for the orbiting Carbon Observatory. It crashed into the ocean like 17 minutes after takeoff. That's real crappy if it's a satellite. It's horrendous if it's high-level nuclear material. And so far, we haven't even scratched the surface of the problems with this idea, which makes me kind of sad because I was excited about it. Not only would we have to get into space safely, we'd have to cancel the orbital velocity of the Earth. Earth is moving real fast, you guys, and though the sun is big, it's not so big that we couldn't miss if we shot at it. The amount of energy that it would take to cancel out Earth's orbital velocity and then aim for the sun would be astronomically high. We'd be better off using the rocket engines to kill it with fire once we got it into space. Maybe if we had a Superman who could safely transport nuclear material directly to the sun, sure, maybe. But how much do you trust a guy with underwear on the outside of his pants? How do you feel about this? Betrayed? Relieved? Explore your thoughts in the comments just down here, and make sure that you subscribe for all your science therapy. We will see you next time on D News.
So you got that? Snotty. It's not that So in other words, it's not that simple. At least I'm understanding, if I'm understanding it correctly. Let's continue on. Next.
Rocket technology.
Next, remember that guy that said about rocket tests that failed? Well, here they are. Well, here they are. Why we just can't put them on a rocket and shoot into space? Well, they said that rocket launches fail, and here are 5 rocket launches that went horribly wrong.
Rocket technology has advanced rapidly over the last 60 years. And in that time, it is estimated that over 35,000 rockets have been sent to space. But with such rapid innovation, you're bound to have some accidents. Space organizations spend years making sure everything is correct. However, a single error can cause those years of work to go down the drain in a matter of seconds. From the United States all the way to China, here are 5 rocket launches that went horribly wrong.
5.
In October of 2014, NASA was set to launch an unmanned Antares rocket off the Virginia coast. The goal was simple: to deliver goods to the International Space Station, something that had been done many, many times before. Unfortunately, things took a different turn that day. When the launch began, it was business as usual, but that didn't last for long.
Wait, is that the... Holy... Oh, it's going down. Oh! Dang.
An investigation into why the rocket failed soon followed. A year later, a report came out detailing how there was an explosion within the rocket's liquid oxygen turbopump in one of the two AJ-26 engines. This caused the rocket to lose its thrust and come crashing back so close to the launch pad. The explosion was triggered when stationary and rotating parts within the turbopump came into contact with one another. The excessive amount of friction that was generated led to the ensuing fire. However, the report could not figure out what caused the issue in the turbopump in the first place. Investigators narrowed it down to 3 potential issues, or perhaps some kind of combination of the 3. It's possible the explosion occurred as a result of inadequate design robustness of the engine itself, which made it more susceptible to oxygen fires. It's also possible a debris such as titanium or silica got into the engine. Finally, there could have been a manufacturing defect within the engine. Investigators could not say for certain exactly what caused this disaster. Luckily, no one was harmed in this launch.
Yeah, that was lucky.
On July 1st of 2013, a Russian rocket was set to take off. However, things quickly went askew when the rocket began to veer off course. You can see in the video how significantly it's skewing to the side, which can only mean disaster.
Oh boy.
It didn't take long for the rocket to begin breaking apart before falling back to Earth and exploding.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Oh boy. Oh! 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 Were they out of range of the shockwave?
Findings from later found that the failure was likely due to an emergency shutdown of the booster's engines and about 17 seconds into takeoff. An investigation was soon underway, with the problem likely lying with the rocket's engine or guidance system. Either one would have activated the emergency engine shutdown, causing it to come crashing to Earth. Luckily, the rocket was unmanned, but it was carrying 600 tons of highly toxic kerosene, amyl, and heptyl fuel, which were spilled all over the surrounding area. While the fuel did give off a poisonous smoke, it was partly contained thanks to nearby rain at the launch site. Unfortunately, the people of Baikonur, a town about 36 miles away from the launch, were still in harm's way. An alert went out telling them to stay inside with the windows closed until further notice. The rocket was insured for 6 billion rubles, which comes out to about 182 million American dollars. The failure came on the heels of a slew of rocket launch mishaps to occur in Russia. 3 satellites were lost in December of 2010 when a different Proton rocket also failed during launch. After this particular incident, all Proton rockets had to be grounded for months until a detailed investigation could be carried out to try to prevent future disasters.
Number 3.
On January 17, 1997, a rocket that went by GPS IIR-1 was set to be the first Block IIR GPS satellite to set flight. It was supposed to operate as a component of the United States Air Force Global Positioning System, but it blew apart only 13 seconds after it took off. You can see how quickly things go from exciting to devastating in one humongous blast.
Wonder how old that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so turns out not all laptops are created equal, which is why it's switching time to a Chromebook designed to make...
Holy crap.
The rocket took off from Cape Canaveral. It was found that the rocket's flight termination system was activated via its onboard computer. This detonated the explosive charges located around the rocket, causing it to go up in flames. When it exploded, the rocket was roughly 1,600 feet in the air, making it the lowest altitude explosion to occur at Cape Canaveral since the Atlas Centaur AC-5 disaster in 1965. Later, an investigation found that the failure was due to a crack in the casing of the No. 2 solid rocket motor. This crack began to form at T+6 seconds, and it only got worse from there. At T+12 seconds, the SRB casing finally ruptured, resulting in debris getting stuck at the No. 8 SRB right next to it. That led to the motor failing, and at that point, there was no hope of salvaging the mission. A manual destruct command was set to terminate the launch for safety reasons. Residents of the surrounding area were advised to stay inside and keep their windows closed because vapors from the rocket could be toxic or irritating. The impact was still felt in the nearby town. Some damage to store windows were reported as much as 10 miles away from the launch site, but buildings can be repaired. Luckily, nobody was killed from this incident.
Number 2.
The Vanguard TV-3 was the United States' first attempt to get a satellite into orbit around the planet. The world saw several successful Soviet launches with Sputnik 1 and 2, so the United States designed the Vanguard TV-3. This was a small satellite made to test the launch abilities of the three-stage Vanguard and study the effects of the Earth's orbit on the vessel. It was also meant to obtain geodetic measurements through the orbit's analysis. The key words in that last sentence are meant to. The launch was set to take place on December 6, 1957. In just 2 seconds after liftoff, the rocket began to lose thrust. It fell back to Earth onto its launch pad. As it settled back onto the ground, the fuel tanks ruptured and subsequently exploded. The rocket was destroyed, and the launch pad sustained extreme damage.
There were a number of failures during the year, and the United States promptly announced them. The first and most spectacular of these was Vanguard at the end of 1957. There were other Vanguard failures. All achieved takeoff, but trouble occurred either in the second or third stages.
An investigation ensued, but they could not determine the precise cause of the accident. It's believed that the fuel system malfunctioned in some way. After the incident, the satellite was too badly damaged to be salvaged. However, it went on to be displayed in the National Air and Space Museum and the Smithsonian.
At least the satellite got put to good use. Number 1.
On February 15, 1996, a satellite called Intelsat 708 was supposed to be launched from the Xichang Satellite Launch Center in China. However, the satellite itself was built by the American company Space Systems Laurel. You can see the rocket take off, and immediately you know something is wrong, because it's heading in the complete wrong direction. Later in the video, you see the rocket transforming into a fireball before crashing back to the ground.
Oh boy. Woo!
The rocket ended up crashing in a nearby village where 6 people lost their lives, according to a Chinese report. However, estimates that came out of America suggest that the number could be much higher. A video crew later went to the village where many buildings were completely destroyed. An investigation took place afterward, which determined that there was a failure within the rocket's guidance system. The investigation forced the Long March rock program to greatly improve its reliability. The program did not experience another failure until 2011. However, the parties involved with the disaster did not get out of it unscathed. The investigation led to a huge political controversy in the United States. The US government conducted its own investigation, which found that information from the report had been given illegally to China. Space Systems Laurel had to pay $20 million to settle charges of violating export controls. Rocket launches are necessary to support our modern way of living. However, all the time and money put into them can't always ensure they'll go off without a hitch. All space organizations can do is learn from these mistakes and try to make sure future disasters don't have a chance to happen. Be sure to click the link on screen to check out 5 ship launches that went horribly wrong. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Now, after seeing that video, tell me, would you want to put would you want to risk putting nuclear waste on a rocket and send it to the sun only for the rocket to come back down and crash? Or would you try and find another way? Tell me in the comments and comments or live chat.
You need people to pay attention to your video. You could film, but that takes forever and is expensive. You could pay an animator, but yeah, still slow and expensive. You could just do it on your phone, but it looks cheap. With Doodly, you get highly professional videos for a one-off license. Your audience stays engaged, and you can make it all by yourself. Just drag and drop. With tens of thousands...
Hi, and welcome back. Now, you probably know about this nuclear waste dome in the Marshall Islands in the Pacific. There's an atoll called Enewetak, a big circular Pacific feature made up of little individual islands. One of these islands is called Runit, and on Runit is this dome. It was built to bury the nuclear test waste after the US had used the atoll for nuclear explosions in the 1950s and 60s. Doing a bit of research, I discovered this horrendous story. The concrete dome, which is 18 inches thick, is in the news right now because it's cracking, and also the atoll is under threat due to climate change and sea level rise. And in fact, in storm conditions, sea water will go right over this dome. And also the dome was never lined. It was built in a circular depression left by an earlier test on porous ground, and under the dome it's full of seawater, and the material inside leaches out into the ocean at every tide.
Bravo test 1,000 times bigger than atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Legacy, radioactive material poisoned the water and land.
The dome was built in the 1970s by a group of US Army engineers who shoveled the waste into this round crater and then put an 18-inch thick concrete top on the dome. These brave young men were never told what was involved and how dangerous the job was. And today on social media, they track all the whereabouts of everybody who was at the atoll building the dome. Sadly, almost none of them have lived past the age of 60, many dying of cancers. This is a dark and fascinating story from from our nuclear heritage. But there was one part of it that didn't quite make sense to me. And I think today I can reveal something new, revealing, and shocking about what's actually under the dome. If you do a Wikipedia search on nuclear explosions at Enewetak Atoll, there were 43. And you can go down the list and read the name of the project and its kiloton output. I did that and discovered there's only 42. One bomb didn't explode. Well, I think it did explode. Just the conventional explosives round the plutonium core went off, shattering the core and throwing metallic plutonium around Runit. This now makes sense of an interview that I saw with one of the young soldiers who was there to clean it up. He said he was picking up lumps of this plutonium and putting them in plastic bags, and they counted over 400 chunks of plutonium which they put in the dome. Today the dome is cracking and sea level rise is inundating the whole of the atoll. If that plutonium metal gets into the environment, it won't only contaminate the Marshall Islands, it will contaminate the whole of the Pacific Ocean. The poor people of the Marshall Islands have not only been contaminated with nuclear waste, they're also going to lose their islands as they sink underwater.
Climate change will cause sea level rise of 15 feet or more, 5 feet or more.
Sadly, the truth is out there.
Which means we have to do something before it's too late. Thank you, Professor Simmons. Simon, we have to do something before it's too late.
Ever get the feeling
I just
you're
hope
being
this video will
watched?
let me. I just hope this next
Maybe
video
you are.
will be copyrighted.
Hackers can steal what's on your device.
Just please don't be blocked.
My whole vision in life was to live on a deserted, tropical South Pacific island. Watch out what you tell the Lord.
America tried to bury its toxic legacy here, on a remote coral atoll.
They covered it over with an 18-inch thick dome and left.
So here's the complete, I guess that's the in-depth story of the whole thing. And now this dome is a ticking time bomb. Toxic ticking time bomb. And if we don't do something soon, you heard what that guy said in the last video. So let's go.
Now the sea is rising and the dome is leaking. And the men who tried to clean it up are dying.
It's a total secret. We didn't even know. The guys didn't know. We were lied to.
Tonight, we journey to one of the most contaminated places on Earth, and we meet the people fighting back.
You know, if you accept that you're doomed, then what is left to fight for? You know, where are you gonna find hope?
We need the world to help us. Whatever the world is doing, please look at us.
Look at this video. the message is good and strong. The dome. Order Mark 1.
We're halfway between Australia and Hawaii, in the middle of a seemingly endless Pacific Ocean. Below us, chains of mostly uninhabited islands that together form the nation of the Marshall Islands. Well, we've just passed Bikini Atoll, known around the world for 23 atomic tests during the 1940s and 50s. But where we're going is much more remote, a place where nearly twice as many tests were carried out, some the biggest in human history. Spread over 2 million square kilometres of the Central Pacific, the Marshall Islands is a scattering of more than 1,000 islands and islets. Few people have heard of Enewetak, but it's the ground zero of US nuclear testing in the Pacific. The welcome sign hints at what we've come to see, but when you know what it really is, few would want to visit this place. This atoll is a ring of 40 islands, so remote that there's no regular transport in or out. It'll be a week before our plane returns, if we're lucky. It's a stunning place, but its beauty hides a dark, dirty secret. This is a place whose atomic past is seared into its present. The people of Enewetak were forced into exile by the atomic fallout. Allowed to return after 3 decades, a new generation is learning about the traditions and customs of this place. They have also been taught about America's toxic legacy and how it lies under a giant dome.
They understand. Somehow they understand that we have a poison in our island. That is what they call poison. They know that there's a tomb because they have been there.
So the dome, you call it the tomb?
We call it the tomb.
We set out the next morning to see for ourselves. To do that, we need guides who know how to navigate the reefs and the World War II wrecks that lie in Enewetak shallows. To get to where we're going, we have to cross the world's second largest ocean lagoon, formed by the rim of an ancient volcano. It's 1,000 square kilometres of the Pacific. After nearly 2 hours, we approach one of Enewetak Atoll's 40 islands, a tiny, scrubby rise called Runit. What we've come to see is hard to spot from the beach. Only from the air can you get a true sense of the size and the scale of what the United States military calls the dome. The dome is actually a dump. It contains the toxic leftovers of some of the most powerful atomic bombs in history, America's Cold War legacy.
It is a tomb of nuclear waste. The dome is completely unlabeled. There's no fence, there are no guards there. People can go there if they want, and there's nobody to stop them.
Like other former nuclear test sites in the Marshall Islands, Runit Island is officially off limits. But there's no one here to stop us when we visit. This place is just too isolated to guard.
All of the observer ships are in position in the open
Is that a
sea.
good
We're
thing or a
about
bad
10
thing?
miles away. I can't see the target. 4, 3, 2, 1.
1946 to 1958, the United States detonated dozens of atomic bombs in the Marshall Islands. And while Eniwetok is hardly known, its closest neighbour, 300 kilometres to the east, became synonymous with nuclear fallout. Its name is Bikini.
On Bikini Island, over 3 miles from the point of burst. On the water, you can see the shock wave coming toward the camera. Watch those palm trees in the foreground.
I'm from Bikini Atoll. Right now, I don't think I'll be able to go back. I mean, it's just not clean enough for us. It's not safe.
One of the country's last traditional navigators, Alson Kellen, is adrift, living in exile because he's not allowed to return home to Bikini. Ahead of the atomic testing there in the 1940s, the United States told Alson Kellen's family and the 167 people of his atoll that they had a duty to the world to leave their islands. It was a moment filmed by the military's PR unit.
Scene 26, take 2.
All right now, James, will you tell them that the United States government now wants to turn this great destructive force into something good for mankind, and that this experiments here at Bikini are the first step in that direction.
Everything good, and they're willing to go, and everything is God's hand.
Well, you tell them in King Judah that everything being in God's hands, it cannot be other than good.
And here, by the way, you hear them singing their Marshallese version of You Are My Sunshine.
The Islanders are a nomadic group and are well pleased that the Yanks are going to add a little variety to their lives.
Alson Kellen's 93-year-old aunt was one of those who was put on a boat and taken off her island. 7 decades later, the pain of forced exile has not eased.
Every day she says, when are we going back? And I keep saying, one day. I don't know when, but one day. But I know for a fact that we're not going back. So it really, really made me sad because I don't know what to tell her. Should I lie to her? I mean, it's not her fault, but I don't want to lie to her.
Hundreds of Marshallese were shifted off their islands by the United States. Some, like Lemuel Abon, after it was too late. In March 1954, her island was enveloped in the fallout from one of the Bikini blasts. Codenamed Castle Bravo, it was the biggest nuclear test ever carried out by the United States, 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb.
The earth shook. Yeah, when we saw the bright light in the loud sound, most of us were very afraid. We were afraid. And we just sit down and see what will happen next.
A few hours later, 14-year-old Lemuel noticed white powder falling from the sky.
Some of the kids, they didn't know what snow is, so they named that, oh, the snow fell down. This is the first time we just saw this, yeah.
The snow was highly radioactive fallout from the Castle Bravo bomb. It took days for the Americans to evacuate them. The survivors remain nuclear refugees to this day.
The meteorologists had predicted a wind condition which should have carried the fallout to the north of the group of small atolls lying to the east of Bikini. The wind failed to follow the predictions, but shifted south of that line, and the little islands of Rongelap, Rongerik, and Uterik were in the edge of the path of the fallout. The medical staff on Kwajalein have advised us that they anticipate no illness, barring, of course, diseases which may be hereafter contracted.
Jack Needenthal washed up here in the Marshall Islands capital Majuro more than 30 years ago and never left. Now the head of the country's Red Cross, he has spent decades fighting for nuclear justice for the people of Bikini Atoll, even taking their fight for compensation to Washington.
As children, you don't open up your history books and see a word about Bikini and the nuclear testing out here, even though in my belief, the Cold War was literally fought and won on the shores of Bikini. I mean, there were 23 weapons tested up there, 20 of them were hydrogen bombs. I mean, the people of Bikini did do a lot for mankind. I mean, even now these days, you have the North Korean leader talking about exploding a hydrogen bomb over the Pacific like it's nothing. The idea that they're even playing around with words and notions like that is so insulting and so infuriating to the people who live out here and have been through this and have suffered since the 40s and 50s. It's really awful for us to hear that.
Scientists term the experiment an entire success, a success in destruction. As the smoke rises on Eniwetok, the curtain rises on the seeds of man's oblivion.
The impact.
No offense to Kim Jong-un, but maybe he should watch this video privately to put him at ease. This way.
Impacts of 12 years of nuclear testing in
the curtain rises on the seeds of man's oblivion.
The impacts of 12 years of nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands included increased rates of thyroid and other cancers and the permanent exile of people from their home islands. In 1986, as part of a deal to give the Marshall Islands independence, the US paid $150 million. Later, an independent tribunal awarded more than $2 billion to victims of the testing program. Less than $4 million was ever paid. The tribunal office in the capital Majuro is no longer operating, with most claims unresolved, sitting in files gathering dust.
The US government policy on the nuclear weapons legacy in the Marshall Islands is to simply downgrade and dismiss health hazards as non-existent or insignificant.
Giff Johnson is the publisher of the Marshall Islands Journal.
Who thinks that else is disgusting? Tell me in the comments or live chat if you think that's disgusting.
The country's only newspaper. For 3 decades, he's been a passionate advocate for the local people. His wife, Darlene Keju, was a famous nuclear survivor and Marshallese leader who died of cancer, aged just 45.
It really makes us wonder if Marshall Islanders will ever get justice from the nuclear weapons tests that were conducted here. And justice is the right word. It's really important to understand that a lot of nuclear contaminated material was tossed into a crater left over from a bomb test, a coral atoll, essentially. And a coral atoll, by its nature, is porous.
When the U.S. was getting ready to clean up and leave in the late 1970s, they picked the pit that had been left by one of the smaller atomic explosions and dumped a lot of this plutonium and other radioactive waste into the pit and covered it over with an 18-inch thick dome and left.
That dome lies 1,100 kilometres to the west of the capital, Majuro. Like Bikini Atoll, this place is deemed too hot in radioactive terms for human habitation.
People in the United States would not tolerate something like this in their own backyard right now, or any time. That's why it's up there. It's astounding that it is there. When you go out there, it's It's very surreal. I mean, to me, it's like this big monument to America's giant fuck-up.
Yeah.
The dome was never meant to be anything but a temporary solution to the problem of atomic waste. At almost every stage of its construction, safety was sacrificed to save money. Michael Gerard is a US climate change specialist who's visited the dome.
The bottom of the dome is just what was left behind by the nuclear weapons explosion. It's permeable soil. There was no effort to line it, and therefore the seawater is inside the dome. Already the sea sometimes washes over it in a large storm, and the United States government has acknowledged that a major typhoon could break it apart and cause all of the radiation in it to disperse.
You can see why Runet's remoteness made it seem like a good place for the dome and its contaminated contents. But like most of the islands of the Marshalls, Runet is barely a metre above sea level at its highest point. When this dome was built in the late 1970s, there was no factoring in sea level rises caused by climate change. Now, every day when the tide rolls out, as it is now, radioactive isotopes from underneath the dome roll out with it.
That dome is the connection between the nuclear age and the climate change age. It'll be a very devastating event if it really leaks. We're not talking just the Marshall Islands. We're talking the whole Pacific Ocean.
No one will be able to swim.
I think it's really telling that the ocean is rising, and it's making this nuclear waste leak out, because in a lot of ways this climate change issue has also been revitalizing a lot of conversations about our nuclear legacy. Every time someone talks about climate change, you can't ignore our nuclear legacy as well. It's linked.
Kathy Jetnil-Kijiner is a poet and climate change activist. She's proud of her Marshallese heritage.
It's my home, it's where I'm from, it's where my family's from, my ancestors. They've been here for thousands of years, and there's also just nothing like it anywhere else. And it's a part of who I am.
A rising leader of her nation, Kathy Jetnil-Kijiner was invited to the 2014 United Nations Climate Change Summit in New York to speak about how the Marshall Islands is on the front line in the battle against rising sea levels.
The Marshall Islands encompasses more than 2 million square kilometers of ocean.
I mean, it's the United Nations. These are world leaders from all over, and it was the first time that I was able to share something that I cared about, you know, something about the islands.
And what she shared was a poem about climate change, a poem addressed to her infant daughter.
You are a 7-month-old sunrise of gummy smiles. You are bald as an egg and bald as the Buddha. You are thighs that are thunder, shrieks that are lightning, so excited for bananas, hugs, and our morning walks along the lagoon. Dear Mata Filipenum, I want to tell you about that lagoon, that lazy, lounging lagoon, lounging against the sunrise. Men say that one day that lagoon will devour you. They say it will gnaw at the shoreline, chew at the roots of your breadfruit trees, gulp down rows of seawalls, and crunch through your island's shattered bones.
Dear Mata Filipenum, don't cry. Mommy promises you no one will come and devour you. No one's drowning, baby. No one's moving. No one's losing their homeland. No one's going to become a climate change refugee.
In a place known for sober speeches and poker-faced diplomacy, Kathy Jetnil-Kijiner's pledge to her daughter to fight climate change moved many to tears.
I mean, when they all stood up, I kind of thought they were just being polite, but I just found out later that that doesn't happen all the time.
Some estimates put the sea level rise here in excess of 60 centimetres by the end of this century. That's enough to inundate 3/4 of the country.
Now we're on alert every time there's a high tide because the water will come over and flood our houses, you know, crash against homes, it'll destroy homes, it'll dry the crops, and, you know, that didn't ever happen before. You know, we're getting a lot of more extreme weathers, like droughts too, and so it's just gotten a lot worse in the past couple years.
It will kill our reef. So if it kills our reef, it kills our fish, kills our food. And you know Marshall Islands have very, very limited land. So there's really nothing for us to survive on. So I would, you know, I would say that very, very short time. I cannot give you the year, but we will gradually probably start moving out soon.
So the clock is ticking before you have to relocate?
It is ticking.
I drive my grandson to school every day. He's 8 years old, and we talk about this stuff.
Why do you think the climate's changing? Why do you think things are so different now? The ice? Yeah, the ice is melting. That's causing
Bernie Sanders should come.
the Marshall Islands.
Oh, sorry. Bernie Sanders should really go to this place. Sorry, but sorry when I went. Sorry. I was thinking about Trump and climate change, and all I gotta say about that is, he's a big ass loser. And I hope Joe Biden doesn't do the same thing. Doesn't ignore these people. Doesn't ignore these people when if he becomes president, or I'm gonna call him a big ass loser too. Climate change is real. And if you don't do something about if we don't do something about the Marshall Islands, the Pacific Ocean will be dead. Sorry I had to be dramatic like that, but still. Anyway, let's continue.
School every day. He's 8 years old, and we talk about this stuff.
Why do you think the climate's changing? Why do you think things are so different now? The ice? Yeah, the ice is melting. And that's causing the seas to rise, and the Marshall Islands are very low.
Jack Niedenthal argues that rising seas are a bigger threat to his island home and to his grandson's future than atomic bombs ever were.
I'm telling him, your life is going to be really hard. A lot harder than my life was. And the place that you love is going to be slowly disappearing, and it's going to be up to people of your generation to fight back on this. And he gets that.
Everywhere is the coast because there's some parts of the island that are so thin that there's ocean on either side of you. We're just surrounded by ocean, and I don't think the ocean has ever looked as big to me until I came back home after living out in the States. Yeah.
In recent years, late winter king tides have swept over some islands, choking crops with salt and even wrecking homes. The flooding could contaminate the country's shallow freshwater aquifers, and sewage-filled tides threaten outbreaks of fever and dysentery. And according to the locals, it's becoming much more frequent.
We would go years in between seeing big inundation incidents. And since about 2008, it's increased with regularity to the point where, I mean, we'll have 6, 8 of these in a year.
Not even the dead have been spared. Here, graves have been smashed and washed out to sea. In 2014, a state of emergency was declared when 5-metre swells smashed over the shoreline. The US Geological Survey warns that many Pacific atolls, like those in the Marshall Islands, will be uninhabitable within decades.
The Marshall Islands are in grave danger. There are already a lot of people who are leaving the Marshall Islands. A lot of them go to Hawaii or to mainland United States. Some of them go elsewhere. But the long-term future of the Marshall Islands is not bright.
I would say that our country is sinking. Our country is the front line. So we're facing the devastating effect of climate change, and we need the world to help us.
Agreed.
People of Bikini got relocated from their atolls because of nuclear. Today, we're about to get relocated, not from our island, but from our country. So, whatever the world is doing, please look at us.
Yep, I agree. So you better be paying
For many
attention to this.
Marshallese, the dome on Runut Island remains a potent symbol of the threat of climate change. It may be made from half-metre thick concrete panels, but as we've seen elsewhere, the ocean is likely to win out over concrete every time. The radiation levels of the people of Eniwetok are supposed to be monitored here in this space-aged US-built lab on the main island. But when we visit, the machine for assessing radioactive exposure isn't working. The US government prohibits the export of food from Eniwetok because of the concerns about contamination. Fish from here is also banned. But this atoll surrounds a calm lagoon, and the lure of fresh fish is too much to resist, despite the lingering radiation. And as we're about to find out, it's not just the people of the Marshall Islands who are living with the fallout from what happened here all those years ago. This was the site of the largest nuclear cleanup in United States history. 4,000 young soldiers toiled here for years to fill in the bomb crater underneath this dome. Among the more than 80,000 cubic metres of contaminated soil and debris was plutonium, one of the most toxic substances on the planet. For many of the young soldiers who worked here, there was a high price to pay. Those young men are now in their 50s and 60s, and few in the United States know their story. From the islands and atolls of the Marshall Islands, I've come to the deserts of Nevada, another place where the United States tested many of its atomic weapons. In fact, you could see the mushroom clouds from the Nevada test site 100 kilometres away in Las Vegas. And that's where I'm headed today, to meet one of Eniwetok's atomic cleanup veterans. The suburban sprawl of Las Vegas feels like another world away from the remote emptiness of Eniwetok Atoll. But the dome is something former US soldier Jim Androl can never forget, and neither can he forgive.
I had never even heard of Eniwetok. I never knew that there were 43 nuclear tests out there. I didn't know it was radioactive. They didn't tell us so we landed. Everybody kind of pretty much flipped out when they found out.
Because it was radioactive?
Because it was radioactive. I was told I was going to visit a tropical paradise for the last 6 months of the service.
A specialist in the Army's 84th Engineer Battalion, Jim Androl was one of thousands of US soldiers sent to help clean up Eniwetok Atoll in the 1970s.
1,000 workers from the U.S. Armed Forces are giving the Northern Islands a facelift, striving to dig and scrape away the radioactive soil and debris.
This US news story shows soldiers on Eniwetok wearing radiation suits. But Jim Androl says this was just a show for the TV cameras.
There was no special gear issued. We were just issued our normal warm weather gear, which would have been shorts, t-shirts, hats, and jungle boots, and that's it.
And were you given radioactive decontamination training?
No, none whatsoever.
Was there any safety equipment?
Nope.
If people do come back to Runut Island, they'll be risking perhaps the hottest radiation on Earth. This island won't be fit for human habitation again for at least 24,000 years.
On Runut Island, site of the dome, soldiers were exposed to one of the most toxic substances known, the result of a bomb test gone wrong.
One of the attempted nuclear weapons explosions didn't work, and so the plutonium, rather than having a nuclear blast, was just broken apart by the conventional explosions, leading to about 400 little chunks of plutonium that were spread all around the atoll.
Those 400 chunks were put in plastic bags and tossed into the crater underneath the dome.
Well, they'd have us round up, walk around, and pick up loose pieces. for instance, and just gather up whatever we could, throw it in a pile. And I never had any clue that dust could literally get into your lungs. But these guys were dealing with that every day. All of us were. We all were.
Declassified US government documents revealed that Washington knew that troops would be exposed to plutonium on Runit Island. This secret cable from 1972 talks about the existence of solid plutonium-bearing chunks on the island's surface. It warned that the quantity of plutonium was undoubtedly large and that it presented a new and serious concern.
Many of the US soldiers in particular who worked at Eniwetok have since come down with illnesses that they say were caused by their work there.
Jim Androl is one of those soldiers. For years he suffered from a myriad of complaints he says are linked to his service on Eniwetok.
He had his gallbladder out. Shortly after that, they found
Many of the US soldiers in particular who worked at Eniwetok have since come down with illnesses that they say were caused by their work there.
Hold up. Take a look at that Facebook group. I'm gonna give you some time to get type that in. Type that in. Like what I'm doing right now. Okay, I hope that was enough time.
Jim Androl is one of those soldiers. For years he suffered from a myriad of complaints he says are linked to his service on Eniwetok.
he had his gallbladder out. Shortly after that, they found a 7.5-pound tumor, cancerous tumor in his abdomen.
I suffer from roughly 40 to 45 residuals from the cancer. I've got pancreatitis. I've got a spot on my liver that they're watching, kidneys.
The problem for former cleanup workers like Jim Androl is that unlike the other US soldiers involved in the atomic tests, the government does not recognise them as atomic veterans. This means the 4,000 cleanup veterans have no special healthcare coverage. Many are lumbered with crippling medical bills. Washington argues safety precautions on Eniwetok were exemplary, that workers' radiation exposure fell below recommended limits, and that their illnesses and the time they spent on Eniwetok are not linked.
I mean, these people were in the Army. What choice did they have? They were told, go clean up Eniwetok. They went. I think mostly they're trying to get health coverage, medical care, because they've got just, some of them have terrible bills, really high bills from hospitals because of their treatment.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders should go see these people. Because this could be a good reason why we need health care for all. Another good reason.
There has never been a formal study of the health of Eniwetok workers, but one informal survey reported that hundreds suffered problems such as cancers, brittle bones, and birth defects in their children.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
I didn't think I'd be seeing you in hospital. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bust up.
Sit down, man. How are you feeling?
Strange. I might have had some damages done to another part of my body when they were putting in the stomach aneurysm.
Eniwetok veteran Ken Kasich knows all about hospital bills. We meet in Hawaii, although by the time I arrive, Ken has been rushed to intensive care with a brain aneurysm. As a 24-year-old, he was working at a US Air Force base in Hawaii when he was asked if he was interested in running the military exchange on an idyllic Pacific atoll called Eniwetok.
Oh, sign me up. That's it. I'm gone. My whole vision in life was to live on a deserted, tropical South Pacific island. Watch out what you tell the Lord.
Yeah, I'll say.
It came through.
This would be no posting to paradise. Not long after arriving on Eniwetok, Ken Kasich realised he was living and working in the middle of a massive nuclear cleanup, one centred on the dome on Runit Island.
It was a very dirty operation. And the same vehicles that transported this filthy, horrible atomic waste to Runit, the boys are on these boats. You can see the crap going on their faces and on their bodies. You know, you cannot get away from it.
Like Jim Androl, Ken Kasich says he was never given any safety gear or training. He says the thousands of young men sent into the cleanup had no idea of what they were exposed to.
It's a total secret. We didn't even know. The guys didn't know. None of those guys would be in an area that's so contaminated if they knew about it. We were lied to. And our boys worked 6-month tours on a dirty island, and the government says you were never there.
Ken Kasich has undergone nearly 40 surgeries for cancerous lesions, which he blames on his time on Eniwetok. But he and Jim Androl count themselves lucky, saying many of their comrades died young and in terrible pain.
The radiation is killing everybody.
God, there's been so many. We just lost one 2 weeks ago. We lost one about 6 months before that. They told me I'd be dead by now. Kenny's supposed to have been dead by now.
Jim Androl's wife Bev is now helping the Eniwetok veterans battle for justice, both in the corridors of Washington and on social media.
Most of these men we have never met in our lives, but they're like our brothers. We love these guys. And, you know, they're dying before they're 60. It's ridiculous.
There's nobody trained in the atomic waste. There's people trained in the actual making of the bombs, testing the bombs and all like that, but not picking it up. You cannot get rid of this. The island should just be destroyed.
And how would you propose doing that?
Wherever his work took him around the world, Ken Kasich always returned here to his Hawaiian home. These days, restricted to a hospital bed, he rarely gets to enjoy its beauty and lifestyle. It's been 4 decades since he first left here for his adventure on Eniwetok, and Ken Kasich is haunted both mentally and physically by the dome.
America dumped all of their worst rubbish to the Marshallese and abandoned them with it. And we don't want to hear about it. It's a disgusting shame. And it makes us look bad.
I agree.
And thus the natives express to the people of the United States their welcome in their simplicity and their pleasantness and their courtesy. They're more than willing to cooperate, although they don't understand the world of nuclear energy any more than we do.
Runit Dome embodies injustices in many different ways. The fact that all these weapons were exploded there, the fact that this plutonium was left behind, the fact that the workers who worked there have not been compensated, and very importantly, the fact that the entire nation is endangered by sea level rise, which is caused mostly by the greenhouse gas emissions of the major emitting countries, of which the U.S. was historically #1. These are an accumulation of injustices.
The last couple of years when people would come and they wanted to talk about the nuclear legacy, I said, the nuclear legacy is not as devastating and is almost not as important as climate change. Because if I'm a Marshall Islander and I have an island that has radiation on it and has the hope of someday being mitigated or rehabilitated, if I have a choice between that island and one that's underwater forever, I'll take the radioactive island every time because there's still hope in that. Once these islands go underwater, they aren't coming back.
For now.
The Marshall Islands may be damned either way, because Michael Gerard says even if the dome is smashed apart in a Pacific storm, it may make little difference to the environment outside.
I'm persuaded that the radiation outside the dome is as bad as the radiation inside the dome. And therefore, it is a tragic irony that the U.S. government may be right, that if this material were to be released, that the already bad state of the environment around there wouldn't get that much worse.
I just hope that's true. We need a fixer.
The Marshall Islands' isolation made it ideal for a superpower to test the most destructive weapons in history. And now its survival is threatened yet again by the actions of much larger nations thousands of kilometres away.
These are situations where the Marshallese people are either guinea pigs or they're just seen as disposable. We're seen as disposable in both of these situations. We're disposable. Our lives don't matter. The war matters. Nuclear bombs matter. Our lives don't matter. Oil matters. Money matters. Gas matters. Profits matter.
I don't see it that way, and neither should you.
Kathy Jetnell
Let me try that again. And neither should you. I don't see it that way, and neither should you. That's better.
Gina is determined that her child will not become a climate change refugee.
I don't think we're doomed, and I also can't accept that. If you accept that you're doomed, then what is left to fight for? Where are you going to find hope?
Never give up hope.
A lot of people describe our islands as drowning, but we like to say that, we're fighting. We're not just drowning. There are thousands out on the street, marching hand in hand, chanting for change now, and they're marching for you, baby. They're marching for us. Because we deserve to do more than just survive. We deserve to thrive. Dear Matefele Benum, your eyes heavy with drowsy weight, so just close those eyes and sleep in peace, because we won't let you down. You'll see.
That was very informative.
St. Petersburg has seen empires rise and fall. 100 years ago, a revolution toppled the last Tsar. Today, many want to oust the president they call the new Tsar. They're an army of young activists desperate to bring in a new age. They're putting their faith in a charismatic but controversial challenger.
I would join that group.
Интересует, что думает правительство, потому что я иду на эти выборы для того, чтобы сменить правительство.
So has the Russian strongman finally met his match?
I hope so.
We've come on a very special day to find out.
But as of now...
I love St. Petersburg. Thank you.
It's in your nature to reach for more.
Remember this, folks.
Long hearts full, our souls ignite.
When all seems lost in the war of light, look to the stars, for hope burns bright.
Hello? If they existed, she would, that girl with the that said about hope, she'd probably make a good Blue Lantern. Okay. Got 2 more videos of this of the nuclear coffin, then one explaining about the CTBTO decontamination line training. Then we're gonna move on to the next. Then we're gonna move on to the next set. Then we're gonna move on to the next chapter.
More. It's in our nature to make it cost less.
Continue on route for 382 miles.
Woo! Road!
CTV clear coffin open. Cracks open. UN chief is concerned that a Cold War era nuclear coffin could be leaking radioactive material into the Pacific Ocean. At 6:40 a.m. on March 1st, 1954, the blue sky stretching over the central Pacific Ocean was splitting open by an enormous red flash. The 1954 explosion was part of nuclear tests conducted as the American military lurched into the nuclear age. From 1946 and 1958, 67 nuclear UN tests pulverized the tranquil reefs and islands of the Central Pacific. International pressure finally halted the test, but the damage was done and continues to this day. That was the message reiterated by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, which you'll see at the end of the video. On a recent tour of Pacific Islands to discuss climate change. In Fiji on Thursday, he told a crowd about the huge kind of coffin built by the United States in the Marshall Islands to house the deadly radioactive debris from the 1980s. The structure, however, was never meant to last. Today, due to disrepair and rising sea tides, it is dangerously vulnerable. A strong storm could reach the dome, releasing the deadly legacy of America's nuclear might. In 1980, a massive concrete dome, 18 inches thick, and shaped like a flying saucer was placed over the fallout debris, sealing off the material en route. But the $218 million project was only supposed to be temporary until a more permanent site was developed, according to The Guardian. However, no further plans were ever hatched. Cracks have reportedly started to appear in the dome. Part of the threat is that the crater was never properly lined, meaning that rising seawater could breach the structural integrity, according to The Guardian. A 2013 report by the Energy Department admitted that radioactive material may have already begun to leak from the dome, but it said the health risks were probably low. The Marshallese government, however, does not have the money to shore up the structure, leaving it vulnerable to both rising tides and typhoons. You know, if I had the money, I would use it to fix the. If I had the money and could easily replace it, like someone who works at Amazon, I would use that money to fix the dome, Fix the dome. Find a permanent solution and fix the dome. And that'd be a promise.
This is Corona Hard Seltzer. 0 grams carbs, 0 grams sugars, 90 calories.
Because you could do a lot of good with money if you were rich.
Marshall Islands, which could...
And a lot of bad too. But what depends on is the good, not the bad. Because as long as evil exists, there will be no peace. I'm kind of getting off track here, so let's continue.
The U.S. Congress is demanding an investigation into the Rennet Dome in the Marshall Islands, which contains radioactive waste and is being threatened by rising sea levels. The dome was built in the late 1970s during the Cold War era. According to CBS News, it was originally built to contain radioactive waste from nuclear tests conducted by the U.S. on the islands. The U.S. conducted 64 nuclear weapons tests at Bikini and Eniwetok atolls between 1946 and 1958. Al Jazeera reports the tests included the Bravo hydrogen bomb, which was said to be 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb the U.S. dropped on Hiroshima. According to the Los Angeles Times, the site holds more than 3.1 million cubic feet of radioactive ash and soil from the nuclear explosions, which is closed with a concrete dome that is 18 inches thick. This was originally meant to be a temporary solution since the bottom of the crater was never lined. The Los Angeles Times reports that as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, the Department of Energy must investigate the deteriorating concrete site and submit a report about the risks the dome poses to the people, wildlife, and surrounding environment by June 2020. The report must also...
That's already been passed. I hope that day's already passed, so I hope they already submitted their report.
Also assess how rising sea levels could affect the nuclear dome. The report must also assess how rising sea levels could affect the nuclear dome. BBC News reports that in May 2019, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had raised concerns about the risk of the dome's radioactive material leaking into the sea. According to the U.S. Department of Interior, the Marshall Islands was a UN trust territory that was administered by the U.S. from 1947 to 1978. It became a sovereign nation in 1979.
For more news animations and explainers, hit the subscribe and bell button to join the Tomo News family. Thanks for watching.
Looks like they forgot the end screen annotation on the subscribe button. Okay, now let's see. Now let's see how that CTBTO does their decontamination.
You can pass it through. You can just pass it through.
Almost tempted to ask them to go investigate.
So once the inspectors have finished working for the day in the field, we need to be sure they don't bring any potential contaminants back into the base of operations.
The CTBO's trained scientists to find evidence of nuclear testing.
So in order to be able to check that, we set up this decontamination line, and they check themselves, their equipment and each other, that they are free of any radiological contamination before they re-enter the base of operations.
More than 180 countries have signed the CTBT, with 8 more key ratifications. The CTBT will enter into force and the on-site inspection. The CTBT will enter into force and the on-site inspection mechanism can be used. Has your country joined the CTBT? Our country signed it but has not ratified it. Which again I'll do if I ever become president. Put CTBTO, Preparatory Commission, putting an end to nuclear explosions. Learn more at ctbto.org. And we need to end nuclear explosions because look, a good example is the Marshall Islands and that place in Kazakhstan. The legacy lives on. The deadly legacy. The negative legacy, you know. That was the end of chapter 20. I'm gonna. Wow. Two. And it almost. Wow. If I'm looking at this correct, it almost took 2 hours just to do this. Just to do this one chapter. That's a lot. Anyway. Davi. I gotta do some real quick. I'll be right back. BRB, folks. I'm back, folks. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. My head. Turns out I had more to do than I thought. My headphone. Because one of the things is my headphones ran low on juice, so I had to charge them. But anyway, let's continue on with the video with chapter 21. The problem with nuclear production with the production of nuclear waste, for example, from nuclear weapons, nuclear power plants, etc., and how to best deal with them. So, without further ado, let's get started with this.
This video was made possible by Brilliant. Learn to think like a scientist for 20% off by being one of the first 500 people to sign up at the link in the description. Nuclear energy is one of the cleanest, most efficient, and most available sources of power on Earth. To generate 1 kilowatt-hour of energy, the amount an American household consumes in 48 minutes, nuclear power plants only emit 12 grams of carbon dioxide, enough to fill about 3 2-liter soda bottles. Meanwhile, to produce the same amount of energy, coal plants emit 820 grams of CO2, about a full bathtub's worth. Factoring in the environmental cost of production, nuclear energy is cleaner than hydropower, than geothermal, than solar, than really any energy source except wind. But that doesn't necessarily mean nuclear is the long-term solution for the world, because nuclear material is perhaps the most poisonous substance on Earth. 2 times in history have nuclear power plants leaked significant amounts of radiation. In 1986 in Chernobyl, Ukraine, and in 2011 in Fukushima, Japan. 31 people died in Chernobyl, with at least a further 4,000 expected to contract early lethal cancer due to radiation. Fukushima was better contained, with only 2 deaths, both unrelated to radiation, and only 130 early cancer deaths expected. But, additionally, each site still today has massive exclusion zones where humans cannot live due to ongoing radiation. Hundreds of thousands of people were displaced from their homes and will never be allowed to return. The economic damage of Chernobyl is estimated at nearly $250 billion, significantly more than the GDP of Ukraine. The Fukushima disaster, meanwhile, having taken place in a much more populated and developed area, is expected to set Japan back over $500 billion, a full 10% of their GDP. In addition, uranium, the element most commonly used in nuclear reactors, is not in limitless supply. Using present-day extraction methods, there's only about a 230-year supply of uranium left. Many would say nuclear is only a short-term solution to reduce carbon emissions until truly sustainable energy can become commonplace. But the biggest problem with nuclear energy is not the risk of meltdown, it's not the supply of uranium, it's this: nuclear waste. All current commercial nuclear power plants work through the process of nuclear fission. As a radioactive element decays, the individual atoms split into 2, but when that happens, the reaction also releases energy. There are plenty of different designs of nuclear reactors, but in general they capture the released energy by using it to heat up water into steam, which runs through turbines that spin generators. The nuclear element used is typically uranium, which, after about 6 to 8 years of usage in a nuclear power plant, will have released enough of its energy that it is no longer useful in nuclear reactors. But that doesn't mean it's done emitting energy. The fuel rods will remain radioactive enough to emit a lethal dose for tens or hundreds of thousands of years past their removal. So the question is, what do you do with them? The answer is simple: put them somewhere where they can stay, undisturbed, isolated, forever. But that's not all that easy. In fact, no nuclear waste worldwide is currently in what is considered long-term storage. Every bit of nuclear waste in existence is in temporary storage facilities to be used until a long-term solution is built. Most of that nuclear waste is stored in pools of water. Water does a decently good job of shielding radiation, so this is an inexpensive and easy way of storing the rods. Usually, these pools are physically inside the nuclear power plants, so when spent fuel is removed from the reactor, it's put directly into the water and left there. The radioactive material, since it's still emitting energy, continues to heat up the water, but cooling systems and pumps keep the water below boiling temperature. But to do that, the plant needs power. If the power fails and the backup generators fail, the pumps and cooling systems stop working, so the water heats up and can boil off. The water is what blocks the radiation, so without water, the radiation just goes right out into the environment. In fact, exactly that happened at Fukushima. Both the primary and backup power sources failed, so the pumps and cooling systems for the spent fuel pools couldn't run, leaving the water to heat up. The situation was brought under control before enough water had boiled off to release significant amounts of radiation into the environment, but had it not been, thousands could have been killed. Once nuclear waste has cooled down in storage pools for 10 to 20 years, it typically is encased in casks. These concrete and steel containers block in radiation, but this solution is far from permanent. It does not consider earthquakes, it cannot withstand tsunamis, and it would not work without humans. These casks require security and they require maintenance. Without humans, they could easily be damaged or breached over time and release radiation into the environment. Modern humans have only existed for about 200,000 years, so one can hardly be sure that the species will survive for the millions of years that the toxic nuclear waste will continue to emit radiation. What's more, one can hardly expect that the dominant civilizations that have nuclear technology today will continue to exist for even thousands of years. The Roman Empire was once, without a doubt, the most powerful civilization on Earth. Scholars even believe that it is the most powerful civilization to have ever existed on Earth, more powerful than the US, than Europe, than any modern civilization. But it fell, and so too will the West. Therefore, long-term nuclear waste storage needs to last longer than any political structure, it needs to work without the supervision of humans, it needs to be truly and unequivocally permanent.
Well, I agree with him on the fact that the West could fall, but especially if they're the wrong type of leaders in charge, like our current president. If he's elected for another 4 more years, that could most likely lead to the fall of the West. Something that the East wants. But this is dumb. The Earth is constantly moving. Tectonic plates are constantly shifting, and eventually, in some time, billions of years from now, all the continents will be one again. And what then? And what then? How will we decide a government to rule for then, especially if we're still alive by then? War, or should we let a true superpower decide that? And I'll discuss about that true superpower in a future video, right? This year. Right now, let's continue. Let's continue. And one more thing. Governments do rise and fall, but there should be a plan in place so that governments don't become anarchy. So that those fallen governments don't become anarchy. They should have a plan in place in case something happens and another can take charge. Another can take charge like that, and prevent the country from going into an anarchist type of style. because chaos is not a good thing. Not a good thing to have when you know, chaos can cause untold deaths. But anyway, I hope you get the idea. So let's continue on, shall we?
Finland is building just that. This region is largely devoid of natural disasters. It doesn't have earthquakes, it doesn't see tsunamis, it really doesn't encounter any natural phenomenon that could damage a nuclear waste storage site, especially if it's 1,500 feet underground.
Now that's pretty good. Finland, almost a safe place to live, except for probably one thing. There's other threats, like nuclear Armageddon, and that terrorism, that kind of stuff. You know, that stuff.
Beneath an island on the Finnish Baltic Sea coast, the country is digging. They're building the very first permanent nuclear waste storage facility in the world in the stable bedrock 1,500 feet below. Currently, they're just finishing their dig down. Then very soon, in 2020, they'll start filling the facility with nuclear waste. They'll dig long tunnels with small holes in which they'll place casks of nuclear waste, then backfill the tunnels with clay to be left for an eternity. With this system, there's near zero risk of nuclear material leaking out into the groundwater, and once it's filled in the year 2120, it can just be left forever. Because the material will be so far down and so difficult to get to, no human management will be necessary once completed. No security, no maintenance, nothing, which means it should be truly secure. But before leaving it, they do need to fight against one thing: human nature. As curious beings, it's hard to combat a person's urge of discovery. If someone finds a mysterious structure from thousands of years ago, it'd just be natural to want to open it up. And that's a problem for nuclear waste sites. We essentially did just that with the pyramids in Egypt. These structures were built as the final permanent resting places for the elites of Egypt, and we opened them up because we were curious. Opening the nuclear storage facilities would release radiation into a future civilization, so we have to tell them to leave the sites alone, but that's easier said than done. The US Department of Energy commissioned a study on how to communicate the danger into the far future. The key is to create a message that conveys how uninteresting, how unimportant, and how dangerous nuclear waste is. They settled on the following text. Sending this message was important to us. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture. This place is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here was dangerous and repulsive to us. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is in a particular location. It increases towards the center. The center of danger is here, of a particular size and shape, and below us. The danger is still present in your time as it was in ours. The danger is to the body, and it can kill. The form of the danger is an emanation of energy. The danger is unleashed only if you substantially disturb this place physically. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. The idea would be to translate a message like this into every United Nations language: Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. There's a reasonable hope that, at least in the next couple thousand years, one of those languages would be understood. But in the scope of hundreds of thousands of years, there's just little expectation that these languages would survive. There's not even a reasonable expectation that humans will survive. So, you need to convey the same message without language. What the study suggests is to further push the message by building a landscape that conveys danger. It could be a scene of thorns or spikes or forbidding blocks. To satiate the discoverer's curiosity, it's also suggested to add monoliths explaining the history of the site through pictographs. Also included would be images like this, engraved in stone, conveying that the substance has danger that will be passed on to humans if touched. But the difficulty of this is that it very well might not be humans exploring Earth 100,000 years from now. It could be a species that doesn't recognize the likeness of what might be a long extinct species. What some have suggested is to just let the site be forgotten, to not mark it at all, to just seal it up and leave. But having something that significant disappear isn't simple. The site in Finland is designed to not need security or oversight, but its current location is very well documented in a potentially irreversible way. With books and brains and the internet, records of the site might exist until at least the end of human civilization. To truly be forgotten, To truly be left as part of nature, so too must humans be forgotten. If you want to learn about clean energy or anything else, you should try Brilliant. They have a fantastic course on solar energy complete with approachable explanations, straightforward graphics, and thought-provoking puzzles. I've really been enjoying Brilliant because their courses do a great job of providing an overview of complex topics in a way that anyone can understand. As a Wendover Productions viewer who enjoys learning or is serious about science, Brilliant's interactive puzzles will help you explore all kinds of interesting stuff. If you want to check them out, head over to brilliant.org/Wendover. The first 500 who do and sign up will receive 20% off. I absolutely suggest that you give Brilliant a try because it's truly a great website, and doing so helps make Wendover Productions possible.
Searching for music for your next video?
That kind of did. I just hope human civilization will live forever. Will live forever. I know I won't. I know I'll be dead I know I'll be dead if I have a good healthy life. My goal is to live to the year 2021. After that, I'm going to the afterlife, which I hope is heaven. But anyway, I just hope human civilization can live far past that, and including reversing the damage we're already done and are still doing to our planet. That's hope. Which I've already played the Blue Lantern Oath. I don't think I need to play it again. So let's continue.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out Artlist.
88,000 tons of radioactive waste and nowhere to put it.
If you were an evil mastermind and you said, where could I put nuclear waste that would really scare the bejesus out of people? It's hard to think of one that's worse than San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station.
This is the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, just outside of San Clemente, California. It's been closed since 2013, but its operators are struggling with a problem that most plants in America share. All the spent nuclear fuel it ever generated is still trapped, right here.
I'm gonna listen to the whole thing before I say it.
So the thing you notice immediately about this plant is its location. You've got the Pacific Ocean right there. You've got the Interstate 5 freeway just over that hill. You've got LA and San Diego within 75 miles and 8.5 million people living in the area. And smack dab in the center of it all is tons and tons of nuclear waste. Back when it was running, the San Onofre plant could power 1.4 million homes at a time. But now the reactors are retired, and the plant's operator, Southern California Edison, is preparing to dismantle it completely. So to see this whole multi-billion-dollar process firsthand, we took a tour of the power plant. Our guide is Ron Pontus, manager of environmental decommissioning strategy. And except for all of the security, the seagulls, and us, the place is pretty empty.
Behind us is the containment building for Unit 3. Inside that building is the nuclear steam supply system, which consists of the reactor, steam generators, pressurizer, and reactor coolant pumps.
That's where the fuel would normally go. Bundles of hollow metal rods that are packed with little pellets of uranium. Inside the reactor, uranium atoms split apart in a chain reaction that produces heat.
That's where the heat is generated that is transmitted to the steam generators to make steam, to turn the turbines, which makes electricity for our customers.
Only this plant hasn't produced electricity for years, ever since one of the steam generators sprung a leak.
It is a done deal. SoCal Edison has gotten tired of waiting to reopen the troubled San Onofre power plant, so today the utility announced it is shutting it down for good.
Now, the plant operators need to decontaminate the site, demolish the structures, and generally tear everything to the ground. First, though, they have to do something with all that fuel. Fresh fuel isn't actually all that radioactive. It gets more radioactive after it spends time in a nuclear reactor. Because that chain reaction that generates heat, it also makes other radioactive atoms like cesium-137, strontium-90, and plutonium-239. About half of the cesium and strontium decay in 30 or so years. The plutonium, that takes longer, like 24,000 years longer. These days, the spent fuel starts cooling off in cement-lined pools of water. After a few years, it's moved to dry storage, air-cooled steel containers inside massive concrete blocks. Eventually, they'll move all the waste into those blocks. They're lower maintenance, and they're supposed to withstand floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, airplane collisions, you name it.
It requires no pumps or active systems to support it. As long as we keep this inlet and outlet free of any debris or blockage, this system will continue to operate.
That's good because that's where the spent fuel is gonna have to stay for the foreseeable future.
What we are faced with here is a national problem. Every commercial plant in the States is faced with the same problem. There's nothing to do with the fuel because the federal government's not performing.
San Onofre's first reactor powered up in 1968 at the height of nuclear energy's prime and the height of the energy industry selling America on how safe and powerful it was.
The heat output of 1 pound of uranium can equal the heat output of 70 tons of coal.
There were promises that one day, atomic energy would be too cheap to meter, that it would power the world by the year 2000. But for all that promise, there just wasn't a solid plan for the waste.
One could argue maybe we should have thought about this as a nation before we started building nuclear power plants, but by this time the horse is already out of the barn.
That's Rob Nicoleski, a reporter at the San Diego Union Tribune who's been following the story at San Onofre for years.
In short, the reason why the spent nuclear fuel stays at San Onofre is because the federal government has dropped the ball.
For decades, the plan has been to bury the waste underground. The government was supposed to start accepting spent fuel in 1998, and the site it settled on was Yucca Mountain in Nevada. Nevada politicians hated that idea.
Beginning this year, the story takes a new, and yes, an ugly turn, which the press and others tagged months ago, the Screw Nevada bill.
So the plan has been stuck in limbo for decades, and nuclear power companies have been suing the government for missing that deadline. Meanwhile, nuclear plants keep operating. They produce about 20% of America's electricity and 2,200 tons of waste each year.
This is probably not the ideal place to store spent nuclear fuel. We would all agree on that. But while it's here, we will fulfill our obligation to manage it safely.
There are a few ways out of this situation.
There's been a movement in Congress to restart Yucca Mountain. The Trump administration is in favor of that. There's a bill that is in the House. Then there's this talk about consolidated interim storage. There are 2 sites they've talked about there.
There's even...
Okay, for once Trump did something good. But it doesn't make up for all the bad he's done. Especially the COVID-19 crisis and the environmental crisis.
Even talk about moving the waste to higher ground near the plant, but farther from the sea.
So there's all these different permutations out there that are basically put everything up in the air.
But in the meantime, the waste is going to sit there in that concrete fuel morgue on the coast. Again, it's safe in those blocks. We stood right next to them and then even swept ourselves for radiation, just to be sure. But for people living near San Onofre, it's hard to forget about them entirely.
They go on with their lives. You don't see people freaking out. But on the other hand, though, it's something that hangs over their heads.
We wanted to see for ourselves, so we checked out the beach that the plant sits on. We passed people fishing, walking their dogs, surfing, hanging out, like you'd do on any other beach that isn't next to 1,700 tons of spent nuclear fuel. I asked some of them how it feels to be living in this thing's shadow. They weren't wild about talking on camera, but they had a lot to say. There was a guy walking his dog on the beach, and he actually said that nuclear power is this incredible thing, but storing the waste at the plants is a federal mistake. Another woman was there on the beach with her family. She says she surfs here all the time, but it's still eerie when she takes a wave back to shore and she sees those twin reactor domes staring back at her. So during our tour, we weren't the only visitors to the dry storage. There were a ton of seagulls, and the plant is doing their best to keep them away. They've got plastic coyotes patrolling the dry storage, but for as long as it's there, it's probably going to be covered in seagull poop.
So what are your thoughts about that video? Tell me in the comments. Tell me in the comments of the live chat below. So now it's time to see the journey to disposal of radioactive waste.
In Austria, technicians check the welding on pipes for a hydropower plant. Over in Indonesia, spices are being cleared of biological contaminants. In Budapest, pharmaceuticals are being created. And operators run a Chinese power plant that provides electricity to thousands of homes. These are common activities, taking place every day in many parts of the world. They rely on nuclear technologies that use radioactive materials. The benefits of these technologies, whether used in agriculture, industry, or medicine, are plentiful. Like other processes, they generate waste. This waste contains radioactive elements. People and the environment must be protected from the potential hazards of such waste, now and in the future. So countries need to manage their radioactive waste safely and securely, and make sure it's kept under control. This responsibility starts as soon as a country decides to use nuclear technologies. And techniques are available to manage radioactive waste. Radioactive elements are unstable and emit radiation as they decay. The decay rate is measured in half-lives. This means the time it takes for the activity of a radionuclide to halve. After another half-life period, the activity is again down by half. This continues, and eventually the material emits only negligible amounts of ionizing radiation. Each radionuclide has its own half-life. So waste can be hazardous for periods of time stretching from a few hours or days up to hundreds of thousands of years. Radioactive waste is classified depending on the half-lives and the level of radioactivity of the nuclides it contains. According to the IAEA's safety standards, there are 6 classes of radioactive waste. Each waste class has different management and disposal needs. Techniques exist to manage this radioactive waste and the spent nuclear fuel from power plants and research reactors in a safe and secure way. Waste containing only radionuclides with very short half-lives can be stored for a few days or years to allow for the decay of the nuclides. This type of waste is usually generated when radioactive materials are used for research or medical purposes. Eventually, it can be disposed of as conventional waste. Other waste forms need to be managed for radioactive waste disposal. By volume, most radioactive waste has low levels of radioactivity. This includes the majority of the waste that comes from the routine operation of a nuclear power plant, and waste that's produced when medical and industrial devices that use radioactive sources are no longer needed. This could be because the source has decayed and the remaining radioactivity isn't strong enough for its original purpose. Or the device is damaged or obsolete. In these cases, the radioactive source needs to be removed from the equipment and prepared for storage and eventual disposal. Some countries process their waste at centralized waste management and storage facilities. Upon arrival, the waste is controlled to check for any surface contamination, and the radiation levels are measured. Details of the waste type are noted for the inventory before the waste can be processed further to prepare it for storage and disposal. Such processes can involve measures to reduce the volume of the waste, such as compaction and incineration. Encapsulation is used to immobilize the contaminants. After being placed in appropriate containers, the waste is stored. It will remain in this kind of facility until a suitable place or system for its disposal is established. Many countries already have near-surface disposal sites for waste with low levels of radioactivity. These facilities can consist of silos in the ground, trenches, or vaults. Once they're full, they will be backfilled with grout or soil, sealed and closed according to their disposal license. Alongside the radioactive waste produced by the routine activities at a nuclear power plant, nuclear power generation produces spent fuel or high-level waste. Such waste is low in volume, but has a high level of radioactivity, and it remains hazardous for thousands of years. In some countries, the spent nuclear fuel that can no longer be used to generate electricity is reprocessed to extract usable material for new fuel. Other countries consider the spent fuel as waste for direct disposal. For thousands of years, the spent nuclear fuel that can
Nice.
no longer be used to generate
You'll probably have to go to full screen to see this.
nuclear fuel that can no longer be used to generate electricity is reprocessed to extract usable material for new fuel. Other countries consider the spent fuel as waste for direct disposal. In all countries generating nuclear power, the spent fuel is currently stored either in water pools or dry casks at secure storage facilities. Waste management experts around the world agree that underground geological disposal is the best and preferred option as a solution for high-level waste and spent nuclear fuel. This would be in a location where geological conditions are stable and the waste can be contained and isolated from humans and the environment until it no longer presents a hazard. While there's still no geological disposal facility of this type in operation, some countries have already selected a location, designed the facility, and conducted safety assessments. A few, for example, Sweden, Finland, and France, are well advanced in their development. Radioactive waste with low and intermediate levels of activity is already being disposed of in geological facilities in several countries. Since its inception, the IAEA has assisted its member states to safely manage their radioactive waste. The IAEA produces internationally respected safety standards and offers technical guidance. At its headquarters in Vienna, Austria, the IAEA hosts meetings and workshops, bringing together experts from around the world to exchange experiences. International teams, led by the IAEA, review security measures at waste storage facilities. The IAEA also helps countries to securely store high-activity sources in advance of disposal. Its experts run training courses in radioactive waste management and conduct missions worldwide to assist with the conditioning of disused, sealed radioactive sources. Its safeguards inspectors make sure that all nuclear material, including spent nuclear fuel, is accounted for and used solely for peaceful purposes. As populations grow and nations develop, we'll be making more use of nuclear technologies. This will result in more radioactive waste. And more waste means more needs to be done to meet the challenges. With the technologies now available, the new developments in the pipeline, and the continuous support of the IAEA, countries are well equipped to manage radioactive waste safely and securely.
Thank you. Thank you. IAE video. Thank you.
We could never do what they do. But what we can do is be a partner that never quits.
Okay, here we go with the next one. The nuclear graveyard under New Mexico. So if you live in New Mexico, this is probably a good video for you that you should pay attention. If you currently live in New Mexico or you know people in New Mexico, like family, friends, etc., then this video is for you to watch. Since the 1950s, U.S. politicians and scientists have worked to bury tons of the nation's deadliest nuclear waste deep underground. They failed. But now, deep in the New Mexico desert, an alternative has emerged.
WIPP is the world's first deep geologic repository. We ought to see if it can fulfill its mission.
The Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WIPP, is a low-level nuclear waste repository about 40 miles east of Carlsbad, New Mexico.
It has received more than 10,000 shipments. It has in place more than 80,000 cubic meters of defense transuranic waste, so it's accomplished something. But it's supposed to accommodate more than twice as much waste that is currently there. It's supposed to dispose of the waste to accommodate more than twice as much waste that is currently there. It's supposed to dispose of the waste, be decontaminated and decommissioned so that we can demonstrate technically and to the public that we actually can do that. Never been done anyplace in the world.
This is the most geologically and scientifically studied piece of real estate in the entire United States.
The main function is to dispose of transuranic, defense-generated transuranic waste and all of those activities that pertain to that.
The Carter administration was trying to figure out what to do with nuclear waste. There was a lot of debate, public discussion. Congress was trying to pass laws. Carter came up with a program of saying, we need nuclear power in this country. We have nuclear weapons.
An atomic energy power plant has already proved feasible. The future supplying of electric power to entire cities is far from impossible.
So the Carter administration said we need multiple geologic disposal sites in multiple geologic regions.
We eventually came on Yucca Mountain.
Experts throughout the world agree that the most feasible and safe method for disposing
came on
impossible
in multiple geologic regions.
We eventually came on Yucca Mountain.
Oh, my bad. Never. Sorry. I thought that said Costa. Sorry.
Regions.
We eventually came on Yucca Mountain.
Experts throughout the world agree that the most feasible and safe method for disposing of highly radioactive materials is to store them deep underground. The facilities you see at the surface are only a small fraction of the science going on deep inside the distinctive ridge.
We've invested billions of dollars in Yucca Mountain, and it's been found to be safe.
We've been preparing and planning for Yucca for disposal since 2002.
We have high-level nuclear waste all over this country, and we need it in one centralized location. It's been our policy that would be Yucca Mountain, an isolated area in Nevada, in the desert, 90 miles from Las Vegas, underneath a mountain, in the desert, in one of the most arid places in this country.
This is one of those issues where the federal government then tells a state, you're going to take this. That doesn't really work very well. The state of Nevada said, we don't want this because we don't believe that you did this in a consensus-based fashion. You didn't ask us, you basically just told us. And so then it became a wrangling fight for 25 years.
We still don't have a safe way to dispose of the nuclear waste.
Until we figure out what we're going to do with the waste and the cost, it's very hard to see nuclear as a part of our future, but that's where American technology comes in. Let's figure out what we're going to do.
What this country needs to understand is there's nuclear waste all over the place, and next to major population centers and next to major water reserves.
I believe that Yucca Mountain is a suitable place for storage, and I know that there's controversy about it and lawsuits and all that. But shouldn't America, a country as smart and as wise as we are, be able to find a place to store spent fuel?
When 2008 came around and Senator Reid was Senate Majority Lead, he basically, asked to kill this because he didn't think it was science-based and this wasn't consensus and we didn't agree to this and all that kind of thing. So it was basically killed.
This is a wonderful day for Nevada to make sure that this poisonous substance, the most poisonous substance known to man, isn't going to be hauled through the streets of Las Vegas, Reno, Boulder City, and Henderson to go just a few miles outside Las Vegas and be a danger to our water systems, our way of life, including tourism. It's wonderful that it's going to be gone.
While the fate of Yucca Mountain is uncertain, every eyes turn to...
For more than 30 years, the state of New Mexico has said no to being Yucca Mountain, to being a high-level waste or a commercial spent fuel repository. So, to me, when that subject comes up again, not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the third time, it's come up lots of times, and people have always said, no way. I kind of say, well, what about no? Do people not understand?
New Mexico has, as you know, been historically a nuclear state. They're very familiar, just from a general base of people in New Mexico, of the nuclear industry, what it represents, and all facets of that. Right now, we have a certain authorization basis that says this is what we are suited for, the disposal of defense-generated true waste. And if called upon through, the congressional action to look at that, although today we are suited for true waste disposal, we will go through it with the same rigor we did to ensure the safety and the operational efficiency and the environmentally sound way. We would approach it in the same way. But it all starts with congressional action. They have to give this the authorization to do that.
Right now, WIP is limited with the kind of waste and with the volume of waste that we can put away. Right now, it's limited to defense transuranic waste, which is a mouthful for intermediate level waste from, weapons research and production.
There are two kinds of transuranic waste supposed to come to WIP. Contact handled, the kind that's in 55-gallon drum kind of containers and other containers that you or I or anybody can walk right up to and not get a significant dose of radioactivity because the container provides good shielding for current handling of it. And remote handled transuranic waste, which as the name implies, you and I can't walk up to it without getting a significant dose. And in fact, in some cases, a dose that could kill you pretty quickly. So that waste has to be packaged in special lead-shielded canisters, taken to a separate special facility of the WIP site so it can be handled remotely without people actually physically having to handle the canister.
This is where the cast is transported into. This door is shut. And what they do is they're lowering it down. You can see that green panel there. They'll lift that lid and it's lowered down into a transfer area, transported over and brought into the facility cask in another room over there.
I think what's the best thing to do is we're going to go down the salt shaft and we'll take a cart down there and we'll follow the route that the waste takes to go down to the disposal area, which will be down the East 140 drift, all the way down into the intake of panel 6.
When WIP was originally conceived, there was the idea to actually have two different levels, where we are now, and one deeper for defense high-level waste. That was struck from the mission, so we're still at only one level. We could go deeper, we could go higher. The sequence itself is 3,000.
Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband has speeds up to 25 times today's 4G networks, and it's already available in parts of select cities, so businesses can innovate like never before.
I can't skip it.
Feed. That was waste. That was struck from the mission, so we're still at only one level. We could go deeper, we could go higher. The sequence itself is 3,000 feet.
So you went about
2,150 feet below the surface level.
So you went about 2,000 feet here. We'll get on this other cart here. Everybody in. So basically what you're seeing there is salt. That's rock. You can hit that with a hammer and it'll ring like a bell. We're going to go through an airlock here. And these airlocks, the reason we have them is we have 4 different ventilation splits. And then all those areas are kept separate. Some of it is to control the possibility of, if you had a release of some sort, of controlling that ventilation and that release. And some of it is just literally to be able to control the air because you've got a finite amount of air. So the waste would turn here. This isn't going into an active panel. We're headed into the panel where the waste is disposed. This is the panel itself, but this is typical of these rooms. They're 33 feet wide, minimal 13 feet high. In the case of a room, it's 300 feet long. So the RH waste is brought down in this room, and then these pistons, the rams, push it into the hole. And there's interlocks and there's shielding associated with that to protect the workers. They leave the shield in place and they come in and they pull the piston back and they put that shield plug in place and then they push that in also. So here's the CH waste stack.
There's your contact handled waste.
Basically, we want to emplace this. It's not storage, it's disposal.
It's permanent disposal.
I guess you could always think that the folks in the future could be smarter than us and find some use, but they would have to recover. It would just not be retrievable. They'd have to recover it in some way.
Basically, we want to make sure that we communicate with the future, what we've stored underground, what those dangers may be underground. At the end, when we close, the first 100 years is called active institutional controls, and during that first 100 years, you have guards, that are keeping people out and keeping them from drilling. After that, it's the passive institutional controls.
The passive institutional controls consist of 3 elements, and one of them is the designs, the actual markers that'll be left behind after we decommission the site and return it back to public use.
So during the first 100 years, we would be building the passive institutional controls piece, which is the markers, the rooms, putting on the languages, telling the message.
We're talking thousands of years here. We may not have a United States in 3,000 years. It may be it may be split up among several countries. Who's to say? I mean, all those possibilities have to be considered.
What do you think is in the future for WIP? Do you think it's moving to
among several countries? Who's to say? I mean, all those possibilities have to be considered.
What do you think will happen in the United States in about that long, 300 years or 3,000 or what they said in the future? Will it still be the United States or will it be something new? Tell me down in the comments or the live chat. All right.
What do you think is in the future for WIP? Do you think it's moving toward high-level waste?
Well, I think we have the Land Withdrawal Act, and it basically specifies that we're supposed to take true waste. It would take an act of Congress, if you will, to change that act.
I have never seen a scientifically or technically convincing reason why salt and WIP could not accommodate high-level waste.
History has shown that there isn't a quick fix solution to the problem. We need geologic repositories, that's fine. Let's start a long process to come up with that. But WIPP in New Mexico, just like Nevada should be not considered for that because it doesn't consent, New Mexico shouldn't be considered for that because it doesn't consent.
Now you can sit around and hope that it's all going to be resolved if the next election breaks right. And that's been exactly the hope for 40 years, and it hadn't worked. Now we got a problem. We got a problem in this country that is very, very difficult to solve. We don't know if we got the answers here.
If you're looking for the best solution, you will be on that search for the Holy Grail, and you will never get there.
If you stand around and insist on yucca, which people have been insisting on for a long, long time, but have not been able to pull it off, we think the result of that is an impasse, a failure to solve the problem. Where do you go?
Yeah, that is a good point. Thank you, The Verge.
America has a...
Now about the Yukon Mountain. For one, for once Trump did something. For once Trump did something good for the country. So let's see.
America has a nuclear waste problem. Specifically, there's no place to put it. Currently, most waste from power plants is stored on site, while the government buries the waste from the production of nuclear weapons 2,150 feet underground at the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant in New Mexico. But that facility will be sealed off by 2035. In 1987, Nevada's Yucca Mountain was designated as the place for the permanent storage of nuclear waste. The location is right by the Nevada test site and about 80 miles northwest of Las Vegas. The plan was to make it the home to all of America's nuclear waste and develop facilities inside the mountain that would be able to hold 150 million pounds of nuclear waste for at least 10,000 years. The original plan called for the site to open in 1998, but red tape, local opposition, and environmentalists have all placed it on various delays. One survey found 2/3 of Nevadans felt it was unfair for the state to have to store the country's nuclear waste when there are no nuclear power plants in Nevada. And critics worry groundwater in the mountain could corrode the canisters storing the waste, which would cause radioactive material to leak out of the canisters. In 2009, then Energy Secretary Stephen Chu told the Senate the mountain was no longer an option for storing nuclear waste. It helped that then Senator Harry Reid was from Nevada, opposed the project, and had just become Senate Majority Leader. Chu and Reid weren't able to cancel the project, but they did delay it indefinitely by not taking any action on it. President Trump's budget plan would revive this project. It provides $120 million to restart the approval process for Yucca Mountain, but that still requires congressional approval. And the state of Nevada has filed 218 contentions against the Department of Energy's application for the storage site. The state of Nevada could also sue the federal government over the radiation protection standard currently governing the site. So legal battles could tie the process up in hearings for 4 to 5 years and cost the government $2 billion. Opponents of the site do have a new argument in their arsenal. Trains hauling nuclear waste to the mountain would be running just a half-mile away from Trump's hotel in Las Vegas.
What? I didn't know.
The site. So legal battles could tie the process up in hearings for 4 to 5 years and cost the government $2 billion. Opponents of the site do have a new argument in their arsenal. Trains hauling nuclear...
Dang it.
Trains hauling nuclear waste to the mountain would be running just a half-mile away from Trump's hotel in Las Vegas.
Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Tell me in the comments below. Okay? Excuse me. Or the live chat. Thank you, Tech Insider.
Build custom industrial machines in days.
There's an urban legend.
Okay, now we'll go back to Tom Scott, who's going to explore inside the tunnels that will store nuclear waste for 100,000 years. So take it away, Tom Scott. Oops.
There's an urban legend that when grave robbers found their way to ancient Egyptian tombs, there were warnings they ignored. Do not open this tomb, do not steal the riches inside. You will be cursed and you will die. It's not true. Not just that curses aren't real, but those warnings were just an urban legend.
I don't take chances with curse. No offense, Tom Scott. I don't take chances with curses. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Please. Sorry, I had to check something. Alrighty. Whoops, again.
The robbers wouldn't have been able to read them, and even if they could, the messages weren't warning of curses. They were just the ancient equivalent of a no trespassing sign. This is Olkiluoto, an island on the far west of Finland, and here they're building a tomb for something that really is dangerous. In a few years, the deep bedrock here will contain the world's first long-term storage site for high-level nuclear waste, right next to some of the reactors that produce it. This isn't a video about whether nuclear power is good or bad. I think it's good, and so it seems does Finland. The third reactor here is being tested now, and it's due to go online next year. But this video is about a different question. We do have nuclear power in the world. So where do we put the waste? I didn't know how it'd feel until I stood here. It is very strange to have 400 meters of rock above my head and knowing that inside that solid plug of clay there is high-level radioactive waste. This new tunnel complex is called Onkalo, which translates as cavity, and long-term storage really does mean long-term, 100,000 years. To put that in perspective, 100,000 years ago, humans hadn't made it to Europe yet. The continent was still frozen in the middle of an ice age. Our species were just hunter-gatherers. This facility is being designed to last for geological time. And yes, despite the fact that there are hundreds of nuclear reactors in the world, right now, there is no permanent geologic storage facility anywhere for high-level radioactive waste, the spent nuclear fuel, the really nasty stuff that could cause disasters if it leaks. Now, the problem isn't urgent. The world doesn't actually produce that much of it, relatively speaking. A century's worth of high-level waste from all the current reactors in Finland will fit in the final version of this one new facility. But right now, around the world, high-level radioactive waste is generally stored near reactors. First in water ponds that require active cooling, and then in concrete casts that'll last, well, about as long as a concrete building would, not long enough. The US has been trying to work out a storage site for years, but their one serious attempt, Yucca Mountain, has been mired in politics for decades. Finland, here, is closest to building their solution.
The geology in Finland is very old. We are talking about 2,000 million years is the age of what we have below our feet here. And in that way, it's really stable and it represents the most ancient parts of this earth. High-level waste will be disposed of with cast iron copper canisters, and the canisters are put into the hole in the deposition tunnels, and the canisters are surrounded by bentonite clay. Clay has a low hydraulic conductivity, which means that the water doesn't transport through the clay. The spent fuel, when it's taken from the reactors into the
The cathedral space will be where the canisters are first delivered. When Onkala is completed, it will have 60 kilometers of tunnels. Maybe the U.S. should consider Finland as a suggestion.
Parts of this earth. High-level waste will be disposed of with cast iron copper canisters, and the canisters are put into the hole in the deposition tunnels, and the canisters are surrounded by bentonite clay. Clay has a low hydraulic conductivity, which means that the water doesn't transport through the clay. The spent fuel, when it's taken from the reactors into the disposal, it's highly radioactive, but with time the radioactivity will decrease. After 500 years, people can stand beside the canister and it's not dangerous. But there are some other long-lived radionuclides which might be harmful in case they would come up to the surface and into the drinking water, into the wells or biosphere. And therefore, the geological disposal will isolate the waste for 100,000 of years.
This area isn't prone to earthquakes or other natural disasters. Geologically, it's about as peaceful as you can get. So the plan is, dig the tunnels, and then, for 100 years, put the casks of waste in, and then backfill each tunnel with clay so they're encased in solid rock. And once the site is full, fill in every bit of it, every last tunnel, and then leave it forever. There are multiple levels of containment. The idea is that even if one or two of them fail, everything will still be safe for 100,000 years. Unless someone digs it up. When the US government was thinking about using Yucca Mountain as its storage site, they commissioned a now famous report on how to mark a site like this. How do you warn people away? Even if our civilization has collapsed, our language has fallen apart, and no one knows what radiation is. There were all sorts of ideas, from a spike field to forbidding blocks. But all of those would ultimately be a big sign saying, hey, there's something interesting under here, dig.
The facilities will be closed about 100 years. 6,500 tons for uranium. We had not decided what is the best way to mark that.
There was one other idea in that research paper. Don't mark the site at all. Once the repository is full, fill it in, seal it shut, and then hide it. So there's nothing remarkable at the surface. There are very few reasons to dig this deep, particularly here. The odds are slim that some future archaeologists would decide to dig 400 meters down in this remote location. And if they did, if someone ignored all the warnings or arrived after everything had been eroded away up top, well, if they did break through all the containment in search of treasure, what they'd get is radiation poisoning and a particularly unpleasant death. If the grave robbers that dug up Egyptian tombs had started rapidly and obviously dying from a real curse, maybe they would have taken the hint. Thank you so much to all the team at Olkiluoto who showed me and all the camera teams who are down here today around. You can find out more about them in the links in the video description.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Your turn.
Thank you, Tom Scott.
Colgate Optic White Renewal removes 10 years of yellow stains. That's like all the way back to 2010.
What's that? It's a shake weight. It's a weight you shake.
Remove 10 years of yellow stains with Colgate Optic White Renewal.
I'm in Weldon Spring, near St. Louis.
Oh yeah, here's another video by Tom. Oh yeah, I forgot about this other video by Tom Scott. So let's take a look at the. So let's take a look at this nuclear waste dump. You can actually walk on in Weldon Springs, Missouri. Take it away, Tom Scott.
I'm in Weldon Spring, near St. Louis, Missouri, USA. In the 1950s and 60s, this strange, grey, wind-blasted hill wasn't here. Instead, there was a uranium processing factory, and conditions for the workers back then were shocking by today's standards. It wasn't quite the 1940s. You can find testimony from back then of workers hand-scooping uranium ore. But there are tales of spilled radioactive powder, of overflowing disposal pits, and of strange-looking frogs, and I am not making that up. When the factory here was running, it was known as the Clean One. And, well, it wasn't. The plant here closed in 1966 as the most contaminated site in the area. PCBs, mercury, asbestos, and radioactive waste. In the 1980s, the Environmental Protection Agency declared Weldon Spring a Superfund site, meaning it would finally be cleaned up. And the result is this: a 7-story high nuclear waste dump, the permanent disposal cell, containing more than 1 million cubic meters of toxic waste and hopefully keeping the local residents safe for the next 1,000 years or so. And that was going to be pretty much all the video. If you search this place online, that's as far as a lot of articles go. Except Then I did a bit more research, and I found out about Coldwater Creek, a few miles away, where radioactive waste from the Manhattan Project, the project that built the first nuclear bombs, the waste was just dumped there in the 1940s with the government's approval. That waste eventually flowed decades later into people's backyards after flooding. That was in 2015. Then there's the West Lake landfill on the other side of St. Louis, where an underground trash fire has been burning very close to another radioactive waste site for 7 years.
Where?
Landfill on the other side of St. Louis, where an underground trash fire has been. There's the West was in 2015. Then there's the West Lake landfill on the other side of St. Louis, where an underground trash fire has been burning very close to another radioactive waste site for 7 years.
I wonder if that has something to do with the video I saw once. But I'll leave it in the annotation. In the annotation button above.
Now, the risk is apparently minor. No one is about to find a glowing barrel in their backyard, but radiation hazards are invisible and terrifying. Local residents are concerned about clusters of cancer diagnoses, about infant mortality caused by contaminated groundwater. There are wells for drinking water only a mile away. The State Department of Health investigated, and their results set no one's mind at ease. There are so many confounding factors that the facts are, well, somewhere between confusing and unknown, and people are scared. This site is a legacy of a time when the people in charge didn't know or didn't care about the risks of radioactive contamination. But this isn't a monument to how we fixed their mistakes. It's a reminder that we're still fixing them, and that we'll still need to for centuries or millennia to come.
Agreed. Now this seems like an interesting. Interesting video. Stopping a disastrous plan with science, the Bay model, but that's going to be for another time. That's not part of what we're talking about now. So subscribe to Tom. Thank you. So be sure to thank Tom Scott for these videos, and just be sure to subscribe to him. And check out his website here, his Twitter account here, Facebook account here, and even Instagram and Snapchat here. But now, we're moving on.
My name is Henry Morgan. My life is just like yours, except for one small...
When you pass a nuclear power plant in the distance, as you drive down the road, it's impossible not to think about the power that those towering buildings hold. Scientist Enrico Fermi supervised the opening of the first nuclear reactor in 1942, and now our landscapes are dotted by mighty nuclear power plants. These powerful energy plants provide over a fifth of the United States' electricity and don't have the carbon footprint of other energy sources like coal and fossil fuels. So why not build more? One reason: nuclear waste and radioactivity. When managed correctly, nuclear power plants are processing powerful radioactive energy that needs to be disposed of correctly to keep the environment and the people handling it safe. And if someone wasn't handling the planet's safety correctly, like a certain bald bumbler from Springfield, things could go very badly. The risks of nuclear energy become crystal clear in 1979 in Londonderry Township, Pennsylvania at the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant. While the reactors were stable, a failure in the mechanical systems regulating the safe venting of gases broke down and allowed a large amount of nuclear reactor coolant to escape. That led to a partial meltdown of Reactor 2, creating a major radiation leak near the city of Harrisburg. A voluntary evacuation of a 20-mile radius around the plant followed. Thankfully, no one in the plant was injured, and later tests showed no increased risk of cancer. But it took 15 years to clean up the surrounding area. It remains the worst nuclear accident in United States history, but is dwarfed by the massive nuclear meltdown at Chernobyl, which caused major casualties and rendered areas surrounding the Ukrainian plant uninhabitable to this day. Given the risks, it's no surprise that nuclear waste and byproducts are strictly regulated by the government. Modern nuclear plants keep waste to a minimum by recycling used fuel back into the uranium-based and mixed oxide fuel. But 4% of nuclear waste can't be processed and remains highly radioactive. Radioactivity is a waiting game as the toxic quality of the waste decreases over time, measured in half-life, or the time it takes for a radioactive substance to reduce to half of its nuclear value. The time it takes for nuclear waste to neutralize varies wildly. Some common isotopes like strontium-90 have a half-life of around 30 years, but other powerful artificial nuclear isotopes like plutonium-239 have a half-life of over 20,000 years. Not only is it radioactive enough to kill anyone exposed to it, but it could be an unpleasant surprise for whoever digs it up.
Dang ads.
A reader lives 1,000 lives before they die. Someone who doesn't read lives only one.
The man whom we believe is the #1 teacher in the world today. That's Jim Quick. And when you see him educate you on speed reading today, you'll understand why. We kind of underestimate how important reading is to us. Every single day, you're reading news, you're reading social media to get caught up with your friends, you are reading reports to stay up to date in your industry, you're reading emails, you're reading Slacks, you're reading WhatsApp messages, you have to read books to keep your skills constantly growing. So there's so much time we have to spend every single day just on reading. For the average person, this can be anywhere from 1 to 4 hours a day. Now, what if we could take that reading and not only cut the time in half, but increase your comprehension and retention? What would you do with 2 extra hours a day?
Knowledge is not only power, knowledge is profit. In today's economy, the knowledge economy, you're paid for what's up here. It's no longer your brute strength, it's your brain strength. It's not your muscle power, it's your mind power. Your total value that you have in this economy is your idea to solve problems, to be able to create, to have these new ideas and act on them quickly, but we're not trained on how to do that. All right, this is like the biggest lie, is that if I asked you to read faster, your comprehension, you would feel, would go down. But in actuality, it goes up. Because, I've been doing this for over 25 years with students all around the world, and we have a lot of data. We find that the fastest readers have the best comprehension because they have the best focus. And because you have better focus, the better focus gives you better comprehension. So that's the big lie and the myth. Regardless of your age, your background, your career, your education level, your financial situation, your gender, your personal history, your IQ, none of that matters. There's no such thing as a good or bad reader. There's a trained reader and an untrained reader. Some of the things we're going to cover are how to read 1 book a week, 52 books a year in only 15 minutes a day. My name is Jim Quick, and I transform people into speed readers. I hope you'll join me on this journey.
Sounds interesting. Go to mindvalley.com.
I've got an uncomfortable truth for all you traders out there. If you're not finding success in the market, it's largely your own fault.
In the far future, nuclear power plants operate to kill anyone 20,000 years, of around 30 years. But other powerful artificial nuclear isotopes like plutonium-239 have a half-life of over 20,000 years. Not only is it radioactive enough to kill anyone exposed to it, but it could be an unpleasant surprise for whoever digs it up in the far future. Nuclear power plants operate in 31 countries, including all of the world's largest economies, and much of Asia and Africa are planning new builds. The regulation of nuclear waste is overseen by the International Atomic Energy Agency's Joint Convention on Spent Fuel Management, and they work to keep the world safe. The risks of exposure to nuclear waste include higher risk of cancer, higher risk of birth defects in pregnant women, and in high concentrations, organ failure and death. Most nuclear waste comes from nuclear power plants and nuclear arms, but medical and industrial waste and natural radioactive materials also pose a risk. Nuclear waste comes from 2 main sources, front end and back end. Front-end nuclear waste comes from the extraction of uranium and contains radium. The depleted uranium that comes from it is extremely dense and is often recycled into anti-tank shells and other metals where extreme durability is needed. Back-end nuclear waste comes from spent fuel rods and is packed with beta and gamma radiation. These powerful energies come with extremely long half-lives and are formed in nuclear reactors. Some of the most challenging waste to dispose of comes from nuclear weapons materials, and the plutonium used to create these powerful bombs is extremely difficult to separate and isolate. That makes nuclear weapon disposal a growing concern, especially in the aftermath of the Cold War, when the US and Russia drastically slashed their nuclear arsenals. The world is less likely to end now, but what are we going to do with all those things that can end the world? The classification of nuclear waste determines the priority level of the processing and disposal. The lowest priority nuclear waste is uranium mill tailings, which are created by the rough processing of uranium ore. While they don't contain a high level of radioactivity, they have long half-lives and are full of metals with other health risks like arsenic and lead. Low-level waste is the most common waste type because it's anything that came into contact with radioactivity. Common in hospitals and processing plants, it can include paper, clothing, tools, and filters that are used by people working with nuclear energy. These objects pick up trace levels of radioactivity and should be disposed of safely instead of being processed with standard trash. Intermediate waste is usually the byproduct of nuclear processing and is harder to dispose of than low-level waste. Resins, chemical sludge, and metal coverings that have been exposed to nuclear energy long-term pick up the harmful radioactivity, and the hazardous nature builds over time. When breaking down a nuclear reactor for decommissioning, even the building materials surrounding the core can build up radioactivity. Before disposing of this waste, it should be safe.
I think one of the most powerful habits is sharpen the saw. Sharpen the saw. That if you have all this wood you need to cut and you have a saw with a dull blade, you don't want to sharpen it at the end or in the middle. You want to do it in the beginning because that makes everything else easier after that. And it's similar to learning how to read faster, and not just faster, but with better comprehension and retention. You want to learn that skill first because then every book, every email, every blog and website, everything, every text message, everything gets easier after that. And that's really the goal.
How to read faster and learn better with Jim Quick. Mind Valley Masterclass. Already seen that, so
Safely shielded to prevent before disposing of the reactor for decommissioning, even the building materials surrounding the core can build up radioactivity. Before disposing of this waste, it should be safely shielded to prevent exposure. Then there's high-level waste, and this is what everyone thinks about when they hear about nuclear power plants. The alarms start blaring, the hazmat suits go on. High-level nuclear waste is as radioactive as you think, but the good news is there are effective ways to contain it. When a nuclear fuel rod serves its purpose and is taken out of the core, it becomes high-level waste. While the number of high-level waste objects is small compared to the other classes, the level of radioactivity is so high that it accounts for over 95% of total radioactivity caused by nuclear energy. While most radioactive isotopes produced by high-level waste are high-powered but have a short half-life, the presence of isotopes like plutonium makes it critical to ensure it's contained safely. So what's the best way to dispose of nuclear waste? That's what nuclear energy-using countries have been arguing over for decades. Most experts say the best solution for long-term disposal is by constructing a deep underground facility similar to a mine that can contain large amounts of high-level waste away from humans and be sealed up in between disposals. But that's easier said than done, and no country has finished one. Although Finland is close to completing their Onkalo spent nuclear fuel repository on the west coast. Currently, countries use a number of alternative systems that are considered safe but imperfect. The first step to minimize the impact of nuclear waste on the environment is to neutralize it as much as possible. This is done by processing it and stabilizing it into a form that loses its explosive properties. Some countries mix the waste with sugar and then calcinate it into a solid object by processing it through a rotating tube. Turned into glass, the waste products are then bonded to the other molecules and then poured into stainless steel and sealed. They're then stored underground, where the waste products are trapped for thousands of years without leaking radioactivity into the environment. Other technologies include ion exchange, where medium-level wastes are neutralized by concentrating the radioactivity into much smaller volumes. This makes them easier to contain, but isn't recommended with the volatile high-level wastes. But when the time range for nuclear waste to become deactivated can reach into the millennia or longer, with some rare isotopes having a half-life of over 1 million years, scientists are concerned that these storage methods can come back to haunt us. That's why we've eliminated many of the more short-sighted methods of nuclear waste disposal, like ocean disposal. Up until the 1990s, many countries, including the United States and the Soviet Union, would dump drums of contained nuclear waste into the ocean, especially in the coastal regions of Somalia. Somalia hasn't had a functioning government since the 1990s, and the pirates weren't going to mess with a large ship bearing a country's flag when they could go after smaller merchant ships. So countries thought anything goes out there. The Arctic Ocean was also a popular choice for the Soviets, as they controlled a huge coast in the north. Overall, 137,000 tons were dumped in the water by European countries in 34 years, and it took its toll on the oceans. Tests of areas where dumping was common found elevated levels of radioactivity, and in 1993, a treaty was passed.
Our ability to make money is so deeply rooted in our self-worth, in our self-image, in our beliefs about how easy it is to make money and the value we give to the world. And you really strip away everything holding it back. We emerge as a new you. Abundance improves everything else. It improves your relationships, it improves your health, it improves your contribution to the world. Focus on getting your abundance right. And this program is a remarkable gift.
Heal your past.
I'll be honest, I was a little hesitant to share this stuff at first because most energy healers never really share their secrets. So I decided to do this crazy experiment. And I literally started working with clients one-on-one. And I worked with 30,000 people. I've discovered that you can change your abundance blocks, and most people are wired pretty similarly. So why am I crazy enough to do 30,000 one-on-one sessions? Because the real truth is there's literally nothing on the planet that makes me happier than seeing one of my clients' faces when they wake the heck up and they realize, oh my God, I've been living in this mirage, this illusion. And it's changed, it's shifted, I'm free. You're going to surprise yourself. And that's what's super exciting.
All right, guys, so all these stock trading gurus are not going to like me saying this today, but what I'm going to tell you is that there is no magic bullet. There's no secret sauce, no secret strategy that every successful trader is using. If there was, it would be exploited and everyone would be using it. If it sounds too good to be true, it usually is, right? But one thing that every successful trader does have in common is that they all learned the same basic frameworks that got them where they are today, right?
Passed banning ocean disposal of nuclear. 3, a treaty where dumping was common found elevated levels of radioactivity, and in 1993, a treaty was passed banning ocean disposal of nuclear waste. The most common current method for nuclear waste disposal is above-ground disposal, where waste is sealed up in a steel cylinder with an inert gas that won't react with it, and then sealed in radiation-shielding concrete. The radiation-proof drums are then sealed in a storage facility near the nuclear power plant. This is how big plants handle their waste in-house, and it's popular for a few reasons. First, it's handled internally and the plant doesn't have to get approval and fight their way through government red tape to find a dumping facility. Second, it's inexpensive and doesn't require construction or expensive materials. Finally, the waste remains on site for reprocessing, which remains the best solution for solving the nuclear waste question. But the secret weapon for eliminating nuclear wastes is chemists and physicists, as these scientists have developed ways to chemically separate fission products and unused uranium from used nuclear fuel. This started by extracting plutonium, with its long half-life, from nuclear fuel to be used in the construction of nuclear weapons. But as the focus shifted from bombs to energy plants, scientists developed ways to create a new type of nuclear fuel from the remnants of the old. MOX nuclear fuel, or mixed oxide fuel, is created in high-level facilities from nuclear waste coming from plants around the country, and has become a top way of disposing of nuclear waste in Europe. In America, the government's focusing on research, and commercial nuclear fuel reprocessing isn't widespread yet. So what will nuclear waste disposal look like in the future? One of the biggest possibilities is space disposal, as this will...
We've already discussed this topic
get the radioactivity as far away from people as possible. The problem, besides the possibility of poisoning some aliens that will come looking for revenge, is that technology isn't there yet. While technology like mass drivers and space elevators is in development, the carrying capacity of our current space shuttles is limited and would only be able to carry a small amount of nuclear waste. The money that goes into every space shuttle launch is high, and the program is far from foolproof. The loss of the Challenger and the Columbia shuttles proves that a catastrophic accident is possible, and a space shuttle disaster carrying a nuclear payload could contaminate a large area. But could we transform nuclear waste into less harmful waste with a shorter half-life? That was the dream of scientists behind the Integral Fast Reactor, an experimental reactor that would use a nuclear fuel cycle that reprocessed fuel through electro-refining. It would extract almost all the energy contained in uranium, cutting fuel requirements by 2 orders of magnitude. Unfortunately, the design had problems with leaking cooling fluid, and the project was canceled by the US government in 1986. But research is ongoing, and new fission reactors that have much more processing power than the traditional light water reactors are under development now. The Earth itself might be our best ally for disposing of nuclear waste, as man-made structures underground are the top proposal for future storage facilities. By digging out large, stable bunkers in sparsely populated areas of a country, nations could keep their nuclear waste in a centralized location and reduce the risk of leaks happening in multiple locations. Deep borehole disposal is an alternative that creates narrower but much deeper holes capable of storing the waste up to 3 miles under the earth, where any leaks would be far away from humans. The big holdup, besides developing the technology for safe deep earth drilling, getting approval from governments is a holdup. Many countries have rejected proposals out of fears that the disposal won't be safe or that it could destabilize the ground. The consequences of a nuclear accident are massive and long-term, as the residents of Pripyat, Ukraine know all too well. In the heart of the Chernobyl nuclear plant is the Elephant's Foot, a mass of solid nuclear waste caused by the 1986 meltdown. Dense and hard to damage, it was so radioactive when released that it would kill anyone who was in the same room with it. Today, over 30 years later, it's still highly radioactive and poses major health risks to anyone who's exposed. So, however we neutralize our nuclear waste, let's make sure it stays there. Want to learn more about the worst nuclear disaster in history? Watch How I Survived Chernobyl, or check out this video instead. Thanks for watching, and as always, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time.
Two interesting videos. But we'll not talk about that yet. So we'll move on. Thank you, Infographic Channel.
Tanqueray, this is Jin.
Does anyone think happy thoughts?
Now we're gonna see how nuclear waste is destroyed. Awi me. I think that's how you pronounce it. So take it away.
Does anyone think happy thoughts when they hear the words nuclear waste? No, we think of stuff like this. For humans, radioactive waste is a stage 10 fear fest, and destroying it is a massive undertaking. From volcanoes to sun rockets to radioactive cemeteries inside the Earth's surface to turning nuclear sludge into candy, we're taking down nuclear waste. This is how it's destroyed.
This recording will self-destruct.
When a nuclear power plant blows through all of its usable uranium, it creates nuclear waste. Nuclear waste is one of the most hazardous materials on Earth, and the United States is currently housing almost 70,000 metric tons of it. Scary, right? What's even scarier is the fact that that number increases by about 2,300 metric tons each year. But don't freak out, we do store nuclear waste safely in facilities all over the country. But if one of these facilities takes on a natural disaster, gets hit by a drone strike, or even hires the wrong intern, we could have a real problem on our hands. Accidents happen. Don't believe me? Just Google Chernobyl. So how do we rid ourselves of this threat? Currently, the most popular method of destroying nuclear waste is good old-fashioned Father Time. Over extended periods, the radioactive isotopes in nuclear waste decay and become harmless. But by extended periods, I mean up to 100,000 years. So if we don't want barrels full of high-level radioactive waste laying around for 10,000 decades...
Some research speculates that extremely high-level waste could even take up to 1 million years to become harmless. Dang.
There's got to be a better destruction option. And there are. Bury it, throw it in a volcano, send it to the sun, and my personal favorite, turn that crap into candy.
Candy? I wouldn't eat it.
Believe it or not.
I did want to try and find a. I am curious about the volcano one, but I couldn't find it on YouTube. So if you got it there, so if you know what will happen if we throw nuclear waste into a volcano, leave it down in the comments or the live chat, okay? Thank you.
Vitrification, the same process used to make things like rock candy and glass, is also used to contain nuclear waste, and it works like this. High-level radioactive waste is mixed with silica sand and other glass-forming chemicals. That mixture is heated to temperatures up to 2100 degrees Fahrenheit until it melts. Then the molten material is poured into stainless steel containers where it cools and forms a glass. It's still radioactive, but it's small, doesn't leak, and easier to store. But there's definitely a better option than turning it into radioactive rock candy. Bury that crap.
Destruction method 2.
A small island off Finland's west coast has plans to begin storing.
Wait, then.
Just Google Chernobyl. Of this threat, rid ourselves.
I didn't see method 1.
Easier to store. But there's definitely a better option than turning it into radioactive rock candy. Bury that crap.
Destruction method 2. Nuclear
A small island off Finland's west coast has plans to begin storing 5,500 tons of nuclear waste nearly a mile below the Earth.
5,500 tons is about 2,750 American cars.
Nuclear tomb will take over 100 years to complete at a cost of $5.3 billion. Once it's done, the repository will be filled to capacity with nuclear waste and sealed off for the next 100,000 years. The only problem is that man has never created anything that's lasted longer than 7,000 years. So we can't definitively say that this nuclear tomb is an effective solution, but it is promising. So burying nuclear waste is okay, but it's not as cool as throwing that junk in a volcano.
Destruction method number 3, volcano dumpster.
If you Google dump nuclear waste in a volcano, you'll find a shocking number of results. And that's because the uranium waste generated by
about 81,000 results to be exact.
Most nuclear power plants can be completely destroyed by temperatures over 5,000 degrees. Unfortunately, the hottest volcanoes on the planet max out at around 2,400 degrees.
Dang.
Another major issue with this method of destruction is volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruptions can spew gas and ash up to 6 miles in the air, creating a cloud that...
The eruption of volcano I can't even say that! Suspended air travel for a week in about 20 European countries.
Circle the Earth several times over. Normally, this would just be a temporary air quality issue. But if we add some nuclear pixie dust, your next Tinder date might look like this. So if we want to torch our nuclear waste, we need something really hot. I'm talking redneck barbecue hot. Yeah! Settle down, settle down.
Destruction method 4, send it to the sun.
Send it to the sun? Good idea. Yeah! The sun is a giant nuclear fusion reaction in the sky, and it cooks at about 10,000 degrees.
The temperature of the sun is 5,778 degrees Kelvin, which equals 9,940 degrees Fahrenheit.
That kind of heat, the nuclear waste wouldn't even make it to the sun before it disintegrated into nothing. Perfect! Now we just need to get it there. The largest...
We already discussed this method before in the past, earlier.
Load a carrier rocket can haul is roughly 55 tons, which means we would need to make 1,200 trips to the sun to rid ourselves of all...
1,200 one-way trips to the sun would earn you about 111 billion NASA frequent flyer miles.
All the nuclear waste in the United States, which would cost literally of all the sun tons, which means we would need to make 1,200 trips to the sun to rid ourselves of all the nuclear waste in the United States, which would cost literally trillions of dollars. But can you really put a price tag on ridding ourselves of nuclear waste? No, you can't. But the issue here is human error. 94% of all rockets launched into space have been a success. But what about the remaining 6%? Well, those ended up as flaming piles of garbage falling right back towards Earth. Now imagine that flaming pile of garbage is full of nuclear waste. Bye-bye, mankind. I think what we learned today is that nuclear waste is like herpes. You can shrink it and hide it, and it won't go away. But there's hope. Right now, scientists are working on insane things like fusion fission, cold fusion, and otherworldly lasers that could make nuclear waste a thing of the past. For now, don't worry too much about uranium. We'll destroy it in no time. Why? Because people are incredible and technology is amazing. Isn't that right?
Turn left on La Cienega.
Stop navigation.
I did not catch that.
You know what? We'll be fine.
Hope so. Power was destroyed. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see how to destroy other random things, click the box on the left. Or click the box on the right to check out some other awesome All Me shows. And don't forget to subscribe.
Well, I got it right the first time. 2 videos left. 2 videos left in this playlist.
One NZT pill. You're on the verge of having a life.
Top U.S. scientists say we should stop worrying about.
So here's a video that shows the new solution to our nuclear waste problem. Let's take a look.
Top U.S. scientists say we should stop worrying about renewable energy and start doubling down on nuclear power. But where is all that waste going to go?
I agree. D-News.
Anthony here for D-News, and the open letter posted by 4 researchers on Google Plus says renewable energy is cool, but if we really want to stop climate change issues, we have to invest big in nuclear energy. Of course, that might sound like trading one bad for another. Climate change is a huge problem, but radioactive waste is extremely hazardous to the environment, and while we can contain and store it, there's never really been a way to just be rid of it. Nuclear plants use uranium pellets sealed in metal rods for fuel, and after they get all the usable uranium from the rod, they're left with what's called high-level waste. It's a liquid that really only makes up a tiny fraction of the world's nuclear waste, but 95% of its total radioactivity. So the waste from the rods is usually sealed in these tanks and then encapsulated in concrete and stored deep in the ground in So the waste from the rods is usually sealed in these tanks and then encapsulated in concrete and stored deep in the ground in special facilities. Radioactivity. So the waste from the rods is usually sealed in these tanks and then encapsulated in concrete and stored deep in the ground in special facilities, though in the beginning we just sort of threw it into the sea, which is no longer considered cool because that is how you get a kaiju. Anyway, all this stuff is sloshing around and is hazardous for anywhere from 10,000 to about 1 million years, depending on what source you go to. And the issue there is all your steel and concrete is going to start falling apart before the waste is safe. You can get leakage out of storage and into the soil or groundwater. It also takes up a lot of space. Over the last few decades, a new process has become popular. It's called vitrification, and this is where we mix the waste with sugar and put it into a heated rotating tube and then turn it into glass. It's still radioactive, but it's way easier to handle and store than liquid waste, and it also takes up a lot less space because it winds up boiling down all the water volume and it doesn't need to be surrounded with concrete when it's buried. The problem is that the process is crazy expensive, but researchers at the University of Sheffield think they know a way to simplify the vitrification process. They've figured out a way to use slag from blast furnaces. It's basically the waste products from refining metal ore instead of sugar. So we would be using waste to get rid of waste. And apparently it works so well in tests that it gets rid of up to 90% of the volume of the waste, meaning we use much less space to store the stuff, so we're not close to running out of room to keep it in. Still, it'd be great to see renewables and superconductors become more efficient alongside advances like this, because if the longer estimates are right and we've got to worry about nuclear waste for a few 100,000 years, it's hard to imagine not running out of places to store it, no matter how much you crush it down. I don't know, what do you think? Should we be putting more work into nuclear power or into things like wind and solar? If SimCity has taught me anything, it's that this solar thing is going to pay off right before a tornado destroys everyone. Let me know down below and subscribe for more D News.
I choose wind and water power over nuclear power because of the waste problem. You know? No offense. Okay. So now that you've seen everything, let's just let's see how we can, let's see what you could do about. Hold on, I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Please stand by. Now that you've seen all that, what can I bet you're thinking to yourself, probably thinking, "Ooh, I want to get involved. How do I do it? How do I do it?" Well, here's a video on how to do just that, which I'm going to show you right now. Now, to join a global movement to end nuclear weapons testing and the aftermath of the whole nuclear waste horror with it too, hopefully. Well, hopefully too. So here we go.
If you are an environmentalist, this is your cause. If you are a leader, this is your mandate. If you are a parent, this is your responsibility. If you are a student, this is your mission. If you become the victim of nuclear radiation, this is your life. And if you are human, this is your day to save the world. Sign the petition today at theatomproject.org.
So now you know one of the best methods to to help out. And the surprising thing is they actually have a YouTube channel here called The Atom Project 1. So, what is the Atom Project? Let's read it out. Well, let's find out.
The Atom Project is an international petition campaign to unify global support to permanently end nuclear weapons testing. The horrific human environmental impact of past weapons testing continues today, and we must influence world leaders to make sure no additional tests are conducted. Help us pressure world leaders to bring into force the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and end testing by signing our online petition at www.theatomproject.org.
Or theatomproject.org. Let's take a look at that website. We've already seen that. Oh, here's a good quote. Listen to this.
Winning wars with atomic weapons is an illusion. No one can win, but everyone will lose. First Kazakhstan President Nursultan Nazarbayev.
Pretty interesting, right? That's a good quote.
As the world's citizens unite against terrorism in all of its forms, let us encourage the world's leaders to negotiate a responsible end to nuclear weapons and deny terrorists the chance to initiate a catastrophic nuclear attack. The Atom Project is committed to eliminating the world's nuclear arsenals. Sign our petition today and tell world leaders that you demand and deserve a world safe from nuclear weapons. Help us reach our goal of 1 million signatures. Tell the world's leaders you deserve and demand a world without nuclear testing. It's time to act. Sign the Atom Project petition below and make your voice heard today. As the world's citizens unite against
Just look at this whoops. All part. And here's the petition, which right now is in Kazakhstan, I believe. There we go. Now it's in English. We got 3,113. We got 313,605 supporters worldwide. And they'll get one more. Me. But I'm probably gonna do that after this video.
Free the world from the nuclear weapons threat. Our world continues to live under the threat of dirty bombs, loose nukes, nuclear accidents, and catastrophic nuclear conflict. Sign our petition to bring the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty into full force to end further nuclear weapons development. Help us tell world leaders to permanently end nuclear weapons testing and ultimately free the world from the nuclear weapons threat. Watch our 40-second video to see living examples of why we must end nuclear testing and rid the world of the nuclear weapons threat.
For good. So let's take a look here. Oh, it's the same video. We already saw this. So I'm gonna join, but I'm gonna do it after after I'm done with the video. That way you don't see my personal information, and it's gonna take a while for me to, decide what to say. Oh, they also got, as you saw, they got a YouTube channel. They got a YouTube channel, as you saw. So if you want to sign, go to www.theatomproject.org/100K. All right. As you see, they also got a Facebook account. See? They also have a Twitter account. And they even have an Instagram account. Oof. That's probably a good reason right there why, that's probably a good reason why, why we should stop nuclear testing. So, here we go.
As first-generation victims from World War II and the subsequent terror of nuclear testing age and pass away, the focus for victim assistance may shift to second and third generation victims. There is growing concern that the harm caused by radiation exposure gets passed down to future generations. Kazakhstan provides healthcare for children born in affected areas, but no other programs recognize and compensate for the harm caused directly on second-generation survivors.
Like the United States, for example, as you saw in a previous video. I'm already following them. See, it's called the Atom Project movement. So if you go on, if you have an Instagram account and you want to help, then you know, follow them. And let's really quick check out their YouTube channel. I've already subscribed, so. They don't even have that many subscribers. They only have 51. Maybe you can help them reach 1,000 so they can, you know, advertise this all over YouTube. Help them reach 1,000 subscribers. Anyway. Hold on just a second, please.
Alrighty. Now keep this in mind, everybody, that 75 years ago, the world witnessed an enormous catastrophic event with the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, thus beginning the nuclear age. Little did they know that all the long-lasting destruction and devastation that was created for our future world would come back to haunt them today. Today, we must acknowledge that death and destruction not only occurs with nuclear weapons, but in preparation of them as well. Fallout is a global concern no country should experience. To protect our environment, nuclear weapons testing needs to stop permanently and forever. Remember, a simple sneeze can spew particles in the air 30 feet. So imagine what a nuclear explosion can do. Okay. I think that covers it. So, if you manage to fully watch this video from start to finish, or start to finish, whatever, which way, then give yourself a round of applause. Now, before I end this video, I'm closing out with a message that you all need to hear. Hold up, everybody. Let's fix this, shall we? Thank you for taking time out of your day to watch this YouTube video. Now be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel if you want to see more videos like this one. Also, take a look at these YouTube playlists and be sure to check out these YouTube channels and subscribe to them so they can eventually reach 1,000 subscribers and spread their message all over YouTube. So, let's get started to end nuclear weapons testing on our one and only planet once and for all. Until we meet again, this is Jeffrey Bartel, signing off.